should be made in a Schedule 3 setting, right? Because that's clean labs, and that's regulatory process. But the flower itself runs along the lines of tobacco. So in 72, when they were doing the schedule evaluations, there were some very specific statements that were made about tobacco. Its indigenous use, its economic value to the country, and those statements were why we didn't schedule tobacco at the time. And so our statement talks about that as kind of our baseline. The plant should not be in the schedule. It doesn't comport to it, and there is an economic, and there is a, but if you're making something else, maybe it does. Because some of this stuff, if it were made in a clean room, would be safer. If it were made in a laboratory that was approved by the FDA, it would be safer. Most of the plants that I have been privileged to be next to in the last 20 years, safer than anything I'll ever get out of the lab. Oh, you. Good to see you. Been too long. I made him give me water. Did you get water? I think so too. Well, I stepped right out. I went, did this, and went cold water. Nope, just right outside this door. There's the bartender right there. All right, I'm going to tell you. All right. Now you've gotten her in. We're getting water.
Somebody else.
Cheryl Murphy Powell.
Yes.
But we're getting water. Oh, you found it.
How's the Pete's family? Pups?
Everything is good. Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, it's like,
Well, yeah, it's good.
depends on how you look at it, right?
Dave's job is going. Microsoft did a series of layoffs.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe that was a joke, but I
He
guess
was actually Microsoft bought this company a couple years ago, and then they were looking at it. They the same. He worked basically the same company for 20 years. 20 years. He had 20 years. So I said, if you're going to get laid off, you should absolutely get laid off from Microsoft. Because, you know, they're giving him until the end of the week. We got paycheck till the end of August, right? Some people get laid off.
All right.
Kelly's getting a drink of water.
Yeah, sorry. So, and I'm waiting on one more person. Carlos is going to join us. So, are you guys enjoying Cannadelic so far?
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. Like I mentioned earlier today, you know, this is a great opportunity to absorb the information from our experts, people that have been in this space for a number of time, a lot of the vendors that are out there, and make some new connections for yourselves as well. Before we get started with the panel, I just want to talk a little bit about how this all came to start a little bit over 10 years ago. I came into this industry as a patient. I had a mass on my pancreas, and I found that I could use RSO as a treatment, Rick Simpson oil, for pancreatic cancer. I was going to Moffitt Cancer Center. I obtained RSO oil on what was the underground market here in Florida, which it came in 10-gram tubes. And getting ready to treat myself, and I was sitting in my kitchen, and the green team was down the street from my house. Come on, Carlos, join right up there. And I walked into the house, and I was sitting down at dinner with my wife, and I said, hey, the door's about to get kicked in, I think. And she's like, what for? And I'm like, well, I got that RSO oil in the closet. And she's like, nobody knows you have that in there. And I went through, she goes, well, go unlock the door then, you know, if they're gonna come here. So I'm sitting there paranoid at my kitchen table, thinking that I'm gonna have to deal with this arrest. Turns out there was some house in my neighborhood that was selling coke and ecstasy, and it was a big bust at their house, and it had nothing to do with me, but it brought into my perception of how many people are treating themselves for cancer and under the threat of being arrested or losing their freedom. You know, I was in telecom for over 20 years. Now I'm dealing with some medical issue, and I'm afraid that I'm going to go to jail. And that's when I reached out to Mike Minardi, and I had found that he was helping patients back then with medical necessity defense, and that was the only thing that we really had in the state of Florida. And so I started saying there needs to be a change. So I got out of my old life. I was in telecom. I was a CEO for over 20 years. And I began this journey to help change the laws because I didn't think it was right that these parents that were treating children with everything from epilepsy, autism, even brain cancer, were under the same scrutiny that I felt that I was under at my kitchen table that night. And I knew that there had to be a change that was there, and that started our journey. And really, it was all about education with cannabis. You know, my first step into the space, like I mentioned, was as a patient. It turned out it wasn't cancer, thank goodness. And my doctor said, "Tom, you have a second lease on life. You could go do what you want." And that's when I jumped into this space of really trying to learn and educate myself and see the changes. And the last 10 years has been hell of a ride, a hell of a ride. You know, we didn't pass the law in 2014. Some of these people that are sitting up here with me today, we've shared dinners, we've shared trips to Tallahassee, we've shared some of our most intimate moments in this industry together, really just trying to make change. And as you could see, fast forward 10 years from now, from then, change has occurred. And it's happened step by step. We do have a medical law. It wasn't passed in 2014. We had to dig in deep and get it passed in 2016, which delayed the state of Florida from a lot of things that have progressed in other states. We've had a lot of other states that have changed. We had a 2018 Farm Bill, which has opened up alternative products to the masses. So now we have a proliferation of products that are out there, and we have a lot of leaders that are in the space that are helping to guide these next steps. And my diagnosis quickly switched to PTSD. A lot of it occurred through this industry. I stepped away from a lot of what I was doing in 2017 and was working with a lot of companies that were launching in this space, but my personal mental health was getting worse and worse. And that's what led me to start exploring some of the treatments that I was advising to some of the veterans that I was working with that cannabis wasn't enough for. Fast forward to today, and today we have a beautiful panel here, and I'd like each one of them to introduce themselves and tell you a little bit about what has brought their journey to where we are. We embark on a very new opportunity to legalize adult use in the state of Florida through Amendment 3 that is coming up. There's a lot of misinformation that is being thrown around into the industry and thrown to the masses that confuse things. These are some of the same misinformation that we saw when we were trying to pass adult use in medical marijuana. There were attorneys that stepped up on the stage and said, "We don't need medical marijuana, we have medical necessity defense." That hurt a lot of people that followed that advice. That was one of the things that prevented us from passing it in 2014. We had a lot of people saying we don't need medical marijuana because we already have CBD. All of these things as counter arguments to taking a step in the right direction towards abolishing prohibition. A prohibition that we've had in this country for way too long. We just heard Mike's talk about the effects of not just cannabis, but other drugs and psychoactives. We have a lot of good organizations that are out there that are helping with this. But here today, we have some of the people that have been leading that space, and I'd like to start with each one of them and tell us a little bit about what got you into the space and where you're at. And we're going to start with Oh, you have a mic. And we'll start with Carlos over there.
Hello. How's everybody doing? Good. My name's Carlos Hermida. To go off of what Tom was talking about, you're going to hear some really inspirational stuff from these three people about why they got into the industry. But the truth is, I got into the industry because I was a pissed off teenager where my parents were telling me that you shouldn't smoke weed. And I really wanted to smoke weed. It was really helping me. Sooner or later, I found out about medical marijuana and how great medical marijuana is and how it's helped so many people. I slowly realized that I was actually one of those people it was helping, and moved out to California, got a job at a dispensary, worked in a dispensary where I was actually helping to treat patients with cannabis, and I saw firsthand that it wasn't just helping me, it was helping a lot of different people. When Amendment 2, United for Care's Amendment 2 initiative came out, I came back to Florida to work in the industry here and to put my stake into the whole activism side of things. I worked side by side with Tom. Tom actually gave me a job where I made my money from working from that gentleman for quite some time. I worked my way up to the vice president of Florida Cannabis Coalition. I'm also the co-founder of the local chapter for the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws. It's called Suncoast NORML. I also founded a hemp dispensary in Ybor City, and now we have a location 2 blocks away in St. Petersburg as well, called Chillum Mushroom and Hemp Dispensary. And I've thrown my stake into the psychedelic side of things, and we're selling legal psychedelic mushrooms as well. And it's been an interesting journey. It's actually very, what Tom was saying about the people on the stage, some of these people have been in here twice as long as I have, and 3 times as long. I don't know how long Jody has, but a long freaking time. But in the 10 years that I've really been involved in this space, in this activism movement, we've made a lot of great steps. There's so much more that we need to do, and I'm very proud to be a part of everything, and it's great that we have the opportunity to legalize come November. So.
Hello, everybody. Wait a minute. Can you hear me now? Is that better? Okay. I'm Dr. Kelly King. How is everybody today? Thank you for coming out to the Cannadelic. I've been in this space for, I started in California, so I too am a California native. I grew up in the Bay Area in Oakland, California, kind of ground zero for everything, cannabis. And I was going to medical school right around 1997. In California, had the very first medical cannabis program in the entire country, which was passed in 1996. So I kind of grew up in my medical career knowing about cannabis. However, I left California and went to the University of Tennessee. So that's where I went. And at the University of Tennessee, it was very, very different than California. So when I graduated medical school, I went back to California, did my residency in internal medicine, and then joined the Air Force. And the Air Force sent me to Florida. I was stationed at MacDill Air Force Base for about four years, which took me right up to the point, and then I left, went to North Carolina, came back, and they passed the Amendment 2 and medical cannabis. And so I thought, this is really what I want to get into. I really want to have a clinic that educates patients, that are advocates for patients, because I had now seen the trajectory starting in California of where these medical cannabis programs can go. And for good, bad, ugly, I found myself here in Florida and wanted to be a part of this space. I've now, since 2016, I've now treated over 3,000 or 4,000 patients in a solo practice there in Brandon. And so it's been an amazing ride. Tom has a place not too far from me, Chill Coffee, and Tom and I and Pete and Jody and Mike, we've been in this, and we know this space, and I'm just proud and happy to be a part of it. I now do some psychedelics, and we're doing some consultations for psychedelics in our clinic, and we are introducing that to our patients. So I'm very happy to be a part of this. Thank you.
My name is Jody James, and currently I serve as the president of a 25-year-old advocacy organization here in Florida, the Florida Cannabis Action Network. Maybe 2003, I was being introduced by someone, and they said, "This is Jody James. She's been in the cannabis industry for years." Now, if you guys have done the math, I said I plead the fifth. Because, of course, in 2003, there wasn't a lot of cannabis industry. In 1996, Dr. Kelly was talking about Prop 215 in California. Floridians here in St. Pete, Floridians in Tampa, Floridians in Key West, Floridians in Tallahassee, and Floridians in Melbourne, Florida, where I live, were all raising money to send to California to pass Proposition 215, because we understood that it was a pivotal moment in time. We understood that where Florida could go was where California was at that very moment. My children are 30 and 26. Yes, I am probably old enough to be Mike's mom. And they have never known anything other than the advocacy work the Cannabis Action Network has done. We have been in the streets doing direct action. In 2000, we won the Critical Resistance Award for our Journey for Justice, where we took prisoners from Stark Penitentiary to the Tallahassee to draw attention to the needs of patients. That was in 2000. When we got to Tallahassee, we made a joke about how we should just go on to Texas because we were halfway there. And later that year, we did. We marched on G.W. Bush, who was then slated to be president, and we marched down the avenue in Austin, Texas. The Dallas newspaper called us outside experts on Texas war on drugs. And we did it because we were incarcerating 2 million people in the federal system for nonviolent drug offenses. We did it because millions of people were suffering from I cannot do that. Thank you, say it out loud.
Neurodegenerative.
Good, because I was going to stumble over it again. Suffering from that. I am going to be at a memorial tomorrow for a woman I've worked with for 27 years who was diagnosed in 1986 with Lou Gehrig's disease, told she would live 3 to 5 years, and because of access to cannabis, she passed away at age 74 in her home. She was in her 30s when she was diagnosed. That's pretty sexy. So I'm very proud to have witnessed the evolution of this. I am a proud psychedelic user. Mike said to be loud and proud about it. The effects of entheogens, which is this class, starting with cannabis and psilocybin, LSD, the class of entheogens that I have had access to have been pivotal in my growth. It's been pivotal in my ability to sustain. It's been pivotal in my ability to look at people who are supposed to be my allies and know that as soon as I turned my back, the knife was going in it. I talked to a guy who had the second dispensary in Colorado, and he said, there were daggers coming to me from the front, and there were daggers coming to me from behind. And that's what happens when you lead. And that's what happens when you lead in this. Thank God for psychedelics, because back when I'd say, look, we'll just figure out where the line is, and we'll take the band, and we'll get us some hippie chicks, and we'll go to the line, and we'll dance. And you know what happens when you go to the line and you dance and you make it look like a party? They move back the line. So I hope you are all enjoying the new line that we have built for you, where we can dance, but the work is not done. My friend Kathy Jordan went last month. We were on a meeting together. This is the woman who just passed. We were in a meeting together. We worked by Zoom. She had long since stopped traveling, but was still able to be very articulate. We worked together on July 2nd in a meeting, and by July 4th, she had passed. She didn't see July 4th's 420, but it was an auspicious day for her to pass. In that meeting on July 2nd, the thing that we were discussing is how she and her son had gone to the supervisor of elections to ensure that when she voted yes on Amendment 3 in November, that her ex was going to be counted. Because making sure that people are registered to vote, making sure that people understand who they are voting for, making sure people understand the consequences have been very, very important to us. In the next couple days, you'll be able to, most of you got a postcard. In the next couple days, you'll be able to get the results of the surveys that we've been doing for the last 2 weeks on the people that you're going to have to vote for. Some of them are going to be pro-cannabis. Some of them aren't. Some of them are going to move the battle line forward, and some of those are going to take us the other direction. And no matter what you think about Amendment 3, which is why we're here, it is going to move the ball further down the line. And I will tell you, in 25 years, not every action I've ever taken moved the ball. Some of it was just fun. Some of it was just pranks. Some of it was desperation. Some of it we were just high when we came up with that one. But voting yes on November 5th, voting yes by absentee ballot, making sure that your vote counts, taking our 420 challenge, make 4 posts about Amendment 3, take 2 people with you to the polls, and make sure nobody, 0 people are left behind. Because we can do this, we will move the ball forward, or we will send a message to the world that legalization stops here.
Excellent. So my name is Michael Minardi. I'm an attorney. I did become an attorney to help legalize cannabis and psychedelics and drugs. So when I came to law school, I'm from New Hampshire originally. I think best motto in the country, live free or die. So I live that motto each and every day I can. So when I came down, I went to law school at Nova in Davie. First person I looked up and started working for was a man that we lost earlier this year, or late last year, Norm Kent. He was on the board member of NORML. He was an attorney, part of the NORML Legal Committee, which is, again, the national organization for the reform of marijuana law. Has been around since the 70s. And I started working for him, because who would be better to work for him, the first person in Florida that established the necessity defense, right? So I worked for him. Through that, I met, Tony? Latina.
I remember you sitting in front of my desk. You were still very young.
Right when I was in law school, I looked for the advocates who in this state was not only, supporting cannabis legalization, but trying to do something. And so Jody was one of my first contacts in the space, and Karen Goldstein of NORML of Florida. I've been blessed. I've been on the board of Florida Can. I'm a legal director of NORML of Florida. I'm on the national organization legal committee for marijuana laws. I'm in the distinguished counsel circle. And I've really dedicated my life and my passion to this. Probably too much, but, who cares? We only live once. But so, I believe in this fundamental freedom, right? At least in this body, because you're right, we are eternal. We've done enough psychedelics, right? But so, this is a passion of mine. A patient, a plant that's used for health and healing. I'm personally of the opinion, you can use it recreationally all you want, but it's still going to help you medicinally. You may not know it, you may not want it, but it's the truth. You can't use cannabis without reducing your inflammation. So these things are, and going back to my last slide, right, euphoria. Pursuit of happiness we're supposed to and we're allowed to have. When you look up happiness, or you look up euphoria, right, which is the main side effect of cannabis, it says happiness. So how is this not a constitutional right, right? And how is this not an inalienable right given to us by our Creator? So, love the plant, love the people that it brings together, love the thing that it does for people. Most of why I've continued to go, I've thought about moving to California, to other states numerous times, but it's because there's still too many people that are hurting, that are suffering, that are arrested for this plant, and I can't abandon you. So thank you so much. Love what you do. Thank you for coming here, and hopefully pushing Amendment 3 passed in November.
So, as you can see, we have a number of people here right now that have been in this fight for quite some time, which has led us up to the point that we are at right now, where we get to vote on adult legal use in the state of Florida come November. Before we do that, Jody, can you go over some of the milestones that we've had over maybe the last 6 or 7 years that has gotten us to the point where we are today?
Thank you. That's a fabulous opportunity. And I was just kind of thinking about that. I'm going to go back 10, if I might. In 2014 is when the monopolies started. I don't know if any of you would recall this, but it was 2014 where we introduced a low THC bill. And I say we, and I really don't mean it. The bill that I wrote would have made the hemp industry legal, and it would have given you up to 1 point THC. But that's neither here nor there. The bill that they took and created from that ended up being a low THC, high CBD bill that would have allowed 5 companies, one from each of 5 regions, to cultivate low THC cannabis for the more than 100,000 children in the state of Florida that were suffering from chronic seizure disorder. This is about the time that you were seeing, was it Geraldo that was doing the Sanjay Gupta, thank you, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, that was looking at things like Charlotte Figge and what was happening with CBD. And I have to ask each and every one of you, if you had sat there with me that day when the House sent it back over with 5 limited licenses, knowing that 100,000 children with seizure disorders' lives would change if we voted yes, would you have told the Senate to vote no? Because really that was the decision we had to make. That was what started this mess. We had to decide in that moment, with no time to spare, if we said no, 100,000 children would not have access to medicine that we knew was going to reduce their seizures. Would you have said no? I couldn't. As much as I wanted cannabis for myself, as much as I understood the need for medical marijuana for all those people with those diseases that I can't even say, I couldn't say no, even knowing that it was going to give 5 companies, because I believed that the benefit of those children not having dozens of seizures every day was enough. Milestones. In 2014, we passed low THC. In 2015, we came back and we passed the right to try. This is through the Florida legislature, and the right to try said if you had a terminal illness, that you could go beyond things that were that were FDA approved, and you could go beyond things that were available for trials. So even if a medicine, cannabis, wasn't in a clinical trial, you would still be able to use it under the color of law. You'll recall that in 2014, while we were passing the low THC bill, there was also what became Amendment 2. Amendment 2 failed with 57% in 2014. And thank goodness the folks who then were funding the amendment, folks who really wanted to be in the business, they were the ones funding Amendment 2. Don't kid yourselves. Amendment 2 was funded by people who wanted a stake in the developing industry. When it failed at 57%, thank goodness we had people who were willing to spend a few $1 million to get it on the ballot. Milestones that you might not think about, things that have changed since then. is how hard it is to get something on the ballot. When I first started doing ballot work a long, long, long time ago, your signatures counted forever. By the time I introduced an amendment in 2015, your signatures were only good for 2 years. Today, signatures are good for less than 2 years. Every signature you need has to be collected in less than 18 months, which is why the price tag for these types of amendments continue to go up and up and up. In 2016, Amendment 2 passed. We spent the next 2 years in the regulatory process developing rules and regulations. By 2018, the U.S. Farm Bill had passed, and we were fortunate to have someone in the Department of Agriculture at the time that was going to allow an industry to be created. So I think that kind of is where we are now. We have created a thriving hemp industry. Carlos doesn't like it when I call it over the counter. He doesn't, but I can go and over the counter, I just buy it off the shelf. We have a thriving, but it's not hemp. I wear hemp. So, we have a thriving hemp industry. We have millions of people who are getting access to safe legal products. And I think that's an amazing, beautiful thing. And it is my hope that once we pass Amendment 3, that rather than being silent, that the people will rise up and demand that we still have access through our corner stores, that we still have access to these plants through the purveyors, that more people will be able to get involved in the industry. A vertically integrated industry, which is what we have right now, the person who in the MMTC, they have to cultivate it, they have to do any sorts of extractions and packaging, they have to run the retail. That's not good for patients. When we go back to Tallahassee in 2025, regardless of what happens at the ballot box, we're going to be talking about things like the right to garden. You will find that our organization talks about cultivation as accessibility and affordability. So those are conversations we get to keep having. Honest to goodness, I missed a meeting. I was the executive director of Florida Cannabis Action Network in 2013 when the Florida Cannabis Action Network board voted to support medical marijuana, and I was adamantly opposed. I didn't like the cards. I didn't like the limited conditions. There were a dozen things that someone with my level of experience understood were going to be problems as we rolled this out. But my board said yes, the people wanted it, and I got on board because it took us a step further. And I would encourage all of you to help us take the next step.
That was a great. Thank you, Jody. That was a great lead up to where we are today. And my next question is for both Dr. Kelly King and Carlos. We'll start with Dr. Kelly. Since Amendment 2 passing, we talk a lot about homeostasis in the body and homeostasis in communities. What have you been able to see with patients that you've been able to treat that has brought back, some of the positive benefits that we have now post Amendment 2 passing that we didn't have before?
Oh, my goodness.
She's a real doctor.
A day does not go by. I tell people my clinic is my happy place. Like I work in hospitals and I work in different places. Oh, this is not working. Okay. And I work in different places. I work in hospitals. But when I see patients in my clinic, there is not a patient that does not tell me this has been life-changing. This has been, I get patients from Tampa Pain Clinic, a lot of them. Because when we first started this about a year after Amendment 2 passed, that's when the legislation came through where doctors couldn't write as many narcotics, as many opioid prescriptions, and they started to limit that. And so patients were getting cut off from their opioids. And so I went to the biggest pain relief center and I said, hey, I don't care how you feel about cannabis. Your patients are going to be coming to you and they're going to be asking about it. And you can feel good about sending them to me because I'm going to get them off of all these narcotics. So I've gotten many, many patients off of a lot of the narcotics, and their pain is very well controlled. I've seen many patients that come in with multiple sclerosis, that come in with Crohn's disease. We talk about inflammation, we talk about CBD, we talk about ratios, we talk about the different dispensaries that have which products that they need, and that's one of the things we're hopeful with Amendment 3 that our medical patients will still be able to have access to a lot of the products that my internal medicine patients have to see. I basically now have an internal medicine practice for cannabis. So I go through all of their internal medicine. I don't know if any of you are on the blood pressure medicines or on the glaucoma medicines or on the diabetes medicines. I go through all of those and we talk about what medicines we can take off, what medicines we need to leave on. Many patients don't sleep. I mean, and it could be something you think is as simple as I don't sleep and I have migraine headaches. But oh my God, if you look at all of the pills that they're on, that's one reason. And if you look at their hormones, when Tom asks about homeostasis, I now do bioidentical hormones because I find that if you can regulate a person's endocannabinoid system and their hormonal balance system, you have given them a new lease on life. I mean, it's amazing. Now they're sleeping. Now they're feeling better. They're not depressed, and they're off of a lot of these prescription pills. Now, and internal medicine, that's the biggest thing we learn in medical school is how to write pills. So I know how to write pills. Pills. And pills, too many pills will absolutely kill you. Too many pills have too many side effects. There's too many drug-drug interactions. And I have found in my medical cannabis patients, when I'm able to get patients off of the pill burden, get them onto a very natural and holistic regimen of cannabis, it's amazing. And it makes me feel good about being a doctor, and it makes me feel good about going to work and treating patients. So those are the things I have. So, thank you.
So Carlos, you and myself, we're on the front lines in retail stores. And since Amendment 2 and since the passing of the Farm Bill, this has given us the opportunity to basically reach out to a lot of consumers or people out there that may not be ready to get their medical card, but they're looking at or they're interested in this. Tell me a little bit about what you've seen in the progression of some of the people that you interact with in the space seeking plant medicine.
Probably the most striking customers that I've had is from the veterans community. When we first opened, we opened our space to an organization that's actually disbanded since then, but it was called Weed for Warriors Project. And since then, we've made it a point. We've seen what this can really do. It, not to sound too corny, but cannabis, psychedelics, all of this stuff, what it can do for the mind, it to me is probably the most impressive thing that it does. There are people out there. I mean, I believe the statistic is still the same. There's 22 veterans a day committing suicide. There's a number of veterans out there committing suicide every day, and what this plant does, being able to slow it down, being able to kind of let people just assess. The reason why I consume cannabis is because I have pretty severe ADHD. I've worked for Tom, and Tom can probably tell you that it's really hard for me to focus on more than one thing at a time. But when I'm focused on that one thing, it's amazing. I can move mountains. if I just control this situation. And that's really what cannabis does for, you know, a number of neurodivergent people, for the people in the veterans community. I've had a number of customers that still come to my place to this day that I really feel wouldn't be around anymore if it wasn't for the access to this plant. And it's been really helpful for a lot of different people.
Thank you, Carlos. Carlos, a little modest. He's really an amazing guy when he gets focused. But you know, we're reaching out. We're touching a lot of lives through what we're doing, and you know, that leads me up to, you know, my next question, which is for Mike. You know, can you explain what Amendment 3 will do? Because even with the progress that we've had, there are people still being arrested. There are people that still are not willing to put their name on the registry. You know, and there's still people turning to the black market, getting fentanyl-laced products and, you know, putting themselves in dangerous positions. So Amendment 3 has a lot of positive impacts, and can you touch on a few of those for us today?
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, as Jody kind of explained the market, right? We started with that low THC, you know, and I want people to, we've taken baby steps the way that this industry has progressed in the state. And really only any positive steps forward have been done through ballot initiatives, not through our legislature. And when we're talking about, and when she told you that, just as a history real quick, you know, in 2014, they passed that low THC bill in part because they knew medical was going to be on the ballot, and they wanted to be able to say, we already have medical, we don't do this. Same thing in 2016 when they passed the Right to Try Act. It was to give them an excuse as to why we don't need this amendment. So, and I don't know if they're going to try that with this ploy that they're working on, you know, working with the hemp space to say, well, we already have hemp products, so we don't need legalization. I tell you, we do. We currently still, and it happened in this county, right? We're in Panelists. You know, I had a client arrested with their vape pen. They're a patient, had a card with their vape pen because the cartridge wasn't in the packaging. Okay, how many people use their vape pen, put the cartridge on their vape pen, then take it off and put it back in the packaging? Does anyone do that? It's absolutely insane. And the cop on the video is like I had a gold mine. We got him, you know. So that's a problem for me. You know, we have problems right now with patients, and these are things that currently exist, which may or may not exist in the future, right? The biggest thing for me, the biggest benefit I think of legalization in Amendment 3, regardless of what you care about the businesses, regardless of where you get your weed, is whether or not it negates probable cause for them to search your vehicle, right? Because currently, and most people don't know, and I wish it was different, when hemp passed, most of the prosecutors throughout this state came out and said, okay, well, it's an odor plus standard. We have to have the odor plus something else in order to search, in order to arrest. Well, the Florida courts have said, nah, I don't care if you have a medical card. I don't care if you say it's hemp. We still have a right to search. The odor is still a right to search. So that is the fundamental problem with everything, right? So regardless of under Amendment 3, if it passes, if you have it in your container from the dispensary or not, negating probable cause to search would make that fact irrelevant, right? So now, when you get pulled over and they smell the odor, it doesn't matter if it's medical or not, doesn't matter if it's in the packaging or not, they're still going to ask to see it, right? So that's problem number one, that this will solve, absolutely solve. And really, I think that should be the most important thing to everybody, no matter what. Number two, obviously, we're going to have less people getting arrested. I do foresee, and this is something we're challenging in the courts, but, you know, so currently you do have to have it in the packaging. So if you're a patient and you have a bag of weed on your seat or in your car, you're still going to get arrested, regardless of whether or not you got it from the dispensary. That's irrelevant at the front point. The cop's going to arrest you. We had a client who allegedly rolled up joints to go to a concert and got arrested with the joints. He had his medical card, he had proof, he actually had the container, the joints weren't in it, but where he bought the weed, and the cop didn't care. Well, they're not in the container anymore. So these are all things that I hope will avoid with Amendment 3 passing. And to me, that's a win for us. If they can't search your car, if they can't search your house because of the odor of cannabis anymore, you win. You win. We all win. So that's the big thing. What Amendment 3 will do, it'll allow you to possess up to 3 ounces of flower, 5 grams of concentrate. I'm not really sure how that's going to play out. For example, currently, if you are arrested for, say, with a chocolate bar, right, and it's not from a dispensary, that total weight of that chocolate bar is how they charge you. So if I'm buying a chocolate bar, one chocolate bar from a dispensary, which may have 100 milligrams of THC in it, does that count to my 5 grams I'm allowed to have in the total weight, or just the 100 milligrams? I don't know. Will cops know? I doubt it. So, that's a worry that I think we're going to have. I'm hoping that it'll impact employee rights, and because it's legal, it'll help push employers to allow a positive test for cannabis now. That's something we're constantly fighting for patients. But again, I think Amendment 3, the no probable cause to search, is number 1. Stop getting people arrested, get people out of jails. I personally don't think it goes far enough, but that's a single subject issue, right? Don't blame the writers, blame the courts. And Jody and I know it. Jody was there. We had 2 adult use amendments that were before the Florida Supreme Court in 2018 that both were denied by the Florida Supreme Court for various reasons. And so, and not to defend them, I was one of the first ones at Florida green carpet events coming out banning True Leave, banning the dispensaries, but they did it for an incremental approach so that we could pass it and it would pass Supreme Court review. And I am happy to say, again, not promoting them, I don't shop there necessarily. Kim Rivers did say step 1 is this, and hopefully step 2 is home cultivation, because we support home cultivation. And we need it more than anything. And maybe if odor to search isn't probable cause to search your house, and you get a hemp license to cultivate hemp at your house, who knows?
Excellent, excellent. We have a lot of changes that are coming our way, and there's a lot of talk about big business and monopolies. And but as Jody mentioned earlier, the big business and the business opportunities are really what started changing the minds of our legislatures. Going up to Tallahassee in a shirt and a tie, starting to have those conversations, having groups that were donating to their local legislators, getting in there and actually having them hear them is what really has moved that line. And we know that Amendment 3 passing is going to provide opportunities for large monopolies, so to speak, to expand their product offerings. So some of the things that I see is that we're going to have a medical program still, just like we do in Colorado. We'll have locations that have multiple type of products, maybe even lifestyle type products that can be incorporated into your lifestyle. And we're also going to be able to see opportunities for other individuals that want to get into the space for everything for branding and creativity and educational outreach, retreats, and all of these things. What are some of the opportunities that you may see coming out of Amendment 3 that will make it possible for small mom and pops and individuals that want to get involved in this space? And what advice could you give to people that are looking for that?
Probably the most exciting thing for me is tourism. There's going to be a lot of people coming to the state that wanted to participate in our medical marijuana program. Maybe they have a medical license from out of state that just could not do it and were turned away at the dispensary. If Amendment 3 passes, it's going to open up a whole new line for tourists to come in. And one of the biggest problems with cannabis tourism is it's hard to find a place to consume your cannabis. You're not allowed public consumption. There's going to be, you're not going to be allowed to do it in the hotel. Some people might put like a towel under the door or something like that, but you're not allowed to do that. There's like wafting the smoke detector or whatever. I've been there. So I'm really excited to see that possibly consumption lounges opening in places like South Beach or in Orlando, where it's not a place where you necessarily go to consume your products, but maybe they sell food, maybe they sell drinks, maybe it's just a place where...
Coffee.
Or coffee. Or maybe it's just a place where they lay out board games or, allow you to watch a movie or something like that. Just give you a safe place to consume and be around other people who consume with you. It's so easy with alcohol to find a place where you can just grab a beer or, and tourism in South Beach is all about that. I'm really excited to see, hopefully we'll see people saying Florida sober or something like that at some point. I'm also really excited, for ancillary products. One thing that I'm very proud of for what we do is, we don't just sell hemp, we don't just sell mushroom, we sell products to help you consume. We sell nice glass pieces. We sell, vaporizers and whatnot. There is a big underground community of people who enjoy nice, expensive glass pieces to consume their products out of. At our store, believe it or not, I have a pipe on sale for $5,000. And it is a Charmander pipe. And it is beautiful. It is made very, very well, and it's a work of art. And, I'm excited to see glass blowers and artists coming out and showing their abilities in that regard.
So, yeah. I'm with Carlos on the lounge thing. And personally, I would push for anyone to start them now. We have the center in St. Pete, what we started up, which they have a lounge section. Chill Coffee allows patients to consume. Florida Can Office, Minority Law Office, Tucana Retreat, Deep in Nature Retreat. We encourage
High Noon Wednesdays.
High Noon Wednesday Club, Networking Club. But the social lounges, absolutely. We were in Vegas in April, and we went to the Planet 13 Social Lounge. And I got to say, if you're a cannabis consumer and not a drinker, it's just like heaven. It's like you sit there, you have a bartender come, you get to order your stuff, you order joints, they can roll it for you, you can roll it yourself, they give you a vaporizer, they give you a Puffco, and
Just
you
like
sit
the Florida
there.
Can Office.
Right, just like, exactly. You have to pay at the Florida Can Office. No, at Planet 13. But, it was real sense of freedom, right? You're not around necessarily drunk people getting drunk, and it just was a sense of freedom that we don't have, and that in only every state that you go to, you can't find. And that's, our complaint of our legislature, right? DeSantis, oh, the whole state's going to smell like weed. Well, give us a place to smoke it.
I too, about consumption lounges, I quit drinking alcohol over 10 years ago, 14 years ago. And when I got into the cannabis space, I wasn't a big smoker either. But that was one of the reasons that we opened up Chill Coffee. 7 billion people use the psychoactive, caffeine, so we're able to connect with people. But I also was working with veterans out west in Arizona that were getting their medical card, and the cannabis wasn't working for them. They were going home and they were using it in their same set and setting, maybe around a spouse that wasn't as optimistic about how cannabis could help them. So setting up places where it's safe to come and meet other like-minded people is truly important. And that's what our collective consciousness is able to allow. Whether you're a medical patient or you're somebody wanting to try these products in the right set and setting. And Amendment 3 is going to open up access to more people. We have 700,000 patients right now in our state. We have a lot of people that are interested in this, and we see this moving towards another step in the right direction. It doesn't have everything, like many people will like to point out. But what it does have is it has an opportunity for freedom, and freedom for all of us. So before we wrap up this, this panel, do we have any questions from our audience out here? We're running a little bit behind, but that's okay. We're on cannabis time.
Does that mean it's 4:20?
Thank you all. It's been very informing. This is just a silly question. What will the challenges be for medical providers to transition into becoming a recreational provider as well, if and when Amendment 3 passes?
Well, that's an interesting question. I think there will always be a need for medical education within the space of cannabis. There should always be a need. I cringe to think of my 75-year-old patients just waltzing into a dispensary without having some sort of foundation before they go in there. I don't think there will need to be a recreational provider, but I think as we transition as medical providers, creating a space for recreational users that they can still come and get education and still maybe come and get a consultation without necessarily needing to have a medical card. The other thing I'd like to see with the Amendment 2 and with the revenue that they can get from Amendment 3 is possibly paying for cards for veterans, paying for cards for people on Medicare, paying for cards for people on Medicaid. It's a very expensive endeavor for patients who are on fixed incomes or who are veterans to go to the dispensaries and to also get their medical card. So some of that revenue could go to do that. There are also people who are still incarcerated who are minorities that are still incarcerated, and I think that there are programs that some of that revenue can go towards to get them out and pay for legal fees. So.
I think something to point out as far as medical cannabis in Florida is concerned, two things having to do with two parts to our Constitution. There is a part in the Florida Constitution that says that we won't tax medicine, and there is another part that says marijuana is medicine. So the state misses out on a lot of taxes because of the medical program. There's these hefty fees for for licensing and all that, and that's how they made their money. But it's important to point out the state is going to start making their tax revenue, but however, there's still going to be a strong demand for medical, because the medical program's not going to have taxes, and there's going to be huge taxes on recreational cannabis in the state.
That's a really good point, Carlos. And also throughout our journey through plant medicine, when we're using it for healing, whether it's for trauma, there are different stages that we go through. We go through awareness, we go through shadow work, and then we move into light work on how these products can enhance our lives. So we start learning to use them as tools throughout that process. So the recreational user is much different than somebody that's using it for trauma, somebody that is using it to get past certain medical things, to bring their mind to a point of peace and relief. And then once we get past through that space, there's the opportunities to use these products as an adult for fun, for enjoyment, for that next stage. And I think that that's one of the things that we can look at, is that everybody is at a different stage in their path. Patients that need the guidance, that are dealing with things like cancer, dealing with things like epilepsy, Parkinson's. I always heard the term, they came for the THC and stayed for the CBD. Because the cannabinoids and the terpenes and all these things that we've been learning about for the last 10 years, they not only help us to heal, but they enhance our everyday lives. So with that being said,
Just real quick, for the medical, when it goes to rec, I hope that it changes the paradigm we have right now. Currently, I really hate our system that we have like pot docs, right? And especially for medical patients, right? So I hope that we will separate that. And like, I'm blessed, I have Kelly King's my doctor, right? I highly recommend it. But she will sit down with people and sit down with you that have ailments and actually treat you and tell you what you're using what for and stuff like that, which a lot of the pot docs don't do. And I'm not blaming them. We need them. They're totally great. But I think and I'm hoping that the fundamental aspect of cannabis healing will be further realized by this separation, because the doctors like Kelly will be more in it for the patient than it for the money. So that's makes me feel good to think of that.
And I think so long as we remember there is a subset of patients out there that will never use something as long as it is illegal. And there are people with complex medical conditions that desperately need to be adding this medicine to their therapeutic routine, and they need to be doing that under the care of a physician. Again, one of the things that our organization is going to be talking about is affordability and access. That's home cultivation. I think that is something that should automatically be granted to someone who is a qualified patient. The other thing that we're going to continue to work on is making sure that there are things like patients first in line, and that we can write things into the after the rules. We write rules. After we pass this, we write rules. And I'm going to fight high taxes. But I'm also
Me too.
I'm also going to fight to make sure that patients continue to have first in line, have quality access.
And I know we're wrapping up, but I just want to make one quick point, and I want to bring things back to Amendment 3. You're going to hear back and forth on Amendment 3, whether it's good, whether it's bad, whether you should vote yes, whether you should vote no. I want to make the point that Amendment 3, whatever it is going to be a step in the right direction. It's absolutely important that you vote yes on 3, but it's more important about who you vote for. Because who you vote for will implement Amendment 3. And all these things that people say that, there's no home grow, there's no business, there's, all these things can be changed with our legislator. And don't look at what people's platforms are. Politics is very hard to understand, and trust me, Florida politics is way harder. Who you vote for is very important. Don't just look at their platforms. Look to see on how they voted on this issue in this past, because that's very important. It's not about Democrat. It's not about Republican. I am a Democrat. I'll say that out loud. It's not about Democrat. There's every Democrat in the Senate voted to end the hemp industry in Florida. So they say one thing and they do another. So look at what they're doing, not what they're telling you. Thank you.
I invite all of you guys to follow Suncoast Normal, Florida Can. I know that every year they put out a voting guide to help people to disseminate through it. Catalyst things like this, abortion, they bring voters out to the polls. And then a lot of times they believe that will just vote blue or red, one way or the other. That's not what it's about anymore. So being educated, learning about it. If you're not registered to vote, please do register to vote. Remember Amendment 3 is coming up. I invite you to take the 420 challenge with Florida Can and help to share this information with your friends, neighbors, because this is a step in the right direction. And then once we get this passed, there's lots of things that we could do through legislation. I would love to see free medical cards for our veterans. We should not have to pay to be able to access medicine. We should see free programs to help them with integrating and moving forward through this journey so they can improve their lives through plant medicine. We should see these things and we can help to make that. We should allow for home grow and allow people to garden and learn how to treat themselves. This is a holistic movement. It's not just one subject. But unfortunately, we only have one subject that we can present to the state at a time. And right now, it's to legalize adult use in the state of Florida. We may never have this chance again. So if you do anything, get out there and let's vote yes on 3 and help people to understand how this is so important. I want to thank you guys very much today, not just for today, but for all the work that you do every day in helping Florida become a more evolved state for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, so next up we have Bionic Bloom. Angela? Good job. I gotta get with you. Yeah. It's just been crazy. I know. Yeah. Jordan's here. He's in the back right over there. Yeah, if you want to say hi to him. Yeah. He came to help me with my booth. All right, so our next speaker is one of our premier sponsors of this event from Bionic Bloom, Dr. Angela Fisher. And do you have some people up here with you, or?
We're just waiting.
All right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it gets crowded at the end.
Best group in the state, right here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you very much again for everything that you're doing to help to change the laws here. And without further ado, Dr. Angela Fisher with Bionic Bloom.
Thank you. I want to start with recognizing that our schedule is tight. We are scheduled for the 2 p.m. Cannadelic session at the Steep Station. Because we're over time here, we're probably not going to be on time over there. So maybe 2:30ish if anybody is here for Cannadelic, and you should be. It is a fantastic activation. Meet us over there at 2:30. To start with, I want to introduce and give you the opportunity to get to know our facilitators, our doctors, our therapists, our hypnotherapists, and the rest of the team. So we're not going to talk about me, we're going to talk about them. Ella?
Hi, I'm Ella. I am a clinical administrator with Bionic Bloom, as well as a wellness assistant. I teach yoga. We'll be offering some exercise classes here soon, as well as we call supplemental therapy classes, workshops, events. So stay tuned for those.
Hello, that's better. I'm Dallas Carey. I'm a clinical psychologist. I think I've worked with Bionic Bloom for like 3 years now. I've lost track of time. I'm very much a holistic psychologist with a natural health focus. Do a lot of relationship counseling, work with kids. I do psychedelic assisted psychotherapy, which is phenomenal. I love that. And recently doing some autism testing. And what else am I forgetting? That's it. Thank you.
Hi family, my name is Monica. I am a whole health coach and change facilitator. With over 10 years of experience in the industry, I am an authority in helping people cultivate safety and harmony within their bodies in order to create freedom and health. Thank you for being here.
Hello, I'm Dana. I am a physician assistant and I practice holistic psychiatry for Bionic Bloom. I like to give my patients time to assess what their needs are, and I also run an ecstatic dance. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Moore. I'm a PCC credentialed trauma-informed hypnotherapist. I've been working for the last 25 years as a consultant, educator, and coach, helping people resolve those issues that are holding them back from being able to write the rest of their story, the story of the life they actually want to be living. And my favorite job in the whole world is to give the pen back to you. I use a variety of modalities, including neuro-linguistic programming, parts work, also known as internal family systems, timeline work, core transformation. I've got a lot of tools available, again, to give you the pen back to write the story of the life you want to be living.
Hi, my name is Tricia Kirby, and I actually come in a little different than everyone because I'm an intuitive, I'm clairvoyant, so I look at what is holding people back, their challenges, and I look at how to align them with their life purpose so you can really live the best version of yourself in any moment. And I also work with bioresonance. I'm a bioresonance practitioner. It's a system I trained on in Russia that helps figure out on a deeper level what you need to change to, again, move into your best life. And I absolutely love this company. I cannot say enough good things about this. I come in as a total non-user of anything. No, never tried cannabis, never tried anything. And Dr. Fisher has saved me multiple times with microdosing psilocybin. And if you are ever tempted and interested, it is the best thing on the planet for a reset of your blueprint. It's amazing.
I guess it's my turn. My name's Ethan. I'm the executive director here. I basically make sure everyone is happy and try to, throw puns and make the office a nice, fun environment. I also am a certified psychedelic practitioner as well as an EMDR therapist. And I also am working towards my clinical counseling license as well for my master's. And I really love it here, and I love my team. And they all make my day feel a whole lot less like it's, a 9-to-5 job. So I really love it here.
So the question is, what is it that we do? Why are we different? And for that, I'm going to pass the stage over to Cheryl and Monica.
Thank you so much. Monica, it's going to start with involving you guys. We need some feedback.
Okay, family, we have a question for you. What do you think of when you hear shadow work? What does that mean to you? Give us some answers. some shadow boxing. I see some shadow boxing. Anything else? Carl Jung, yes. Yes, yes, sir.
Love it.
Yes. Cheryl, what is shadow work?
Shadow work. It's been a buzzword over the last period of time. You've probably seen those shadow work journals popping out. They give you a lot of words to try to figure out what you're running from. It's the part that keeps chasing you, that you sometimes you wrestle with, sometimes you just ignore, you find a way to get out. Well, one of the things that gives people pause with psychedelics is the fear that the shadow is going to come and get you, right? So, Monica, why don't you tell us a little bit about your experience?
Sure. Okay. So, I want to share why shadow work goes hand in hand with psychedelic therapy. Many years ago, I found a website where I purchased some microdosing capsules, not knowing what I was doing, without guidance. And some days I would feel lighter and nice, and other days I would feel terrible. And all of a sudden, things from my subconscious, old traumas started to come into my awareness to pay me a visit. And it was very uncomfortable. So it's been a long journey since then. I have dove into the ins and outs of integration, true integrative therapy with psychedelics. I want to share why having structure and guidance while working with psychedelic medicine is so important. And we see this a lot now in society, or people are turning to microdosing and psychedelic medicine and wanting it to fix all of their problems. When in fact, what it really is doing, it is bringing what needs to be addressed into our awareness, and then we get to take action. So this is something that we do here on our team at Bionic Bloom. This is why we are an incredible team to work with when it comes to therapeutic psychedelic medicine. Okay, we offer high touch, integrative support with a team that is very specialized in many different modalities. We have hypnotherapists, psychics, psychiatrists, health coaches, and we collaborate in order to treat the person as a whole. Okay, we are looking at your nutrition, what you actually enjoy doing. We work together to find different modalities that work for you to support each person in their own unique journey.
What if I told you that each one of you could very easily make peace with your shadow? We're offering you the opportunity to be supported as you consider this journey, but I'm actually suggesting that underlying, we need a reframe for shadow work. This is not your enemy. It's not a part that's hunting you down. It's a part that loves you and actually is very, very supportive and integral to your success as a human. That's exactly what your shadow wants. So I am proposing a reframe for the shadow. Let's look at it with a fresh perspective. Now, how many of you have actually heard of parts work or internal family systems? One, very good. I'm going to give you an opportunity here in a safe environment to actually get to meet one of your parts. No, not your shadow. That's in the privacy of, a therapeutic environment. But here, I'd like to give you, if you're willing, the opportunity to get to know a little bit more about parts work and what we can do to establish a relationship with your own parts. So the first thing you need to know is you don't have a single bad part. Not at all. They are all good. They all have the highest intention for you, and they are adaptive. They've been helping you survive since you were itty-bitty. And unfortunately, sometimes, because they helped you survive when you were itty-bitty, you didn't have as many resources. And they kind of get stuck around those ages when things started happening for you. So if we understand that they're not bad, they're actually on your side, then we can create an environment where we can help them find peace. One of the challenges that we have is we think we've got to make ourselves happy. So we go on this pursuit, trying to find this or that, listening to the inside of myself. I'm really feeling my inner child say I need a nap, so I'm going to take a nap. We're doing all of these things to make our parts happy. That will, think about it. A child, if you always give it what it wants, will not be happy because it doesn't always know what it wants. What our parts actually need is to find peace. And if our parts are at peace with themselves and with each other, then guess who gets to be happy? You do. And that is one of the key components. You don't have any bad parts, and the key to finding happiness is actually helping them find peace. And we can do that. They're very, very willing to compromise, all of these things. I want to put you in touch with one of your parts if you're willing. So for this exercise, the first thing I want to do, I need a little bit more audience participation. If you were to think of who the best version of yourself could be, what's a 1 or 2 word descriptor that would describe that best version of yourself? You would be what? Spontaneous, love it. Integrity, love it. What was that? Free. Unstoppable, yes. Confident. Funny, yes, I love that one. Special. You'd have enthusiasm, yeah. Very good. You'd be curious. You'd be compassionate. All of these traits of your idealized self are already there. Some of them are a little bit more dormant than others, but they're there. So if you were to step into who that person is with all of itself, that's what I'd like you to try to do right now. If it were possible to be that person, let's just be that person for the next few minutes. Then if you feel safe enough, I want to invite you to close your eyes for this exercise. You don't have to. Feel free, make yourself comfortable. But if you are comfortable enough and with your eyes shut, I want to invite you to notice your breath. As you breathe out the old, breathe in the new. Breathing out the old, just breathing in the new. I want to draw your attention with your eyes closed, gently breathing, to the top of your head. Notice it's a little bit warmer than the rest of your body. I want you to invite that peace to just start melting down over your head, relaxing you, relieving pressure. It's slipping down over your forehead, down the back of your head, moving down toward your ears, relaxing your temples, releasing the pressure. Your jaw is looser. You can release your tongue from the roof of your mouth. You feel this warmth moving down your neck toward your chest. It's slipping down your abdomen. Your arms are feeling heavier. Just relaxing in this moment. Peace, safety. Let the pressure slip out the bottom of your legs. And if you're willing, I want to invite you to use your mind's eye to create a safe space in front of you. Whatever pops into your mind is correct. First impression is right. Might be a color, might be a picture, might have a sound. Whatever comes is correct. Notice what you see in that safe space. That's your safe space. You can go here anytime you want. It's yours. Now I'm going to ask you a question related to today. Very simple question. Whatever thought pops into your head is correct. The question is this: what was your expectation when coming to Cannadelic today? Your first thought is correct. Whatever it is, hold on to it. What was your expectation for coming here to Cannadelic today? If you can, bring your awareness into your body. Where do you feel that thought in your body? Is it your chest? Your forehead? Maybe your throat? Where is it? If you feel safe enough, I invite you to put your hand on that place in your body and thank it for showing up for you, just as it is. Then, if it were possible for that thought to step out into that safe space in front of you, invite it. If that thought were to step out from your body into that safe space, what would you see? What would you hear? Maybe it's a color. Maybe it's an image. Maybe it's the sound of a voice. Whatever comes is correct. That's right. Thank it for showing up for you in that way. This is a part. Once you have identified that part, you can ask it, what is your highest, most positive intention for me? Your first impression is correct. If you want to go deeper, you can ask it, what is it through having that, whatever answer it gave you, do you want for me that's even more, that's even higher? What is it that you want for me that's the best thing in the whole world? When it responds to you, thank it. I'm going to invite you to ask it, what information does it want you to know right now? I'm going to ask, do you understand what it's sharing with you? If you understand, thank it. If you don't understand, ask for more clarity. Ask for the meaning. You can ask it, how can you support it better right now? What does it need from you? Whatever it asks for is in your means, in your power to grant it. If you can imagine it, give it to it. Your imagination is the key to your future. If you can see it, hear it, feel it, it's possible. As you consider the feedback that you got from this part, with gratitude, just enjoy this moment of connection with this part that's on your side, looking to support you through today. And when you're ready, you can come back to the rest of this session right here, the sound of my voice and your Bionic Bloom team standing on the stage. Welcome back. That's what parts work is all about. And in a therapeutic environment, you can get to know all of your parts, your support team. It can be as gentle as that. Shadow work can be as gentle as that, meeting the need, finding the core intention behind what's going on. It's been hunting you down all this time, or you've been running from it, and see that this part really, really is looking to help you and support you.
How do you feel in your body now? Feels good to be alive today. I'd like to also offer the fact that you have continued support. Support from this team, whatever kind of support that you are looking for, it is here. Some of our favorite ways to support others, our family, our community as a team, is with psychedelic journeys, couples therapy, one-on-one therapy, microdosing integration. We have group options and one-on-one options available. And we are learning that as we are coming together in a group setting, the healing power is really exponential. It's really liberating to be witnessed in your healing journey. Yoga, yoga nidra. What else am I missing?
Yep, we have hypnosis. Yep. You can do hypnosis with microdosing, or if you want to just take on the full psychedelic experience, we can coach you through that individually if you prefer. But hypnosis is another gateway into that core state where you can't hide behind lies. And that's the beauty with psychedelics, is that the truth comes up. It's a truth serum. And hypnosis is a similar way where we shed or pull back all the layers and allow the real self in this safe space to come forward and allow true healing to happen in a remarkable way. Thank you so much for your time and allowing us to share this with you, just a little glimpse. We look forward to getting to meet you at our booth right out here. And if you have any questions, ask any one of us. We're happy to help.
Thank you.
So, thank you to our team. And also, Dr. Fisher really is bad at promoting herself, so she doesn't like to. So that's Dr. Fisher. She's awesome, and has a very, very loyal client base, because it's really hard because no one wants to leave her. So she usually stays very busy. So I just want to take the opportunity to thank everybody else who's been here, for everybody else who you all came here today. So we'd be talking to an empty room if you weren't here. So thank you very much for that. And I just want to express the gratitude to my team. We wouldn't be able to be here without them. Dr. Fisher and I rely so heavily on every single one of these people, and it allows us to give a unique and personalized approach to wellness and therapy for our clients. So please give my team another round of applause for them. And yeah, we have a booth right there, so come hang out with us. Normally we do a weird Q&A session, but I feel like those are always kind of weird and awkward, so just come talk to us. We'll answer whatever questions you got. So, thank you.
Guys, I highly recommend going and speaking to them over at their booth. I know people that have been through some of their retreats, and they really take a lot of care into taking care of the people that trust them. Thank you. Thank you. Another example of how healing is really taking shape in this new environment that we have. We have businesses that are able to address the questions that people are having about how to use these psychedelics and psychoactives in a very therapeutic way, as opposed to just using it as another Band-Aid or as another distraction, so to speak. So our next panel is on ketamine. Do we have Dr. Joe and Dr. Simon here? You run it off with it. You can. Dr. Joe and Dr. Simon. I'm just texting to see where they're at. Oh, there you are. How you doing, Dr. Joe? And do you have Dr. Simon with you as well? Oh, just you. That's fine. We could do that. So if anybody has heard about ketamine being used in a therapeutic session, we're going to answer those questions here today and help you learn. Who here knows what ketamine is? Show of hands. Oh, wow. I didn't know what it was when I took it in 2006. It led to a very crazy night in Las Vegas, in the Mandalay Bay. I fell into what they call a K-hole. So, ketamine was one of the things that kind of scared me for quite some time until I understood how it's used and how it's used in this therapeutic setting. And, every modality has its drawbacks and its positives. And that's one of the things that we're able to learn here today and find what is right for you. So without any more ado, I'd like to introduce Dr. Joe.
Thank you. Hi there. Perfect. We have okay. How are we doing today? Good. Well, my name is Dr. Joe Pilara. I'm one of the owners of Intervision Psychiatry. Our tent's right outside the door. I'm a board-certified adult psychiatrist, and our clinic specializes in IV ketamine treatments for mental health, so PTSD, depression, and anxiety. So, here we are. Let's see if we can get this working today. There we go, perfect. So my talk today is the truth about ketamine, but we would really be amiss if we didn't discuss the truth about mental health treatment currently in America. So when you look at the current state of treatment, you think of things like Prozac, Zoloft, Lexapro, the SSRIs, the SNRIs of the world. Now in psychiatry, everything that we do is based off of this study a lot for depression treatment. It's called the STAR-D trial. What they did was they took people who were depressed and gave them an antidepressant, citalopram or Celexa. If you remained depressed, you went down to the next level of treatment, whether switching into psychotherapy, adding a different medication, or adding another one in combination of that one. If you're still depressed, you go to level 3, still depressed, go to level 4. What they saw with the results of this were not terribly impressive. So at the first level of treatment, 37% of people went into remission, meaning they no longer met criteria for a major depressive episode. As they tried more and more medications, they had less and less of a chance of going into remission. Now, the authors of this study said, well, don't look at that. Look at our total. Out of the initial, let's say 100 people, there's much more than that. Out of the initial 100, 67% of people at the end were in remission. So these numbers, while they don't look impressive, they're like, well, 67% of people weren't depressed anymore. But just recently, there was a reanalysis of that data that was out, and go figure, some of the numbers were a little manipulated. So how'd they do that? When they were going from level to level, they let some people go into the next level and be included that were no longer depressed. 125 people were already in remission, but they were included in the group that they were trying to figure out if they had already had a response. So naturally, it's going to be higher. They also used this different rating scale. When they had the trial approved, it was supposed to be using this HAM-D rating scale. Turns out they made their own rating scale, the authors of the study, and that's the rating scale that they used to get those numbers. So it's been kind of called into question lately. When you look at going to see your psychiatrist or going to see your doctor now, whether it's your primary care doctor that prescribes your meds or your psychiatrist, things have been so condensed now because of insurance constraints. Everything turns into this 15 to 20 minute med check. And if that medication doesn't work, there's no like definite algorithm of where do we go next. It turns into, well, we can try this one or we can try that one. Let's see how this one is. There's no definitive algorithm behind it. And it's not diagnosis specific. So like anxiety, we try this one. Depression, we try this one. And naturally, that's pretty frustrating. When you look at the problems with therapy or issues with therapy, oftentimes it's so hard to even get somebody to go to therapy. If you have like a spouse or a loved one or a teen, it's hard to even just to get them to go. Then oftentimes there's really no end goal in sight. So I have people that we see in clinic that say, I've been in therapy for 20 years. You've been in pretty bad therapy. With therapy, there should be an end goal, and oftentimes it's hard to get to that. And then it's hard to figure out who's a good therapist and which therapist, just pretends to specialize in everything but knows nothing about one specific thing. You go to Psychology Today or something like that to try and find your therapist, and it's so difficult to figure out who's good, who's not good. Oftentimes it's kind of like dating. You need to find the right person that understands you, you understand them, and it could be a frustrating process. So when we look at this term, treatment-resistant depression, it's lately falling out of favor, but we commonly think of it as a failure of 2 full antidepressant trials. Now, when you look at the overall number of people who get treated for depression in America, 1 in 3 people is going to find themselves in that treatment-resistant category, which then leads to some of the things you see like this article in Newsweek. Antidepressants work no better than sugar pills, and for a lot of people it feels that way. There's new studies coming out saying the placebo response rate is incredibly high in things like depression, anxiety, PTSD. Now, what are some of the alternatives? Maybe if anyone who has seen One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest recognizes this scene of ECT. Now, ECT, while it may be portrayed very scary in the media and movies, it's actually one of the best treatments we have in psychiatry, but it's pretty labor intensive. You have to go under general anesthesia. It's 3 days a week. They commonly do it at like 6 a.m. in the morning, and you're not allowed to drive for the entire month that you're having it. So for most people, that doesn't work out logistically. TMS, transcranial magnetic stimulation, is another treatment modality that is sometimes pretty helpful for a lot of people and has had some good results, based on what trial you're looking at. But the logistics of that one is you'll have to go for 36 treatments all in a row. So every day for 36 treatments, for a lot of people, that's not realistic. Now, along comes ketamine. Now, ketamine itself, the molecule, was developed in the 50s while they were trying to find this ideal anesthetic. It's developed as an anesthetic, eventually ends up coming out in 1970 as Ketalar. We're using it a lot in Vietnam, on the battlefield. Ketamine doesn't have the same sort of cardiopulmonary effects, the heart rate, breathing, as some of the other anesthetics. So it's kind of the ideal wartime anesthetic. Ends up getting added to the Schedule III in 1999, which technically means it's defined as a drug with a moderate to low potential for physical and psychological dependence. Now, when you think to yourself, well, how does that work? We're using it in psychiatry. How does it work in psychiatry? Well, there's really 3 parts to it. Now, this part is the most interesting to me, but I'm not going to bore you with a bunch of receptors that you don't know what they do or what it means. What you can take away from this slide is that your SSRIs and your SNRIs, that's selective serotonin norepinephrine reuptake inhibitors. The goal is to try and increase the level of serotonin or norepinephrine to hopefully make you less depressed. How this works is it hits a receptor called NMDA. So it binds to that receptor. There's a lot of things that happen behind the scenes. Ultimately, this receptor cascade happens that leads to what we know as synaptogenesis, or neuroplasticity, which are very big fancy words that basically just mean new neuronal cell growth. So they've been able to prove this with a rat model. They'll take a cross-section of a neuron before ketamine and then look at it again after ketamine. And what you can see with the circles are the dendrites of the neurons, basically the arms of the neuron outgrowing, making new connections, repairing old damaged connections from previous trauma, depression, and anxiety, and allowing you to see your life from a different perspective. Another way to think about the benefits of ketamine is what's called the default mode network. So this is an area of the brain that we've come to find out is basically your brain's autopilot. So now for someone who's not depressed or anxious, no trauma, your autopilot might just be, oh, you know, I was meant to go get the weed brownie from this one guy. I got to go back there. Or, oh, you know, I got to wash the dishes when I got to get home. Or, you know, what am I going to eat for dinner? It's just nonsense, kind of mindless in the background. Now, for somebody who's severely depressed or severely anxious, their default mode network is, I suck. Everybody hates me here. People in the room are probably looking at me because I dressed so stupid today. I might as well just kill myself. No one's even going to go to my funeral. Everybody hates me. And it's that all the time, and it's hard to turn it off. So what ketamine does, which we've been able to show through functional MRI imaging, is that it turns the volume down of that default mode network, allows you to break from that rigid way of thinking and see your life from a different perspective. Now, the clinical evidence for ketamine has been building up since the 70s, dating back to a study in Iran, which described mind-expanding effects, then to Argentina and Germany. Eventually, in the United States, up at Yale, we have a study come out in 2000 where they gave a low dose of ketamine at 0.5 milligrams per kilogram infused over 40 minutes to subjects and monitored for depression resolution. And what we can see is even at one day, the first 24 hours, we had a break from placebo showing a good response. Now this gets replicated and replicated. In 2018, we see a longer study, which ultimately shows us with this dosing schedule, 0.5 milligrams per kilogram, twice a week, over 2 to 3 weeks, leads to a well-tolerated response, no cognitive side effects, memory impairments. They didn't have any bladder issues. They had a 50% response rate and no evidence of drug seeking or abuse in this study in Colombia. Now, this graph here shows how much the rest of psychiatric research is really picking up. So the x-axis here on the bottom is years, and the y-axis is the number of publications. Every year we see more and more publications coming out related to ketamine because it's a new kind of exciting treatment modality. Another big reason is because of suicide. Suicide is incredibly common, unfortunately, in the United States, and during the pandemic it just got worse. We saw the rates of suicide increase by almost 60%. If you think about that in numbers, 12.3 million Americans seriously considered it. Another quarter of them planned a suicide attempt, and half of those folks attempted suicide. Our veteran population at 50% even higher risk to commit suicide. And kind of a sobering reality is that 1 person every 10 minutes commits suicide in the United States. This talk has gone on for about 10 minutes. So it's something it's very important to me and our clinic because it's commonly poorly treated and undertreated. So the evidence for ketamine and suicidality is incredible. This study here is from a meta-analysis out of one of psychiatry's biggest journals, the American Journal of Psychiatry. And what we can see here is, so they use this scale called the MADRS and HAM-D. Those are 2 scales that we use to measure the symptoms of depression. And one of the items of that scale measures suicidality. We see separations from the placebo at day 1 out to day 7 in this trial, which is something you're not going to see in any of the other antidepressants openly available in the United States. Sorry, I'm going to take a sip of water. So that's the clinical trial world. That's a very standardized, tight-knit, kind of controlled environment. How is ketamine treatment in the real world? Well, this study just came out looking at different clinics across the country. So how well did ketamine do in this one? Got 10 different community clinics across the country, a huge study, 836 people, commonly in psychiatry. The numbers are much lower than that. Compared, real world data to patients undergoing standard medical treatment. And what they showed was a significant reduction in anxiety and depression after 6 treatment. Now their measurement was a Cohen's D, which probably means nothing to anyone here. It's a measure of effect size. So the measure of effect size in this study shows 1.17 and 1.56 for anxiety and depression. Now, when you compare that to the effect size of something like, let's say, Prozac or Zoloft or any of the SSRIs, their effect size is 0.3. In the research world, 0.3 is a small effect size, 0.5 is a medium effect size, and 0.8 or higher is a large effect size. Then they even showed greater reduction in depression at 8 weeks when they compared it to the standard treatment. Now, another interesting thing they found in this study was that there's a certain subset of the population, commonly at our clinic and most clinics across the country, we do 6 treatments because that's been the longest running protocol and the largest amount of clinical evidence. They found that a certain subset of the population will go on to respond if we extend that to 10 to 12 treatments. So that was also kind of an interesting finding in this study. Well, oftentimes I get the question, well, how long is it going to last? Am I just going to feel better for a little bit and then not feel better anymore? Well, this study took all the way out to 26 weeks, a little over, sorry, is that weeks? Yes, all the way out to 26 weeks, which is longer than any of the other studies to date. Now, if you're like, okay, well, that's not really that impressive of evidence, you have to remember back to my first slide about the STAR-D trial. The STAR-D trial, when you're at level 5, 6, level 4, you're at like a 11, 13% chance that you're gonna go into remission. So the likelihood is significantly lower. Then also there's no guidelines, there's no protocol, there's no algorithm when you get to having failed 5, 6, 7 different medications. At that point, you're probably under 10%, under 5% chance of that's the one that's gonna be successful. And then even at that highest level in the STAR-D trial, they're using things like a MAOI, a monoamine oxidase inhibitor, venlafaxine, Effexor, mirtazapine, Remeron. These carry significant side effect profiles, significant burden of side effects. The MAOIs, you need a very specific diet. You can't have wine, aged cheeses, sushi, so it's very limiting. So why would you choose something like IV ketamine? There's other formulations of ketamine out there. Specifically, there's one called Spravato or S-ketamine. So ketamine molecule itself is what they call an enantiomer. It means there's a left side and a right side, S-ketamine and R-ketamine. What Janssen did, under the umbrella of Pfizer, was patented the left side of ketamine, the S-ketamine, and formulated it into a nasal spray. So the nasal spray is given twice a week for 4 weeks, or at least that's how it's supposed to be given. Sorry, it's my wife. So some people say, well, I don't like needles. I don't want to do the injections. I'll maybe just do this. And that has been helpful for a certain subset of the population. They do respond well to Spravato, but there are some downsides. It only comes in 2 doses. One is a smaller dose, it's basically a tester dose, and another one is a little bit higher of a dose. But you have to think about what's called bioavailability. How much of the medication that you inject into your nostrils is actually going to be usable by your brain? In the nasal spray, it's only 45 to 50%. In IV, it's 100%. That makes it easier for me to decide what's the right dose that you're going to respond well to, Whereas with this, you only get 2 choices, and if the highest one isn't high enough, then it's not going to work for you. Now, sometimes insurance will cover that, so people are like, well, I want to try this one first because my insurance is going to cover it. Well, what's interesting to note about that is this is directly off of how well does ketamine compare to Spravato? So there's been several different papers these are both recent papers that came out comparing IV ketamine to Spravato. Now, IV ketamine's got a better overall response rate and remission rate, and there's lower amounts of dropouts. This is a pretty big meta-analysis. Another one comes out basically saying some similar things. Some of the results in this study were a little closer in response rate and remission, but the IV ketamine worked much quicker than the Spravato. This is on Janssen's website. Janssen, the makers of Spravato, which is very interesting because in the real world, not in a clinical trial world, what does it look like when you're actually at the clinic? Only 47% of people actually make it through all of the protocol. Their protocol, which if you read like the back of the like the insert, the package insert, it says you're supposed to have 8 treatments over 28 days. In this study, 47% of people only made it through. And then if you look at the average number of days, 80 days. That means they're not even doing it like it was approved in the trial, so the response rate's probably going to be even lower. Well, why not? Insurance is a huge headache, a gigantic headache. Sometimes it takes up to 6 weeks from when your doctor says, okay, I'm prescribed this for you, before you could actually start, because they got to do prior auths, and then they'll approve one treatment, and then you come back for your second treatment, and then all of a sudden it's not approved, and then your doctor has to do another prior auth, and then insurance makes it as difficult as possible for you to have this treatment. That's why a lot of places will start doing it and then ultimately end up stop doing it. Now, some of the other stuff that's going around now is these lozenges, sometimes known as troches. In my opinion, there's minimal evidence to support their use versus something like IV ketamine. There's a lot higher risk of adverse side effects as well. Specifically, if you've heard anything about ketamine, you probably have heard the term ketamine bladder. That's what's called interstitial cystitis. It's an inflammation of the bladder wall. When you take ketamine orally, a large part of it is metabolized by your liver, known as what's called first-pass metabolite. So one of the metabolites, norketamine, inflames the bladder wall, and it puts you at a much higher risk of having cystitis than something like IV ketamine. There's also what's known as a laryngospasm, where your larynx tenses up and it becomes difficult for you to breathe. So having that happen while you're at home, I imagine would be incredibly dangerous and incredibly traumatic for you as the patient. Now, there's places like Joyous, New Life, Mind Bloom, Better You. They'll send huge doses to your house and, make you like wink on camera that you're going to have a sitter with you there the whole time, but it's incredibly unregulated currently, and in my opinion, pretty dangerous. Then on top of that, the bioavailability of something like a sublingual ketamine is only 30%, and that's an average. Meaning, if you're somebody who metabolizes it more or less, you're going to get even less. So it's going to be so hard to figure out what the right dose would be. Now, some people have responded really well to it, and if it has been working for you, that's great. But if you're trying to decide between the two, I think there's significantly much more evidence for IV ketamine. Now, oral ketamine is also becoming more and more of a thing in pill form. It's got even lower bioavailability at 10 to 12%, so you have to have a much higher dose. It's difficult to find the right dose, and insurance isn't going to pay for this either. So the last thing I kind of want to talk about in terms of oral ketamine, there's a new study that just came out. I saw this in Forbes and the New York Times and the Washington Post, and everyone's talking about this new study about a long-acting formulation of ketamine in pill form that's moving on into the second phase of phase 2 trials. This study was one of the most poorly designed studies I've ever seen, because what they did was they took people who met criteria for depression, they gave them 120 milligrams per day for 5 days ketamine, and then if they responded well, they got to be in the study. If they didn't respond well, they weren't allowed to be in the study. So they naturally selected people who they knew were going to do better on this medication, and then tried to say that it was randomized. Eventually, they split the groups up into 30 milligram, 60 milligram, 120 milligram, 180 milligram groups, and of those groups, only one group showed positive results, and that was the 180 milligram group. So there's also the largest ketamine group in the United States, the American Society of Ketamine Providers. They just also recently came out with some cautions and advisory comments about oral ketamine and some of the other things that are being seen online. There's this new liquid injection of subcutaneous ketamine where they have you inject it in your abdomen. Could lead to like a incredibly painful abscess that you'll ultimately need surgery to remove the abscess in certain cases. You know, they're saying the sublingual model, they have you hold it in your mouth until you build up a bunch of saliva, and then you have to spit it out. It could potentially be deadly and much higher risk than something like where you're at the clinic, you have an IV, we're monitoring your vital signs in a safe setting. It's also just less potent, less durable, less predictable. So how do we make our treatments more effective? Now, ketamine, we know, enhances bonding, enhances learning, connectivity, decreases the volume of that default mode network. I'm sure I don't have to tell this crowd about set and setting. The importance of that set is your mindset, your expectations, your fears going into treatment. The setting is what we have kind of tried to create, a very calm, tranquil, peaceful setting where you're safe, you're with a nurse who's monitoring you. I'm in the clinic, my partner, Dr. C, is in the clinic, but it doesn't feel like you're at the doctor's office. It feels like a kind of a spa, tranquil, peaceful kind of vibe while you're there. Now, some of the most frequently asked questions that we do get commonly are about side effects. Now, every medication carries risk of side effects. Ketamine's no different. But the effects are usually very mild and transient, meaning they go away within an hour or two, whereas something like an SSRI that you're taking daily, those side effects, if you do have them, sometimes can be much worse. So the main things that we will see is like some mild nausea, a bit of dizziness, but you're in a recliner. We have eye shades, we have headphones to try and minimize some of that. We have some medications that we can give you to help with nausea. There's some mild increases in blood pressure and heart rate that goes back to normal after the infusion. Now, dissociation commonly gets associated with ketamine, and the field of psychiatry is sort of split when it comes to whether or not this is a side effect or part of treatment. I kind of lean towards it being part of treatment, but we've had plenty of patients in clinic that don't have any dissociation who did incredibly well and are no longer depressed or anxious. So I don't think it's necessary, but it's something that you need to be aware of could happen going into it. Compare that to the side effect profile of something like a Zoloft or Effexor, Lexapro, some of the SSRIs, SNRIs, and you see it's significantly worse. These numbers come from a website called UpToDate, where doctors will look at the most up-to-date information, and these come from the FDA's clinical trials, which are 8 weeks long. So they saw this number of side effects in the first 8 weeks. This doesn't encapsulate the real-world population who takes these medications every day for years. But even then, something like sexual dysfunction, perfect segue from our last discussion, sexual dysfunction in over 50% of people on something like Zoloft, something like Celexa or citalopram, over 70% in a recent trial that was just released last week. Weight gain also be incredibly significant as well. It just turns off your ability to feel full, I've had people tell me. Now, they'll ask, you know, can I take my meds during treatment? For the overall majority, yes. Things like lamotrigine, Lamictal, kind of seen evidence for and against either way. Benzodiazepines like your Xanax, Klonopin, Ativan, temazepams of the world. Our goal would be that you don't take it the day before, the day over, the day after, but there have been some studies to show that taking it and not taking it has no difference on the effect of ketamine. Bladder damage, we kind of touched on that briefly. Much more common in the oral formulations of ketamine because of how it's broken down by the liver. The breakdown products inflame the bladder wall. If it does happen during your IV treatments, there are some supportive treatments that we can add to the infusion to make that less significant. Is this treatment addictive? Commonly get that question, which will eventually lead into our panel in a little bit. So there are some rat models showing potential for abuse, but look at the doses they're giving these rats, and this is daily. 2.5 to 5 milligrams per kilogram. That's enough to sedate an elephant, whereas our clinic does 0.5 milligrams per kilogram. Now, I have seen 0 studies that have come out and said that patients transition from IV ketamine clinics to abusing ketamine off the streets. That just simply doesn't happen to any degree of commonality. But with some of the oral ketamine, the FDA put out a warning in October of last year against the unsupervised ingestion of this compounded ketamine from some of these pharmacies that are popping up. Then you look at something like Matthew Perry's death of last year, which had happened like the day before this Cannadelics last year. Matthew Perry didn't die from ketamine per se. Matthew Perry took a huge dose of oral ketamine at home in an unsupervised setting and then went swimming in a hot tub and drowned. So then the media will portray it as though ketamine killed Matthew Perry, but anyone familiar, you talk to anyone in any clinic that does ketamine, ketamine didn't kill him. Unfortunately, unsupervised use with high doses killed Matthew Perry. Now, if you want more information, you can find it on our website here at intervisionpsychiatry.com. We have an extensive FAQs page. Our social media has a lot of informational content about, you know, what conditions are right, what conditions make me not a candidate, how many treatments, do I need maintenance, all things that you may wonder can find on our website on our FAQ page. And then if you want to read a little bit more, I founded a psychedelic journal in residency called the American Journal of Psychiatric Psychiatry. We publish quarterly on things LSD, psilocybin, ketamine, ayahuasca, if you're interested to learn more about that. We also, if anyone is like a medical student or a student, we do take abstracts year-round. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Joe Plara. Very interesting how things are changing and how these psychedelics are being incorporated into traditional medical practices and being used in this therapeutic setting. So our next panel is very dear to me, and it's going to be on ayahuasca. So how many people here have experienced or sat with ayahuasca? Oh, wow. Great, we have a nice number of people. So if I could get my ayahuasca panel up here. I also have Chris Dyer, Brad, Lauren, and Tefa. Anywhere you're called. Hi. Hi, Tefa. I'm Tom. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
And then I think we're just waiting on Chris Dyer. Well, while we're waiting for Chris to get here, does everybody have a mic? Brad, you have a mic? There you go.
If anyone else has the public.
Thank you, Tom.
Perfect, thank you. All right, before we get started, we're waiting on Chris to get here as well, but I want to talk a little bit about what brought me to ayahuasca. As many of you know, I've been in plant medicine now for over 10 years. My official diagnosis for cannabis was PTSD. About 2 years ago, I hit a very hard patch in my life where everything was crashing on me. And I had been sending a lot of the veterans that I worked with on ayahuasca journeys, and they were coming back with amazing stories. And many people feel ayahuasca is almost the last resort. And for me at that time, it pretty much was a last resort for me. And I was having anxiety and panic attacks. I came out of a very hard surgery. My mom was dying in the hospital, and the whole world was crashing on me. And so I decided to see what Iowa would teach me. And what it taught me was that I had been working on all the wrong things. So all of the therapy that I had been through, all the Band-Aids, all the fixes that I sought were not fixing me. What would fix me was inside of me. And until I was able to change that perspective and see things from a different light, so to speak, I was just running from one thing to another. Yes, I quit alcohol and pills in 2010, but I worked out at the gym like somebody that should not have been going through what I was, which put my body into damage. I worked on businesses. I just kept myself busy and distracted from the noise. And until I sat with Aya, I really didn't see that. So it opened up my mind to that. So with that being said, I'd like to have each one of our panel introduce themselves and kind of what brought you to ayahuasca and what has, welcome Chris. Hi. All right, so we're just getting into, I want to go through everybody, and let's start with Lauren.
Hi, my name is Lauren, and I am a facilitator and integration coach. And I mostly do work with ayahuasca and am in service to her as a medicine. How I got to the path, I think, was just like many of us get to anywhere, is we're just trying to be better humans, and we're just trying to be better for ourselves. And I can go into all the bigger details of how it worked out, but really I was just on a path to being better. And on that path I've been a lot of places, and some of them stuck and some of them didn't. But my first journey with ayahuasca, she kind of showed me all of this. And it was just following that and doing my best that kept me moving forward with her and connecting with her. So how I got there is how all of you got right here, is we're just trying to be better, and we're trying to find methods that work and are sustainable, because a lot of things that we were using were not sustainable. So I'm glad you're here.
Brad?
Hi, everybody. So currently, I facilitate ayahuasca ceremonies. I work with Hape. I'm a spiritual guide. And all of this is a drastic change from the Brad anybody knew about 8 years ago. How I got here was through a Kundalini awakening sitting on my couch one night, and it was intense. And for somebody that was an atheist materialist, it shifted things, let's say, more than slightly. About 1.5 years after that, I wound up at an ayahuasca church and sat with ayahuasca, and very rapidly realized that people were having these deep spiritual breakthrough moments by sitting with ayahuasca, very similar to what I experienced through my Kundalini awakening. And I saw the freedom that it provided. And the suffering that it could alleviate. And from there, I started to volunteer. And after several years, it's the only thing I want to do. I literally get to watch miracles every single weekend as people lean into this medicine. And it's not easy. Not many people come to ayahuasca because they are looking for fun. They show up because they're sick and tired of being sick and tired. And as Tom mentioned, oftentimes it's used as a last resort. But it doesn't have to, you know. And again, I'm so fortunate and blessed to be able to sit with this medicine regularly and watch those suffering sit with this medicine and awaken to deeper states of reality and who they truly are. So, yeah.
Thank you, Brad. Tefa?
Hi, I am Tefa Honan. I'm the co-founder of Pachamama Munay. We're a sacred healing church and wellness center in Lutz. And I work with Taita Pedro. He's a shaman from Colombia who I've been working with for about 10 years. And he brings the ayahuasca, the yahe from Colombia. And I got the opportunity to meet him 10 years ago, and the medicine saved my life. I was 22 years old, and I was very confused, very lost, as anybody at 22 years old. And the medicine really helped me to align myself to my highest frequency, release addiction patterns, anxiety, depression, suicidal behavior, and really understand myself and what had happened in my life that had brought me into those states. And after healing with the medicine for many years, I manifested my husband, and we are married. We have 2 children, and I am super aligned as a mother, which I never thought I would. I did not want to have children before ayahuasca. And then she showed me the beauty of being a mother. And 4 years ago, I was chosen as an apprentice of Taita Pedro, and I've been sharing the medicine under his mentorship. And my specialty is working with women in women's retreat, working with the medicine. This medicine aids for the healing and the transformation of our being. It can take us into states of dealing with death, dying to the old, and renewing yourself in the same life, which allows you to pretty much have past lives and then become a new self here in the now. And each of you have a blueprint, an essence that needs to be awakened. And this medicine is a conduit for that, the connection into God and the connection into the earth. It does allow us to become better human beings, and it connects us to spirit through that, through our humanity. So yeah, I've been blessed to be connected to the medicine.
Thank you so much, Tefa. And Chris.
Hey, what's up? I'm Chris. I'm an artist. I use ayahuasca. I'm not gonna serve anybody, none of that. Super respect it myself. So many things I could say about Aya. I love her. But the question was, how do I get to it, right? So I grew up in Peru, and then I moved to Canada, and I actually never heard of it while I lived in Peru, and only through a CD-ROM of Terence McKenna back in the early 2000s. I was like, oh my God, there's this thing. And eventually opportunities came, but as a psychedelic artist from Peru, a lot of stereotypes were passed on to me, being like, oh man, all of your art must come from Aya. And that really pissed me off, because I feel my art comes from my heart. Well, it comes from spirit through the filter of my human being, but I didn't want to feel like I had like a ghostwriter doing my art through me, as if I, you know, sounds like cheating. So I was like, I'm not going to do Aya, and I avoided it, doing it for a while. Then it got all trendy in the festival, cool, hippie scene, and everybody's just like doing this Peruvian tradition, and I'm like, well, it's really weird. Now I really don't want to do it. And but eventually, while in Lima at age 33, this shaman came to play music at one of my exhibitions, and he's like, hey, you want to come to the jungle and meet her? And my wife at the time like had this like psychic vision that I had to go, and it would change my life. And she was from Belgium. She was like high maintenance lady who would not want to go to the jungle and be surrounded by bugs and mud and stuff. But she's like, we gotta go. It's like, anyways, I don't want to make this story very long, but I got to meet her. It was extraordinary. I thought I'd just do it for curiosity, but eventually that marriage I was in was struggling, and I was facing like the potential for divorce, and I was like, man, I really gotta like do something. So I went down to Peru, did a dieta, got deeper with the medicine, and indeed she recommended me to divorce and to come back to the jungle and keep on working on myself to just be a servant of the light, whatever that means, and to be out there in the world and share myself through my art, my words and vibes. And that's kind of what I do now. And and I paint and do a lot of many other things, but I don't want to take too much time here. Yeah.
Thank you, Chris. So for many of us that have been on the ayahuasca journey, it's showed us different parts of our being that we are. My question for the facilitators is, what are some of the common themes that you see from people that seek out ayahuasca, and how does that change, or how has that changed? So I guess some of the common themes of the people seeking ayahuasca. Lauren.
I think the biggest one is just coming into self-love, and so taking away what keeps you separate from loving yourself completely, and not the good parts that you're willing to look at, but going into the darker parts and finding a way to understand that so that you can love it fully. And then when you love that fully, you come into this whole new awareness within self. So I think that's the biggest thing that I see. It's all encompassing, getting rid of shame, guilt, judgment, expectation, attachment. There's so many nuances underneath that, but all of that is just to get you to the place where you love every aspect of self.
So love, finding self-love. Brad?
Yeah, so what I've noticed is, and I'll piggyback on something Carlos said earlier when he was up here, veterans. I can't tell you how many veterans I've seen come through and sit with ayahuasca and have no light left in their eyes. Nothing, no zest for life, no reason left to be here, just shut down completely. And to varying degrees, anybody who's just a civilian in regular society carries around their suffering fairly well. They do a pretty good job of it, as do we all, right? And so I think, as I mentioned earlier, when people are finally sick and tired of being sick and tired, they can't carry their shame, they can't carry their guilt, they can't project into a world who they think they are anymore, and they're just done, and this is a last resort. And again, I see people come in on a Friday, and they're anxious, and they have fear, and they're concerned with how this is going to affect their life, or if it doesn't work, what the next option is. And by Sunday, they lean in. Yes, it is scary for a lot of people, but if you do lean in and trust the process, you can let go of who you think you are. And underneath that, there's something so profoundly beautiful that it will absolutely floor you. You will be in awe of what you truly are. And when I see these people, again, the veterans are the ones that the shift seems to be the biggest. And I mean, the light is on and it's bright and you can see them shining, and they go back out into the world and it's like a boat wake. They're experiencing love and it's radiating through their heart. And you can hit people with that. Again, like a boat wake, you go back out into the world and it affects those around you, and it is just so empowering and so beautiful. And like I said, I just feel so blessed to be able to do this work, so it's wonderful.
Thank you, Brad. Tefa?
So another common theme is people that experience depression and anxiety, come in very depressive states, have been disconnected of their environment, their families, their bodies. And ayahuasca is a cleanser. It detoxifies your liver, your bladder, your colon, taking out toxins out of your body that is also holding energy from all your life. Everything that you've eaten holds the toxins there. So when that gets cleared up, people start to see their life with much more brightness in it, and understanding the things that they already have, and being grateful, being grounded, not having so much anxiety, and it pushes out your depression. You just feel reconnected with what life actually is, which many of the things in the society right now holds us down, makes us anxious, looking at things, what is the next thing, what is the next thing. With this plant, we sit and we learn how to relax into the now moment, and it gives us the ability to be happy in the now. So just like him, we see people come in really, really anxious, in fear, lost on Friday, and on Monday they're a totally renewed person. Their skin changes, their eyes change. It is absolutely magical.
It's transformative, to say the least.
Mhm.
So Chris, I know that you don't facilitate, but you've experienced ayahuasca quite a bit. Besides life change perspective, how has it improved your life and maybe improved your creativity?
Yeah. So yeah, I don't feel like serving is my role for this lifetime. I'm stoked on that because it sounds like a huge responsibility that takes a lot of work. Like I almost feel like I'd have to be like perfect in order to like hold that space for other people, and that's like I'm not there yet. Does that ever do you ever arrive, right? But you still always just polish a diamond. Nevertheless, as an artist, I've offered art retreats in the jungle of Peru 7 times. So I just teach the art, I'm a patient, and I'm there for my students, and then I put them in the hands of a shaman at the time. And it was always such a blessing for me to offer this experience to these people who just, everybody's hurting, everybody's hurting. We're all hurting to different levels, but I'd see my students and there was always like the different levels of hurting, and I'd see the archetypes. There was always that very quiet lady who could barely speak, and by the end of the retreat, she started to just come out of her shell, and nobody gets like, healed in 1 or 3 ceremonies, but we take like a little step closer and we get to see who we really are if we're lucky enough. I resonate with I think the goal of the video game is just to love yourself. And if you can love yourself, then you just put down your guard because you're good. And then you can love other people. And then if we all do that, then the world's amazing because we're all just loving each other and loving ourselves. As for my path that you asked me, what have I learned? I don't know, a bunch of stuff. I think if I start talking, then I'll just kind of take the rest of the time, and I don't want to hog the mic, but yeah.
That's amazing. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, no problem.
So that glow and that feeling after that experience or that awareness or that awakening that happens, whether you sit with ayahuasca, sit with mushrooms, a lot of times that wears off, or going into the experience, you're not prepared for it. So that brings me to my next topic about integration. So we talk sometimes about pre-integration, we talk about post-integration, and how we could do certain things in our everyday life to help extend or keep us on the track that we're made aware of. How important is integration in the journey of using plant medicine that is as strong as ayahuasca?
Yeah. To me, it's my favorite part, and I think it's the most important part. But I think that's relative depending on how you experience the medicine and how the medicine relates to you in your life personally. When we go onto the mat, we get these great awarenesses, and these awarenesses can bring us into this place where it's like we've got it all figured out. But then you go home and you have the same triggers coming at you. And you have to figure out how to navigate those triggers. And so that means your habits have to start, they don't have to, but it's a good idea to start changing your habits that are a little more gentle on yourself, gentle on your body, gentle on your mind, gentle on your spirit. Rest more. Integration is not about how hard can you go. It's about how can you take what she's shown you and turn it into a way of life. And so it does ask you to kind of unravel what you've been doing and find new ways to do life. And that is the integration process, and it's ongoing. And so it's not like something you come out of the medicine, you say, I'm going to go integrate. It's how do I use this to change my life? And that is the integration. So yeah, I think it's everything. That's why we go there. is to change our lives. And so if you go there and you don't change your life, what did you go there for? And so, yeah, the mat's 4 hours. Integration is the rest of your life.
Thank you, Lauren.
Will fade. You've spent an entire lifetime building this persona, dragging around all this heaviness, and projecting that into the world. And when you get on a mat and you sit with ayahuasca, sometimes you can have a complete ego dissolution altogether. And you'll see these, as Lauren mentioned, you'll find these profound states of awareness. And you think, well, I got it licked now. And you go back into your daily life, and those same triggers are there, the same people are around, the same situations. And again, if you haven't found a way to apply it, these patterns that you've built over your lifetime, they know how to function. They don't need your help to show up. Just like you don't need help today to ride a bike if you haven't ridden a bike in 10 years. The body remembers. And the body and the emotional patterns and the thought patterns will remember. So no matter how deep your experience is, no matter how much you let go, if you don't find a way to apply this stuff, it will fade, it will become a distant memory, and you can look back and go, remember when I did that thing once and I felt better for a little while. But you'll be back in the same boat, the same rut, fighting the same fights. And most of those battles are internal. Most of them are going to be in our head. And then, of course, you have this head, emotional thing that gets going, and the head feeds the emotions, and the emotion feeds more of the story, and then here we are in this loop. And, I oftentimes during an integration process, I'm trying to tell people to you don't have to do anything new. Just put the shovel down. Just stop digging. And that is often the most difficult part. But if you do apply what you've learned, if you do try any type of integration, pick which one you like. Maybe it's talk integration like Lauren and I offer. Maybe it's just getting out into nature more. Whatever works for you, and these things will change over time, but find a way to apply what you've learned, even if it's incrementally, and your life will forever change for the better.
Thank you, Brad. Tefa?
Yes, integration is crucial for ayahuasca ceremonies. You can drink ayahuasca, and if you don't integrate your ceremony, you most likely are not going to receive all that the medicine is trying to give you and all that yourself has to offer you. We offer preparation so we can guide you in the steps, and for our retreats specifically with ayahuasca, we do pre-retreat calls so we can get you prepared. We talk about the diet and hold you accountable. And for our post-integration, we've created community. Community helps you to maintain the frequency. So we have community gatherings, and we give everyone like a guide for 30 days on maintaining their practices. Practices is what will make you, your yoga, your breath work, things that are internal, not external, like ingesting ayahuasca. Now is your everyday. And looking at your triggers that are going to arise, and now breathing into that trigger and shifting the pattern. Ayahuasca is 40%. 60% you. You do the most of the work. But ayahuasca is known as the medicine that whispers. She speaks. So after you have ingested in your spirit, you're able to have conversations with the sacred medicine who will guide you in the process of integration. And having someone that knows exactly how to hold that frequency and hold you accountable, having a safe space to come back to. And that's why we all create that for the afterwards. Because more here in the United States, it can be difficult to reconnect to nature. You go back, there's TVs, there's phones, there's music, there's loudness, and often all we need is earth and silence and connection. So integration is absolutely crucial for the process.
I agree. And, Chris, you've had some major awakenings and awareness. What is it that you do for your integration besides art? I know art is a huge part of it, but what other things do you do for your personal integration or to keep yourself in balance?
In general, just want to be aware of my thought processes, and at every moment, you're supposed to meditate and sit down and look at your mind or not think at all. I just want to be in always present moment if that's possible. So when you do Aya, you're just kind of getting out of these boxes. You throw a million boxes on yourself, and she takes you out one by one, let's take you out of this box, and now out of this box, and let's cut this chain, and it's never like, okay, and now I'm ready. No, there's always the next box. So then you go back to the video game of life, and you're like, okay, you're playing it, and then you're like operating, and you threw a box on yourself. Hopefully by now, because I've been so, like ayahuasca just shines the light. It's like, oh, look at that box. And then you're playing the video game, and then you threw a box on yourself, or you allow your mind to attack you, or you see a little stick in the gears of your mind that Aya had shown you in visions. So when you see it, you don't like let it affect you anymore. It's like, oh, there's that box, but the box not me. Get out of here, box. Oh, that little stick in the gear of my mind, that's just a virus that got in, some wrong coding that somebody injected to me at age 5, and what can I do? It's there, I can observe it and be like, okay, cool, thank you very much for being there, and you know, I honor you, little stick in my mind, but I'm gonna just let the gears flow into a place where I'm just like chilling and relaxing and self-loving and not fighting myself and not fighting the world. As for integration, I feel like ayahuasca is kind of like skateboarding. You're trying to get a trick, you know, and the trick is to just be chill. Chill with yourself, chill with others, get out of those boxes. So you gotta just practice a lot and trying to get that trick over, and then you finally get it, and when you get the trick, I don't like doing ayahuasca. I don't like going all the way to, you know, the rainforest with the cold showers, and then you get really sick, and I'm like nauseous for hours and throwing up. Like, hey, Aya, I love you, you know, but she lives in me now, and hopefully she can whisper in my ear, and I just gotta like listen to her without having to torture myself in order to listen to her. So I've done a lot less Aya in the last few years. I'm not saying like I'll never do Aya anymore because I'm like enlightened and I know everything. The time will probably come back where I gotta hit the mat more and work on something new, but I also super honor and I'm grateful for the moments where I'm just like, hey, things are good right now. Things are chill. Enjoy it. Don't think that you gotta self-torture yourself to a pulp. You know, pat yourself on the back when things are good too.
That's fantastic. You know, for me, it was like peeling back an onion. I did 4 weekends over the past 2 years, and each one took me from a different place. And, you know, what I found was how to integrate it into my life. I used boxing. So used physical activity, the ability, but I find myself challenged every day. And what I found is those challenges are just new learning experiences for me as well. And, you know, it is a progress. And I feel that as you start working with the medicine more, you find more of a way. I feel like the first time I did it, I wanted to try and control the medicine. And then the second time, I let the medicine control me. And then I finally got to a point where I realized I'm working with the medicine. Not just the medicine, but that's how we walk through our lives. We're working with the environment. We're working with, as opposed to trying to control things or allow things to control us. Being aware and finding that awareness, and then being able to use that. And then when I find these small challenges, that's where it's from. You know, and being able to recognize that, and then being able to choose how I want to react. You know, so integration for me has been extremely, extremely challenging, to say the most. And that's why I went back for so many weekends that I pretty much went every 3 months for a while. Because in the beginning I felt like everything else, like cannabis. You know, give me this and it will work. You know, just like the doctors conditioned us to the medical treatments or the pharmaceuticals, take this pill, take this. And I feel that ayahuasca is much bigger than that, you know, and that we all move through different stages. And I see that there's a stage of awareness and trauma resolution. I see a stage of shadow work, and then also moving into light work and how we can use this to improve our lives. With that being said, how do you see that it's improving your lives?
I could literally talk about that forever. The biggest thing that I think, maybe I'll just go with where I'm at right now, is I'm all caught up. And what I mean by that is we go to the mat and we're trying to catch up on these past traumas. And we're trying to figure out how to heal these wounds that we've been carrying around for a long time. And through the process, you start healing things one by one. But if you continue the process, at some point you catch up. And then you get to begin to heal in real time. And to me, that's been the biggest thing, is that when I'm going through something challenging, I don't have to carry it with me. I know how to do it right now, instead of let it stick and let it create more trauma, let it create more disease within my body. And so that's the biggest improvement, is healing in real time and not carrying any baggage with me.
Wow. And the tools that you're developing allow that. Brad?
Yeah, so I'll piggyback on what Lauren's saying here, because something I want to point out is that the goal for sitting with ayahuasca is to not get really good at sitting with ayahuasca. The goal with ayahuasca is to come to a point where you no longer need medicine and you can start to do that healing in real time. Essentially, you see all the patterns doing what they're doing inside of you, and before the trauma is created, you just watch it pass, right? This too shall pass. I think Buddha said something like that. You watch the emotions come and they go. You watch the thought patterns come and they go, and you no longer cling to them. Now, that's not to say that Brad is healed and I'm in some kind of enlightened state. No, this thing still thinks it's a character. It still believes itself to be Brad. So the ego structure just gets more sneaky, It starts to attach in different areas. I still go through all the stuff. But when you start to cultivate deeper states of awareness and you sit with things like ayahuasca to do the cultivation of that awareness, then as life starts to move forward, and especially the big moments, even when you haven't been on a mat for 6 months or maybe a year, there's not that clinging to it. And there is that healing in real time. There's the recognition of, oh, this is a pattern. If I continue into this, this is going to create suffering. It's going to kind of hurt. So I choose not to. Watch it come and watch it go. And then when it's time to get back on the mat, you will get a call. Ayahuasca damn near picks up the phone and says, hey, it's time. You get the calling. And so when you get that call, I'd suggest you listen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Who are you going to call?
Tefa?
Yes, I have seen major improvements. When I first started sitting with the medicine, it was being able to deal with big emotions, changes in my life, being able to regulate my nervous system with grace and ease. I saw a huge improvement on how my brain works. I believe that my brain works like 1,000 times better than it has ever. And I have 2 children, 2 dogs, and a whole community, and things flow every day with love and grace. I'm very heart-centered. I feel my heart very open. Move the energy from my mind down into my heart. And it also connected me to other humans. She does this calling on everybody in the space, and we get to activate what it is, the sacred family energy, where we are family with all that is, and all of us are one. And we really feel that oneness with the medicine in our real life. And I feel like that's so important because it takes it out of the etheric. Many people go to ayahuasca to feel that oneness, but then you come here and you integrate it and you realize that we're actually all just one.
Oh, yeah. Chris, would you like to add anything?
Of course. Yeah, lots of benefits for sure. For me, mostly it's perspective of what is reality. From going into that space where you stop being the ego, mind, avatar, human, and then you like melt into the oneness consciousness of reality. The message that has come to me many times is that I'm just playing a video game right now, but in reality, I'm like, I and all of us are just God and God just wanted to play a video game that's super realistic as all of us, fractalized. So then when you see it like that, it's like, I'm just God playing a game. Good, bad, different variables, you know. At the end of the day, I'm in the hand of all creation, and I am eternity and endless love. And actually, the video game already ended long time ago. Like, I already got out of time and space and high-fived myself and thanked myself for becoming a hurting human and everybody else. But there's no losing the video game because it's like it's a safe place of consciousness. So with that perspective, then I'm just like, cool, let's have fun. I'm just God humaning. Like, how can we, like, you know, make it nicer for other people? How can we spread the vibes? And once again, if we're like truly an emptiness manifesting as physicality, having that perspective makes you vibrate differently. And from that vibration, then you start manifesting more beautiful things. And like just spreading the good vibe for everybody would be like amazing, right? I don't like seeing people suffer. I don't like to suffer, and then I feel empathy for others who suffer. So I don't know. I guess like that's a fun video game to have. Like, let's raise the vibe together.
I love it. I love it. Well, we got a little bit more time, and what I'd like to do is open up the panel for questions from the audience. Is anybody here considering taking an ayahuasca journey that would like to ask a question?
Thank all of you. I am relatively new on the journey of plant medicine, and I'm going to put you on the spot. Should I go down the path of psilocybin, or shall I go down the path of ayahuasca, and pros, cons, in terms of someone really wanting to go into a deep healing experience and grow from this very intentionally? Thank you.
I have a question. Why do you think there's only one path?
Yes, there is many ways to get to the center of your center. It's really important to feel into your intuition, into your call. We're talking here about the call of the medicine. It's like a feeling where you know where you're going. You kind of just let your body lead you into the medicine that is calling you. Because right now you're trying to choose from here. But if you drop here, then that heart will guide you to the exact plant that you need. And if it's ayahuasca, well, it's a little bit stronger on the purgative side. Mushrooms don't make you purge so much. It's a different kind of frequency. In our tradition, mushrooms are seen and known as niños santos, which is the saint children. They're more like an inner child kind of energy versus ayahuasca, a grandmother essence. She is going to be a little bit more stern, a little bit more structuring where she's going to take you and she's going to lead you into those spaces, and it's a physical response for many hours. But you have to ask yourself into your heart, where is my heart calling me? And that's where you should go. After understanding all the knowledge, here is really where your choice should be coming from.
That was such a great description. I learn more under ayahuasca, and I feel I play more under mushrooms. If that makes sense. And it's because my inner child does come out through mushrooms. But Jody?
Hi, my name's Jody James, and despite the jacket, I didn't necessarily get stuck at cannabis. There are lots and lots of paths. I am kind of anti-cult of personality, right? So I want to be careful. When I make the decision to get involved with ayahuasca, how do you judge the person who gives you the medicine? Don't take candy from strangers. How do I find a safe therapeutic place to explore this?
Great question.
I'll jump in on that one. So just like any plant medicine at all, you want to have some idea of who you're sitting with. Reputation is important in these spaces. In the States, there are several places you can get involved. There are road shamans as well. But do your research up front as to who you're going to be sitting with and ask questions about the medicine itself. Where was it made? Was it made local? Was it made on site? Did you buy it from someone? Is there going to be medical staff on hand? Do I even get checked in? Do you want to know what medications I'm taking or have been taking? So you want to be very upfront and honest with the person serving you ayahuasca as to where you are in your journey, especially physically, what you're ingesting, what type of food you're eating, what type of supplements you're on. But I would be very open to digging deep on the questions as to how long have you done this? How many people have sat with you? How much medicine have you served? Where is that medicine made? And are there any questions that I'm not asking that I should be asking? Yes? Absolutely. I think that's a great idea. Absolutely. Yeah. Again, the closer you can get to anybody who's journeyed with the individual that is serving you the medicine, I think that's a wonderful way to kind of protect yourself, because ayahuasca, I jokingly say it's the big kid's ride. You know, you have to be this tall to ride this ride because it's going to take a lot of courage. It's a very intense type of medicine, as you were mentioning. What did you say, little niños? What is it? Niños Santos, right? Like mushrooms are gentle by comparison. Not that you can't have phenomenal breakthroughs, but ayahuasca is a very intense journey, and you do absolutely want to be honest up front, and you want to ask as many questions as possible before you go sit with anyone, for sure.
Great question, Jody. Great question. We have one more over here.
Hi, quick question. What did all of you guys have for breakfast this morning? And red pill or blue pill, and why? And then I'll say my answer.
I had boiled eggs and vegetables, 2 coffees. Yeah, and the red pill is the one that shows you the truth, right? So yeah, red pill.
Is the red pill the truth? Is that? Oh, okay. So we're just picking colors. I want to do the truth, if that's. Yeah.
I had water and tea for breakfast and red pill. Sure.
By the way, I had yogurt and coffee.
I had some watermelon in a shake drink.
Yay! And red or blue? Red or blue pill?
I like both pills.
My answer to the red pill, blue pill is purple.
Funny.
Thank you. I had an egg burrito, a mushroom coffee, and some other stuff. All right, we got another question from here.
Hi. Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Kelly. Can you hold that? I really enjoyed what you said about the objective of ayahuasca isn't to become really good at sitting with ayahuasca. It's eventually to not need the medicine. And so I think there's this tendency that I've seen in the psychedelic space to lean into the medicine as any other crutch. So like I've sat with Aya 47 times and I have this, that kind of speech that people give. And I have a difficult time having conversations with those people in a way that's like productive or that guides them back into a space of understanding that it is indeed medicine and it's not like this, it's not necessarily meant to be this super consistent part of your life that you're using all the time. So how do you work with people that are in that space to optimize or change their relationship with the medicine back to how it's intended?
That's a good question. So I think part of the challenge with when you meet people that have had 40, 50, 60, journeys. I have a friend that sat for 36 weekends, which is 3 drinks a weekend. So do the math on that. It's over 100 sits on the mat. And sometimes the challenge is not that they're doing it for the wrong reason. It's that they may have put down this baggage and then that baggage and then these bad memories and these patterns, but they haven't ever fully let go. So they always have this sense, or I shouldn't say always, but they often have this sense of there's something more to learn. And they keep kind of missing that early left turn where if you just completely let go, like all the way let go of the sound of your name, who you think you are, control of anything, And then when you experience oneness, like Chris was talking about earlier, and you recognize that you are the eternal showing up in this little human skin suit to pretend I'm Brad, you know, once you see that, the quest is really over. And at that point, the seeker energy kind of fades away. But until that time where somebody lets go into the abyss, they are going to seek. And there's not a whole lot you can do to turn off their seeking behavior. Whether they're seeking on an ayahuasca mat, they're sitting in hours worth of meditation or yoga, they are going to seek until they stop doing the task of being the seeker. Yeah.
I saw it like it was my job, you know, and I came into this space from coaching people on how to run their businesses better and be more competitive. So it was very difficult for me to change that philosophy of goal-oriented to intention-oriented, you know, and it took me time. I was therapy resistant for many, many years, many years. But it wasn't until I was able to actually see that myself. So, yeah.
I wanted
great
to add a little something too, is that anybody who builds a relationship with ayahuasca has a very personal relationship with ayahuasca. And so she is more powerful than any one of us sitting here, in the essence of we have a lot of resistance and a lot of limitations. And so to look at somebody and to judge their path and how many times they sit on the mat, or to say I have a hard time engaging with those people, maybe there's something there to look at and say, why am I having a hard time engaging with these people who are actually building their relationship with the medicine? And if she needs to put them in place, she will, you know.
Takes time.
I want to add something to that. So I've never wanted to do like ayahuasca as a beer chugging competition. But being from Peru, and I had a Peruvian shaman, so he's your classic Peruvian macho dude, and you know, he'd be kind and gentle and love me too, but when that second cup would come and I'd be like, I don't know, man, he'd be like, nah, mariconadas, you know, so straight up be like, don't be gay, take your second cup, you know, like, you know, be strong, and I'm like, okay, cool, which is good, you know, you gotta kind of like be brave and take the next step and go a little bit deeper, even though it's a little bit scary. But then you can be like, okay, well, how deep does it go? And to me, there's been opportunities where I went too deep, and it almost short circuits you. And I realized I couldn't be like, you know, flipping a coin on my consciousness, and what if it falls on the wrong side, and then for the rest of my life, I'm a little bit like tweaked, you know, in a wrong way, which has happened in my family. So certainly I always want to like respect the medicines and not treat it as like, you know, how hard it can go, how much more wisdom can I get, you know, it's not like, you know, you want to self-improve out of love, not out of some kind of like ego competition of how, you know, wise you can become. And yeah.
And those are the things we're taught. Those are the things that we're taught. Those are the lessons. Pablo, one of our Canna warriors.
Right. Ladies first. I'm going to let her go first.
So I just have a question about the idea of microdosing after a journey. So I've done that with mushrooms, and that perpetuates the journey. And I did that one time after Aya. I was blessed with having some extra. And so I microdosed it over like 4 days afterwards. And it felt like really deeply integrating. It felt like I would jump back into little spots of importance and gather more information. Because like you were saying, when you take too much, you lose the ability to be, it's like you're drunk and wasted, you know, you lose ability. But when you take just enough, or even a microdose, you work with her. So I've never heard any shamans offer microdosing, but I found it to be really beneficial, so I wanted to ask.
I got no experience with that.
In the traditional sense, we come into having the connection with the medicine, and it's that strong, you're out of the control of it, because that's where you're open and fully your subconscious, and you're not being able to hold anything back. So this ceremonial experiences, deep ceremonial experiences are very important for us to not be like, well, I just put my toe in and then see what happens, and you're not allowing yourself to be released and transformed by the power of this medicine. After you have drank the medicine and you have gone into those spaces, the microdosing can really hold you more if you're experiencing like depression, anxiety, suicidal behavior. Just a little bit before you're going to sleep. And of course, you should know who made the medicine and where is the medicine coming from and who's praying over your medicine, because their prayers are going to be with you. But we have seen it very, very good. We do 30-day processes where you're microdose for 30 days afterwards.
There's something there, and if you know, then you know. If you haven't sat with her yet, then when you get an opportunity to, you'll understand what I'm talking about. But once you've kind of opened these channels into these other realms and the communication with Mother Ayahuasca, if you then start a microdosing regimen, and you can even just do tincture. You don't have to actually have the ayahuasca brew. You could do ayahuasca vine tincture, and there's lots of places you can get that as well. But it keeps that line of communication open a little bit longer. And as I mentioned earlier, again, we're not trying to get good at ayahuasca, but if you keep that line of communication open long enough, you will eventually dissolve into the abyss and become one with all things and outside of time and space. And I don't want to say game over, because Chris keeps referring to it as a game. It kind of is a game. But at that point, seeking kind of ends anyway. But if you're still at a certain point in your path and you feel like microdosing is useful, I would say absolutely lean into it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Just want to say thank you so much for being up here and sharing your knowledge and wisdom. For you guiding people on this amazing journey is just incredible. So I'm 1620 Marine, aka Pablo. 21 years ago, I led Marines into battle in Nasiriyah, and we lost 13 Marines that day. So my biggest fear about using ayahuasca is I've been on a healing journey for the last 21 years, using cannabis, psilocybin, coffee, all types of plant medicines. My biggest fear with ayahuasca is I want to enjoy the healing benefits of ayahuasca, but my biggest fear is I don't want the war and all those traumas in my past to interfere with that healing. And my second question is, does ayahuasca give me the consciousness to really make peace with my journey in war? And this is for a lot of veterans as well, too. We have that fear about, we don't want to go back into that low vibration, that low frequency. Mm-hmm. So that's my biggest fear, is I don't want to get stuck in that low frequency anymore. And I guess this is the third one, and I don't know, maybe Chris, right? Maybe you could, if you use ayahuasca, are you able to communicate or connect with people you've lost in this life, in that realm, in that world? I would really love to know if that's a possibility. Thank you.
I'll step in. As far as going into your journey and being fearful of facing some of the things you've already faced in real life, that's kind of the path, is that we have to go back in and face the darkness, but the medicine gives you the ability to face it from a new perspective, from a higher perspective. And that's where the healing comes in, is whenever you're willing to look at it, but from the new lens. And you go all the way through the journey, and then you will get that celebration. But what tends to happen is why we see a lot of people on the mat 47, 87 times, is that resistant comes in and says, no, 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 I don't want to look at this. But the only way out is through, means you have to go through. And the through looks like worse. It's almost like if you want to deep clean your house. And let's start in the kitchen. You got to pull everything out of the cabinets. And you got to look at it, you got to see what's going on, and then you can put it back in a prettier way. But for a while, it looks a lot messier when you're pulling all the things out of the cabinets. That's what this journey can be. And so there is no way to say you're just going to have love and light. That's just not what life is, and that's not the experience that this is. But if you want to get to the light, you have to be willing to look at your darkness from the new place that you're currently in and from the place that the medicine can give you. And for me, she like wraps her arms around me and she like it's just like a hug through all of the things she has to take me through. And that's maybe what was missing every time I was struggling before. And so then I can look at it from a new place. And so you will likely experience going through many of the things that you don't want to go through, but your resistance to them keeps you from the healing of them. And so that's my piece on that.
Thank you, Lauren. We are getting close to the end of our time right now. Do you guys have anything you want to add before we wrap it up?
Yeah, I would like to just touch on what you said and respond to your question. We work with a lot of veterans. My husband is a veteran. He's right back there. You can talk to him. We've seen the ability of being able to resolve these traumas that happened while you were in service through the medicine, and detoxifying your system of the old and being able to look at yourself of who you are now and how many wonderful things you have now and the ability that you'll have to also share that power that you gain from those lessons there. And also, yes, ayahuasca is able to connect you into the heavens, into the death realms, and being able to look at death a little bit different and understand their path and your own path as a spirit, here embodied in a human body. But there's so much more in that eternal connection with all of those that you might have lost physically, but they're still right there with you.
Yeah. I have a weird relationship with death because death doesn't bum me out, and that bums out people who are bummed out by death, which is everybody. It's like, you gotta feel like me. It's just like, once you get out of this, the video game, if we wanna call it that, it's just eternity, infinity, love, light, bliss. It's really nice on the other side of reality. It's not like this bad thing that happened. It's like, wow, they got absolved from the suffering reality of being a human. I feel, in my personal belief, everything has a purpose, everything has meaning. Those people chose to go through that experience in that lifetime, and you were a character in that, and you shouldn't carry the weight of it, I don't feel. I could probably put you in touch with them. I've danced with my grandmother on that side. It was great. I usually work with psychics to communicate more clearly with words. With people on the other side, but yeah, everything's okay.
I've been able to connect with the other side as well, with my great-grandfather and my mom. So it's an amazing, amazing, amazing medicine. I want to thank you guys, everyone, for being here today. In the back of the room, I have a number of books on ayahuasca. I have a journal on ayahuasca. I have Brad and Lauren's card, which you can use to get in touch with them on their integration. You guys are driving back tonight, right? So they're going to be going back. But Tefa, how can we get in touch with you?
Our booth is right outside in the Healing Village. We're with Pachamama Munai. I can also bring my business cards to you over here, but if you walk around, we're right in the back. You can learn about the medicines there. We're there to connect you into anything that you would like to know about us.
And you're here doing your artwork, right, Chris?
I'm the last desk down the hall, and I got my brand new book, Shamanic Journey. It's 256 pages of art and plant medicine stories, if you'd like to check it out.
If you haven't seen his art, I highly suggest going and taking a look. Again, I have some info in the back at the table. Our next panel is on entrepreneurship in this space, but thank you all so much for coming out today. Okay, perfect.
Did you get yourself? Good. Yeah, nice to do a panel. Yeah, were you at...
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Fireflies, I probably saw you at Fireflies.
Oh, thank you.
Fireflies, Zen Awakening. Good job.
Yes.
Test, test. Test, 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 test.
Okay, we're going to be starting our Entrepreneurship in the Psychedelic Space panel in a few moments. We're just waiting for a few of our other speakers to get here. Mama Dose. Who else is on? Yeah, there's supposed to be 4. Mark and Michelle are not here. Yeah, I think so. There was Mark and Michelle, Mama Dose, Scotty G, Derek from the IP law firm, and Chris. How you doing? Derek, Al, good to meet you. I'm Tom Quigley. Yeah. So, want to jump right up? All right, and then I have one more person, Scott G. Hey, I'm doing a panel on entrepreneurship in the space. I had 2 people bail out. Do you guys want to jump on? One of you?
I will, because one of us, we don't have any backup, so
Perfect.
She'll
stay
'cause
here?
I'm not going to speak at 6 when she's up.
Okay, perfect.
I can totally talk about entrepreneurship right
Perfect.
now.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Hey, Jordan. You calling me?
Me too.
Oh.
I actually didn't really talk to anybody, but same thing with if I've actually had booze before, and I just feel like you're tied down and you can't really, Christian, nice to meet you. I'm Derek. Darren, nice to meet you. Derek. Yeah. Nice to meet you. I just got press game.
I got gamed into the biohacking one.
It looked really good, but I was doing the this. I think it was good.
It was, yeah, right. I mean, I was like, I'm not a doctor, right?
All right. Yep. You want to sit in it? Perfect. Right there at the last table, last seat. There you go. All right. So we're running a little bit behind today. Again, we're on, I guess, cannabis time, psychedelic time. They call it sometimes jungle time when we're in ceremony. But I'd like to welcome everybody to Entrepreneurship in Psychedelics. So with that being said, I'd like to go through our panel and have everybody introduce themselves, a little bit about their business, and then we're going to dig into some of the challenges with creating a business wrapped around a growing industry in psychedelics. Chris?
Yeah, I'm Christian Rasmussen. I own MN Nice Botanicals. We're the largest importer, retailer, distributor of Amanita muscaria in the world. That's what we do. And a handful of other compounds and plants.
My name is Derek Fahey. I'm an intellectual property and patent attorney with the Plus IP firm. We have offices in Florida
in New York, and we help businesses monetize their brands, innovations, and that's it.
My name is John Heemstra. I'm the co-founder of Rockstar Blends with my lovely wife Heather, who are right outside the door. And I am a digital business builder. And I stopped doing it for a day job, and now I do it just for Heather. But how to put together all of the things you need to reach an audience digitally, websites, graphics, performance, that's all what I could bring to the conversation.
And I'm, I'm Rico Sostre, Rico from Puerto Rico. I like to introduce myself as. Also in the growth consultant, team management, personal development, helping with Bliss grow obviously their brand, getting new stores, but it's obviously an interesting market to be in with all of the legalities and the politics and what's going on. So it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
Excellent, thank you. And as you can see by the booths that are here today with the different products, the business of psychedelics is growing. We have new brands, we have products, we have services that are addressing something that in many cases is federally illegal still. So my first question is, to build your brand and your product, what are some of the legal challenges that you have to overcome, starting with Christian?
Yeah, so I'm in a legal space fully, except for Louisiana, so it's a little bit different. However, I got raided on November 1st of last year, which was right before Cannadelic, and so regardless of the legality, there are still things to overcome and things to work through. But yeah, really, I'm in the legal space, so yeah.
I guess with the laws changing all the time. So Derek, I know you see a lot of clients that are trademarking, patenting new processes. What do you see as some of the things that they have to overcome to maybe bring their brand into existence?
Yeah, one of the first things is with branding, just like even if it's cannabis or some sort of psychedelic, one of the biggest challenges you're going to find out is when you're building a brand, you want to make sure you're not going to infringe on somebody else's brand. People spend a lot of money, energy, and time building a brand and investing in the brand. So the first thing people will want to do is make sure that the brand is available. They have to do a search to see if it's available so they don't have any legal issues, because the last thing you want to do is spend money, time, and energy developing a brand, and then you can't protect it. And then in the cannabis space and psychedelic space, you can't actually register your brands. You have to be creative about it. So you can prevent other people from advertising about the products. You can't protect the product itself, but you can prevent people from advertising on Instagram. You can protect people from using photos of the products. So that's how we protect it. There's different ways we can do that. But those are the two biggest things. If someone is going to be infringing on the brand or your brand, and the second way is how can you enforce it or act as a shield to stop people from preventing you from using your own brand. So.
And John, I know you have a brand that you've been building now for a number of years, and tell us a little bit about some of the hoops you might have had to jump through to get it to market.
Sure. Like Christian, we operate in a technically legal space because we're non-psychoactive, we're not psychedelics, and we're a topical product. So you'd think, okay, you guys got it easy. But because anything that is made with any of these original substances is still shaky in the banking industry, you have to watch what you say and how you present and how you craft your brand, what you get known for, or else you can run afoul of, two guardrails. One is the FDA, which has pretty strict written rules about what you can say and not say about health benefits depending on circumstances, and Derek's probably really expert about all the details here, but I know enough that if you make a claim that you treat or cure any kind of disease or ailment and you don't have it approved by the FDA, you just destroyed your brand. You're done. Now, the enforcement's erratic, but do you really want to build a brand and then take that risk that eventually it'll get enforced and destroy everything you built? more to your immediate development needs is if you are skirting the law on how you present yourself, e-commerce merchant people that you desperately need to process your credit cards will run away screaming because they will be concerned about covering themselves from the FDA. So that would, I say, the biggest thing is how you write and speak and what you say in your videos and all the different kind of content you create, especially being a digital guy. If you have a lot of stuff out in your digital footprint that makes claims that irritates the FDA, you're going to open your future success up to a world of them taking it back.
So being very intentional with your marketing, branding.
And that's
links.
before the creative part. This is just like literally thinking about what you say about your products before you even build an image or build, like, we have fortunately a distinct brand. People remember it because we did our own thing and I worked in ad agencies. And that's, on a creative side, what you want is make something memorable, unique, that is difficult to copy, difficult just by nature of it, because, it's distinct. But even that work, no matter how brilliant your creative work is, can be destroyed by running afoul of the language issues. So I was like, that's the number one thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's somewhat easy to sidestep that as far as like not. I mean, you can say things like customers report so-and-so, or anecdotally it seems this, but yeah, you just have to be very intentional about what you're saying. And then the banking is screwed. I mean, the banking is unbelievably difficult. The only reason that, like for a purely Amanita vendor, the only reason we're able to get banking is because of a high volume. So people coming into the space, it's unbelievably difficult and it's unbelievably messed up. But banks have their own risk tolerance, and they can kind of do whatever they want regardless of the legality of the situation. So it's tricky for sure.
So even working with legal products, there's a lot of hoops and a lot of misunderstanding in the space that we're in, so to speak. Rico, I know Bliss Market has been evolving their brand and really getting out there with the branding, with the colors, with the messaging. What have you found has either been challenging for you guys, or on the other side of it, been useful for you guys to use to attract consumers to understand what it is that you guys are all about?
Well, to kind of echo what you were saying earlier about the branding, the marketing, right? You have to imagine that, alcohol, cannabis, any of these products, they speak to a wide variety of consumers, right? So you've got doctors that might use, right? You might have lawyers that might, you have the blue collar people that might, right? You have a whole wide range, a variety of people that are looking. You go out, walk into a store, and the feeling of the store will tell you everything about the context or the environment or the vision, right, of the original entrepreneur. I think when we're talking with business, it's very easy to get into the technicalities and the legalities, right? What it boils down to is, what's your vision? What's your purpose? What's your passion? And then how are you going to use this as a platform to speak that to the world, right? And if I'm so passionate about that, and it's like a board game, right? You can't play Monopoly unless you know the rules of the game. You can't just make up your own rules and roll twice, right? There's rules, there's things that you have to do. So this is just a big game, right? Business is a big game. If we want to make it in this industry, we just have to play by the rules, right? And I got a vision to impact the world. It's going to take something bigger. It's going to take us stretching outside of what we're afraid to see. And it's also about people who are intentional about the product, right? Like, we're speaking to a consumer market who really needs this kind of medicine for their own purpose, for their own reasons.
Okay, I guess this question is for Christian. So you are probably one of the largest importers of Amanita, largest distributors. What was the spark that caused you to build a business around Amanita, and how has that changed from the moment you thought about it to where you are today?
Well, I mean, Amanita. So I was getting off benzodiazepines. I was on Klonopin for 12 years. Getting off. I was a year off of them entirely, and still in awful withdrawal. It's really brain damage at that point. I had maybe healed 5 to 10%. It felt like at that point in time, and I found some Amanita growing, and it was the most magnetic heart pull towards a substance that I'd ever felt. Long story to it, but the short version is I ended up microdosing, and within a couple weeks I was like 70–80% back to normal, which was unbelievably miraculous to me. Nobody was doing this in the States, so we decided to start scaling it up and selling. it's changed drastically. I mean, the initial impetus was to help people get off benzodiazepines, get off alcohol. That was the big two that was really my interest. However, it's morphed into so much, considering it's such a potent and powerful plant medicine, and we're still learning. We're still learning as we go. We're learning all of these unbelievable efficacies. But yeah, I mean, it started because it literally saved my life, and nobody was doing it, and there was a big potential market for it. The problem is the education aspect of it. I mean, Amanita gets a bad rap. It is poisonous if you pick it from the ground and eat it. There's not many, like, you need to prepare it properly. There weren't many positive stories about it initially, and nowadays we're up against the industry, the smoke shop industry, of guys that put 4-ACO DMT or other random tryptamine analogs into Amanita products and sell them in smoke shops, which has been, that's another big hurdle that we're having to deal with is the current state of the people that are really in the business to get people fucked up, which is what a lot of these guys do. And it's been tricky. We just saw that Diamond Shrooms bars killed somebody. It says there's 4-ACO DMT in them and some kavalactones. They market it as Amanita. All of the news stations are saying that it's muscimol, which is one of the compounds in Amanita. Certainly not muscimol. So yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like I'm at war in a sense. But I don't want to fight, but here we are.
Yeah, it's confusing to the average people that are learning about this, and that's why, brands and earning the trust of their consumers is very, very important moving forward. Derek, I know you see a lot of trademarks, a lot of IPs. Some of the companies that are coming to you, what do you see as maybe some of the core mistakes that they're making in crafting their brand, or before they even get to the point of that they want to protect it?
The biggest mistake that I see, in not just cannabis, but in other industries as well, is starting the brand before determining if there's somebody else out there already doing the brand name. It happens a lot. I make a living dealing with that. People will come up with a brand, they start making money, and then they get a bad review that was actually meant for somebody else. And then that's how the parties find out about each other, is they're getting reviews on the wrong page. And then there's a lawsuit. And because people spend so much money on brands and developing that consistent, to Rico's point about having a consistent, being intentional in your brand, people spend so much time, money, and energy developing that consistent, branding, messaging, people recognizing the quality, that the biggest mistake is going to be not making sure that the brand is clear before you actually start building the brand. That's what I see the biggest mistake, and only in the branding side of things. Yeah.
Interesting. And John, as you've been building your brand, what have you seen as your core customer base? What are the people that are seeking out Rockstar?
Okay, so that's really interesting. But first I have to say that I really liked what Rico said about vision. That's the most compelling thing about, having worked as an ad guy on other people's stuff. If there's no vision, it's going through the motions. So having a vision is key. It's so important. But your question to us about Rockstar is interesting because as a quick bit of history, we launched this as a business with a vision in 2018, and by 2019 we were doing really large events like this to pitch it, Indie Beauty in New York and international estheticians, this sort of thing. And COVID came along a few months after our investments and success and just pretty much ruined our entrepreneurial efforts. We had all this money invested and we couldn't recoup it. We had no way to sell the product. Physical therapists, massage therapists, nobody had any clients, no events, literally nothing. We're okay. So your question was, why do people, who is the core client? We had people who continued to buy from us for 2 years while we could not take credit cards, did no live events, sent no emails, did no social media, anything, literally nothing. And people kept ordering Venmo, paper checks when they came to Sarasota for spring break. It was crazy. And the people that were getting the most value consistently were women, and mostly women dealing with challenges revolving around their sex life, their stage in the journey of menopause, and their challenges with their partners because their body didn't want to do what their mind did. So we were able to identify all of that as the reason to restart our efforts last year, which is when we first met Tom and first did the first Cannadelic, and meeting all kinds of people who are interested in plant-based medicines for a wider range of people than that. But that's the core market. And those are the people we're trying to refine our message for now. I'll confess, partly to please potential investors, because they want to know who cares and what the potential is for growth. So if you want to build a business, one of the most important things that goes with this conversation we haven't touched on yet is identifying who wants your product and do they have any money. So fortunately, most people going through menopause are Gen Xers, and we tend to have a little bit more money than people starting out in the world these days because the world isn't really fair to them. So, there you go.
Excellent. Enrico, this question is for you. You know, with all the different products and brands that are coming out, you see them in every smoke shop, you see it at every market. What is Bliss doing to separate themselves from the pack, so to speak, and, you know, build their individuality apart from the mass exodus of products that are now on the market?
Great question. I think that's one of the things that I found very intriguing about this team when I joined the team and how they're approaching the market. We do manufacture our own products and we do label our own products. So it's not simply a white labeling and a retail. It does reduce a lot of that white labeling costs, right? So it allows us to be a little bit more profitable on the back end as a company. It allows us to be more flexible. But for what it's worth, most of our I guess volume is going to be coming from events. We don't have as big of a foot traffic in our store. It might be a storefront location thing. We're looking at a place maybe in South Tampa that has more foot traffic right now to expand. But ultimately, we have to just kind of buckle down on our strengths, right? And wherever that is for us, it's definitely manufacturing, reducing costs there. And if you notice the way that we set up our events, when we go out to venues, we stand out. Right, we stand out. We're very loud, but in a fun way, So I think that's what makes us different, and I'm proud to represent them for sure.
Excellent, excellent. And I have noticed that. I have noticed it, and I admire how you guys stepped out of the brick and mortar to get out there and find more people that you could communicate with. Christian, what do you do to build trust between your distributors, your partners? To know that what you're bringing in is safe, reliable, and what they're looking for?
Yeah, I mean, transparency is huge, personability is huge, that personal connection. We'll focus on the consumer side and then the sales side here locally first, or in the States or across the world. But yeah, that personability really, really goes a long way. When people are purchasing from the website or from MN Nice, they're purchasing from me, which I think is really, really helpful. It's not just a faceless entity. And I think particularly in this space, it's such a personal space, plant medicines, that really, really goes a long way. As far as sourcing, that's a whole nother can of worms, particularly when you're importing mushrooms from, areas that could be radioactive or could have high concentrations of heavy metals. I've kind of gotten it down to a bit of a system at this point, but I'll say in the beginning I bought an obscene amount of test kilos, which we had to send out to testing and test internally. There's just there was a lot of trial and error in the early days, and I think that's going to be consistent with any business. One of the things that I've learned a lot as I move forward with this, and I've kind of stepped out of the way a little bit, and I've allowed the energy flowing or where the mushroom wants to go to bring me to where we need to go. When I've tried to reach and I've tried to grasp, things always fall apart. I mentioned the raid earlier. I just happened to be grasping at certain things at that point in time in the business's life cycle. And then in doing that, there's been forged a trust and connection to myself and my intuition as I move forward with expansion or with sourcing in different areas. But yeah, I mean, it's a meticulous process in the end, for sure.
Process that we all are familiar with, jumping through the hoops of being able to build an airplane while we're flying it, so to speak. Derek, I know that we just saw a big raid in New York at a cannabis facility where they had their own printing presses in there, and they were printing labels that had Skittles and California logos. I don't know if anybody else had seen that happened. What is it that consumers should look for when they see products? Because we see parody products like Skittles and Nerds Ropes and things like that in packaging that we know can't be true. So what should consumers that are looking to use these products when they're out at markets, when they see those type of products, what should they really be looking for?
Well, I'll just say one word is consistency, right? You know, we talked about Bliss. I bought some of your products, and it's all about consistency. So when you're building a brand, you want to have consistency in the product, but also in the branding itself. So when you purchase, for example, if you think of famous brands like Neiman Marcus, Brooks Brothers, when you think of those brands, you think of a certain quality. When you think of Walmart, you think of a different type of quality. So what type of quality do you want your brand to be associated with? Now, for example, Bliss, they have different, what's called trade dress, which you see certain, their booths look a certain way, they do things a certain way. The consistency in the branding is important. Now, as far as using, the Nerds and Skittles, the reason why all those raids were taken down was because those brands are owned by somebody else. So, you can't, if you're selling cannabis or some sort of psychedelic compound, you can't use Skittles, or Fruity Pebbles is a famous one as well, because that's somebody else's brand. And also, that could also be an issue with the people under the age of 18, because you could be marketing to people that are of that age. So I don't know if it's a bad product per se, but the reason why they got rated is because it's one, could be potentially marketing to people under age, and secondly, they don't own those brands. Skittles is owned by, I think, Mars or something like that. So I think the one word is consistency.
Yeah, we saw that a while ago with a brand called Hashies out in California, where they were infringing on Hershey's. We've seen that with other brands popping out, obviously the Skittles, and even counterfeit versions of cookies that are out there, and packaging that you could buy on the internet. So, my advice to people is do your due diligence, on products. If they look like they aren't what they should be, there's a good chance that what's in that package may not be what it should be as well. So consumer safety, looking at, is it tested, where's it sourced, and how is the brand standing behind it? Does it have an address? Does it have a phone number? Does it have all these telltale signs of that it's a real brand, and not just a product that's thrown in a bag to sell and make some money? So I think we covered a number of things here this afternoon. I'd like to open it up to questions. Anybody that is wanting to build a brand or a product or a business in the space? Yes?
Hi, my question is for you, Christian, because you enlightened me on a product that I didn't even know existed, or the benefits of it, and you shared that you feel like you're in war, and then you said, I don't want to fight, which means that you need some support, and there have been panels about spirituality, so you understand that when you're in a fight for humanity, that's how you feel, because that's what's happening. So I just wanted to know, what does support look like for you right now, if you could get the exact support that you wanted?
Yeah, that's a fun question. I mean, to be clear, I'm ready to fight, but I don't want to fight. Like if I have to fight, I'll fight. Support comes from, internal support is a big thing, right? So like my own practices, my own spirituality, support from family, from friends, from great employees, from great business partners, and then support comes from the customer base as well. I've said time and time again, I feel like we have the most loyal customer base in human history, because these are, like if you get off of, all right, well, yeah, I won't get into all this stuff, but like, you know, people's lives are being completely changed. And I think that that's really consistent in this entire industry. So support oftentimes comes from the people that we're selling to or we're working with, but that support is sometimes needing like a bridge. So one of the things that we're really focusing on is building that bridge so that our consumer base or the people whose lives have been changed by this medicine can grow their voice as well. And then, well, you know, the intention is to, you know, if we're at war, we're creating an army, and all of us are involved in the army. So that's the real support that I'm interested in. But yeah, that's a cool question. Thanks.
Any other questions? You know, we have a lot of good actors in this space, but unfortunately we do have a lot of bad actors in the space as well. So, you know, my point of advice is trust but verify. You know, look for the people that are brave enough to get up here and sit on a stage and tell you what they're doing. And then if you have an entrepreneurial, you know, aspiration to be able to go into and build a business around what's happening, we have an evolving industry in psychedelics, and everybody up here on the panel has adapted their abilities to be able to build an entrepreneurial business in this. I have one more question over here. State your name.
I'm Ron. It seems to me that you're a cottage industry. So what's the name of your organization? It's the National Association of...
What, can you say that again? Sorry.
That's a good question. Ask him. That's a really good question. He'll explain
So
it to you.
this is a really good question. So if you look at us as entrepreneurs and include Bliss as, you know, right, and as a professional serving us, he's saying that we're a cottage industry. We're diverse, we're small, like what would that mean? It's like we don't have a giant industrial base. There's not 3 of us owning the whole country. There's 1 million people wanting to start something here. There's a ton of opportunity. His question is, who represents us as an organization, like a Chamber of Commerce or something like that for us, the counterculture? Is that a fair way of saying it?
You know, there's a number of organizations out in the psychedelic space. SSDP, which is the Students for Sensible Drug Policy, is a very big organization. But for the businesses that are in here, MAPS, multidisciplinary, I always forget what that comes from, but they're fighting for organizations with us with changing the law on a national basis. And then a lot of it starts locally, and being able to connect locally with your local entrepreneurs, businesses. There's not so much of a Chamber of Commerce for psychedelic space, so to speak, at the moment.
Tom, could I add one thing to that echoes what you're saying? Is that what we found in Sarasota, where we're from, is that it's not as, first of all, it's not as open as St. Petersburg, right? But as you build a community, the more people, and this goes with what Christian's saying, you get support. This was also, I liked your question a lot. You get support from people who you do business with, and together you become the local law enforcement. Because think about, I mean, I'm just using Sarasota as an example. I don't know what your respective towns are like. If you don't live in New York City, where does law enforcement and norms come from? They come from the people in the community. So if you have a business, and like Tom said, you have whatever it takes to get up and talk about your business and share your personal story. Like Heather and I started going to normal business growth things to meet people and start telling our story and see what happens. And yeah, it's like kind of weird for some people to hear that you talk about sex and you talk about aging and things that are touchy subjects, crawl right up to this line with the FDA. But by being honest about it, you grow customers, you grow people who realize you're authentic, and then the notion of what is legal and law enforcement starts to change at a local level. That's my take on it.
If I can add to that, and kind of to reverse a little bit back to like the nerds and the Fruity Pebbles and stuff, what it boils down to is there's really 2 kinds of business owners, and it goes right back to vision and purpose, right? I'm either looking for the quick buck, in which case I'm trying to jump off of someone else's hard work and marketing, right? You already know nerds, so if I can mimic it, I can get that quick buck. But if you're looking at a company that has vision and purpose, they're not looking for the quick buck. Now you're talking about a small business owner, and especially in the Tampa area, very powerful community for small businesses. We want a diverse free market, right? We want to be able to have that opportunity and that ability. I think ultimately it's glorified to have a chain that's conglomerate across the nation, but is it possible? Obviously it's been done, right? But realistically, what's your vision? Do you want to own a conglomerate, or do you want to be the local people, you know? In either regard, the locals absolutely carry your business, and that needs to be something that local business owners, you know, participate in, unless you're in the corporate field, and that's a different conversation.
Yeah, I think in a cottage industry, we need to, I mean, it's all of us. It's everybody in here. It's everybody across the country or the world that's into this. And it's up to us, or to us, to create the bridge for those voices to be heard. Yeah.
Just one more comment. I think the word cottage industry is very interesting, because when you go to some of these manufacturing plants that produce cannabis, they're not, I mean, you have to drive around in golf carts on the West Coast. They're enormous. And they're, you know, they're $600 million businesses. And to hear cottage industry is almost a misnomer. And I find it interesting because, you know, I do think that how there needs to be some sort of, to your point about people, some sort of standard, right? So looking for the testing, some sort of regulation for the testing, that's so important. But until you get that, it's really trusting in the brand, you know, knowing that when you buy Bliss, you're going to get a certain product. You know, when you buy a certain product, you're going to, your brands, you're going to get a certain product. And that's why it's so important to find the brands that you trust and put the energy in not only protecting the brand, but making sure people can't take that brand from you. So,
I'll tell you right now, entrepreneurship is hard. It's hard. I've been a lifelong entrepreneur myself. I've been coaching entrepreneurs for the last 10 years in the cannabis space, helping people raise capital. It's not easy. It's not for the faint of heart. And if I had a hat on, I'd take it off to all of you today, right now, because you guys are the ones that are plowing through and making the change that we need. And these are the changes that are necessary to be able to bring this more mainstream. And we're making a dent, but the dent is small at this point. There's a lot more that we can do, and we can do it through entrepreneurship and through building businesses. And every idea or every concept in this space may not be a good one, but they're steps, just like every other step. And thank you guys very much today for being part of Cannadelic, for being part of our family out here, and helping others through inspiration and showing them that there are opportunities out there if you just look for them and take hold. The biggest problem that I see for most people is they're not willing to take that first step. And you guys have all done that. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thanks.
Hey, thank you. Good job, man.
Thanks for what you're doing. This is important, what you're doing.
Appreciate it. Hey, thank you, Derek. Good to meet you. Yeah, thank you. Hey, great job, Rico. Oh, you're fine. Thank you, thank you. All right, is everybody having a great day today at Cannadelic? All right, well, we have a panel coming up where we're going to talk about psychedelics and recovery. But before we do that, we talked a little bit about integration, grounding techniques, and I have my partner here, Oleg. So me and Oleg run a program called Wise Warrior. Wise Warrior is a trauma response program that helps people to get in touch with their emotions. It's an emotional regulation program. It was developed out of Israel to help victims of extreme trauma. And we use the same techniques that we teach a boxer to get into a ring to fight the stress of that of their fight, for you to be able to fight that prison in your mind. So we do some things, some grounding techniques through our classes. We run a 12-week program. We do that in Riverview. We've been doing it for a year now. And I'd like to invite Oleg up here right now. What we're going to do is, while we're waiting for the next session to start, I want to do some of the grounding techniques that we use in Wise Warrior, specifically warrior breath, and then run you through just a real quick demonstration of what the start of one of our programs uses, where we incorporate EMDR and dialectical behavioral therapy into a training system which helps your body to rebalance itself. Oleg.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having us. Thank you for your interest. Very briefly, let me talk a little bit about what we call our mindfulness techniques on day one of the program. It's an excellent program. Tom and I, we're big fans of it. As he said, we've been running it for a year now. We have a few clients that went, well, more than a few clients at this point, that went through the program with great results. And clients that decided to stay with us and continue and develop a love for boxing. Excellent, excellent results. But in any case, how many of us go to therapy, sit on a couch, talk to the therapist, go through the techniques? There's a lot of value in it, but honestly, it's not for everybody. Some people don't know how to share their feelings. In fact, a lot of people don't even understand how to understand their own feelings, which is one of our objectives in the program, to teach emotional regulation, and the first step of it is recognizing. But nonetheless, as you can say, I am excited about this program. I could talk about it for days, but I want to introduce you to a couple mindfulness techniques that we teach on day one. We do teach proper therapy, minus the sharing part, minus the couch part. We combine it into a healthy activity of boxing, getting the heart rate up, getting the healthy both mentally as well as physically. And so one of the key terms we teach on day one is mental hygiene. Just as you go to a dentist and you go through, and the dentist makes their recommendations for you for your dental hygiene, brush your teeth twice a day, floss every day, mouthwash, etc. In the same way, we bring you our mindfulness techniques and encourage you to practice, incorporate it into your own daily mental hygiene. One of the techniques we call is the grounding technique, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, where you engage the 5 senses. And if you'd like to, you can follow me through this technique. The idea here that if you are grounded with me right now, then you will feel safe, and it's a way to defeat anxiety. Because in a way, anxiety is a fear of the future. It's misplaced energy. So if you're not worried about the future, if you're here with me right now, then in a safe space, in theory, you shouldn't be anxious. And so here we go, 5 senses. First sense being the sense of eyesight. I would like for you, I'm inviting all of you to look around and identify 5 people or items or objects around you. The sense of eyesight. All right, very good. Next, the sense of touch. So now I will invite you to touch 4 items around you, or maybe each other if you come here with a friend. Feel different textures. That's a sense of touch. Next, I would like for you to engage your hearing. Concentrate on 3 sounds around you. For example, my voice, number 1. The chatter in the background, maybe snapping fingers. It doesn't matter what. What is it? The sound. Hoorah. All right, I got you, brother. Hoorah. There you go. So 3 sounds. Next, this can be a little bit more difficult, but use your imagination. Next is the sense of smell. So smell 2 items. For example, maybe your shirt, the cologne, if you still have cologne, or the armpit, or whatever. It doesn't matter. And the final sense is a sense of taste. That is, have a sip of water, have a drink. Even if you just dry swallow or taste your own lips, whatever, it doesn't matter. The idea here is engaging the 5 senses. If you practice this technique, you can do it in the morning when you get up to get your day going. You can do it at night as a form of calming down and getting yourself grounded in the safety of your house, in the safety of your bed and a mattress, for example. You can do it on the way to work. When you're on the highway, go through this technique quickly. You can do it right before an important meeting. Take a charge, take a hold of the environment, the meeting space, whatever. I encourage you to practice it every day as many times as you need to. And you will find if you keep doing it automatically, that's another one of the concepts we teach on day one, is that we help you develop healthy primers. Everybody here probably knows or understands what are unhealthy triggers. Triggers are events that may send us down a destructive pathway. For example, there is a trigger that maybe makes me want to go get a drink. Okay? So we try to identify unhealthy triggers and replace them with healthy primers. This technique, the grounding technique, could be a beginning of a healthy primer for you, for example. So practice it in the morning, at night, before meetings, whatever. And the second quick technique is the breathing technique. Breathing is extremely important in general, in medicine, and in everything, mental health, physical health. And so we teach several breathing techniques during our program, and one of them we call warrior's breath. It's a good recovery breathing technique. It's a good calming technique. Imagine being in a state of anxiety, a panic attack. One of the symptoms is difficulty breathing, inability to take a deep breath. We feel like our chest is tight and closed in. That's normal. That's a symptom of anxiety. So here is the warrior's breath, and feel free to join me in it. You take a deep breath, and as soon as you think you got it, you suck just a little bit more air in to give that extra burst of energy to open up the chest. And then exhale, you do it also twice. Exhale fully, and then when you think you're done, push a little bit more air out. And I encourage you to practice this breathing technique as much as you like to, many times a day, before an important meeting or an exam, before some kind of a difficult, uncomfortable situation, or as a form of calming down at night before you go to bed, or as a form of recovering your breath after you're working out, when you're taking that 1-minute break between the rounds, for example, etc. And so with that, I'll pass it back to Tom. I hope you practice these 2 easy techniques and start developing healthy mental hygiene for yourself. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Oleg. So a big part of my recovery was going through the Wise Warrior program. As many of you know, I've been involved in martial arts, jiu-jitsu, boxing for the last 15, 20 years, and the surgeries that I had to undergo prevent me from doing things that I used to be able to do. So emotional regulation and being able to use something that I used to use to keep myself on edge, competitive, and in shape in a different fashion has been extremely interesting and developmental for myself. And I invite anybody that is interested in it. I have some of our books in the back, and we are going to be having an online program that you can follow at home as well. Well, with that being said, I have our next panel, which is Psychedelics in Recovery with Chelsea Bird. Welcome, Chelsea. How are you? Doing good.
Hi, everybody. How are you? Good afternoon.
Sorry, Tom. I will let you take it from here.
All right, perfect.
Perfect.
Awesome. I'm going to have my panelists come up and join me. I think our former speaker was talking about difficulty breathing. I'm having difficulty breathing right now, so I think we should all maybe just take a couple deep breaths. Awesome. Great, so I'm super excited to be here. This is a Recovery and Psychedelics panel. And I am just gonna start introducing my panelists, and then we'll kind of get into it. So the first person that I have is Ananda. You just wanna give us a quick little intro?
Hello, good evening. My name is Ananda Blisslife. I am a Kundalini way shower, a sunshine ambassador, a sound healing sorceress. I'm here as a keeper of earth magic to speak about my experiences with guiding people back to their own source of healing, love, and power within, specifically with the use of plant medicines and mycelium allies. I'm so grateful to be here. Thank you.
The next person that we have is Kelia Ryan. She is founder of Plant Allied Recovery. She and EJ flew down from Maine. We're excited to have her today.
Hi, everyone. My name is Celia, and I'm the founder of Plant Allied Recovery. And,
Use this one. There we go.
Okay, can everyone hear me now? Awesome. So my name is Kelia Ryan. I'm the founder of Plant Allied Recovery, and I'm also a person in recovery. And I started my recovery journey in the halls of AA practicing the 12 steps and doing a lot of service work in that area. And because of my story, because of a lot of trauma that happened to me when I was young, and other life events that really made it so that the 12 steps was not a complete solution for my recovery, I needed to look elsewhere. I had tried EMDR, I had tried all sorts of other ways of healing, therapy, and the only thing that really worked for me was plant medicines and right use and right relation with plant medicines. And so, so now today I get to show other people the way of how to find their own most healed self and how to each define their own path of recovery through plant-allied recovery.
Awesome. Thank you, Kelia. I'm looking forward to digging in. The next person we have is Dr. Joe Pallara from Inner Vision Psychiatry. Dr. Joe, just a quick 2 minutes so everybody knows kind of who you are.
Thanks. So my name's Joe Pallara. I'm an adult psychiatrist. I did my training in Kansas City, where I trained under an individual who had the most successful ketamine practice in the Midwest. My love of psychedelics grew from there. During my training, I helped start the American Journal of Psychedelic Psychiatry, and that journal publishes quarterly. We have international submissions about all the different psychedelics, from LSD to psilocybin, MDMA, ketamine, ayahuasca, and I've been closely following all the research that has been coming out about psychedelics and addiction, so I'm very excited for the panel.
Our next superstar is EJ Oldak from Plant Allied Recovery as well.
Hello, everyone. My name is EJ, superstar, and I am co-founder of Plant Allied Recovery here with my partner Kelia. And my story of recovery is overcoming numerous addictions, from drugs, porn, food, to just needing to control the world around me. And so my lens of recovery has really focused on holistic health and finding healing starting with my physical body, but then making huge strides with plant medicine. So that's what I bring to the talk today.
EJ, if you will share your microphone with Tefa, getting another microphone, that would be fantastic. Our next beautiful, blissful earth angel is Tefa Honan from the Church of Pachamama Munai. Tefa.
Thank you so much. Yes, my path of recovery with plant medicine has been very, very beautiful and very exponential. I came to drink ayahuasca for the first time dealing with a coke addiction, suicidal behavior, anxiety, depression, you name it, and lots of oppressed and suppressed energies and emotions from my childhood. Things that I didn't understand, never had the space to process. And I was trying many, many different things, as we all do before coming to a plant that will actually speak into the depths of our being. And the process with the medicines are very deep and transformational, and some of them are purgative, which it was my choice, ayahuasca. And it really took me out of a hole that had been for 12 years. In 6 months, I had recovered my life, my ability to work, my ability to respond to my family, my ability to be connected. So plant medicine was the right path for me.
Thank you, Tefa. And you all don't know me, so my name is Chelsea Bird, and I have been in recovery from an alcohol use disorder for over 5 years. I did the traditional route. I went to treatment. This is my first time publicly sharing my story. And after over 7 months of treatment, I joined a spiritual 12-step program. 4 years into my recovery, I wanted to end my life. I was doing all of the things that were told to do, and I couldn't connect to myself. And I was seeing a therapist every week and doing all the work, but I still just felt really, really disconnected from myself and from source. I met an amazing human being. His name is Brian Frankel. He is no longer on this earth because, the stark reality of the disease of addiction, if you're struggling with it, you either die, you either go to jail, or you either go to treatment. So the success rate is pretty minimal there. But Brian, when he was living, introduced me to psilocybin, and I was scared to try it. I didn't want to be excommunicated from my community, because I think it's really important that we have a community to survive. However, I did it, and it reconnected me with like my little you. Like, we all have this inner child, but it was a really amazing journey that led me on a microdosing journey. And I remember 3 months into it, I sat down with my psychiatrist or my doctor, and she said, in 5 years, nothing has changed you, like whatever it is you're doing. So the next journey that I'll be going on is ketamine. So I'm excited to hear from Dr. Polara, and I'll be doing that in a clinical setting. I won't be doing trash can ketamine. I'm sure a lot of you here have done that before. And I just want to welcome you to like my living room. We're kind of like a family, right? So I kind of just like got really vulnerable and shared like some stuff. Teffa, you did that too. I think like we look at recovery as like, oh, I had a hard workout, right? I can be in recovery, but like how would we define recovery? And like there's a lot of people on the sober trend, like they're not drinking. So I always like think about that, like what does that mean, and how do I accept them, and how do I not get all like, well, I've been sober for 5 years, right? So it's like, do we put definitions on that stuff? I mean, like, what do you guys think?
So really, I think it's interesting, and I love educating people about the fact that the definition, if you Google recovery, doesn't say anything about sobriety. So sobriety and recovery are not synonymous, even though many people use them in that way. And really what recovery is coming back to who we're always meant to be. And that's what these plant medicines and psychedelics can help us to do, is to come back to who we were meant to be before the trauma, the programming, before society, the addiction, everything else. And I know for me personally, I was a homeless heroin and meth addict for 1.5 years of my life, and I have survived many, many traumas. And when I was in the normal recovery, I was not taking as good of care of myself. I was, really leaning heavily on caffeine and nicotine and other things to propel me through life. And what the plant medicines have done is they've gotten me in touch with my highest self and allowed me to come back to center and to learn who I am without all of that, who the essence of me is. And so I think that recovery really is about returning to who we are meant to be, and really making sure that we are doing the right thing, right? Because it is so easy to slip back into old patterns. We have these deeply ingrained neural pathways towards misuse of, not just substances, but also relationships and love and other ways that we can escape. And so to me, when I think about the word recovery, I really think about how do I come back to who I am without all of the noise.
Thank you.
Yeah. I hear your story, and it sounds so much like so many stories that I've heard of individuals in recovery. One thing that I always remind patients is that there is no end date to recovery. You're in recovery every day, right? You mentioned like trying to resist urges and cravings, and just because they're not as strong as they were the first day that you stopped using, there's still, you still have these internal battles all the time. And, putting an end date on recovery, I think downplays sobriety and makes it less meaningful. I think remaining sober is incredibly powerful and incredibly challenging. So being cognizant of those, small victories every day that you didn't use means that, every day you're still in recovery, and every day you're getting better and becoming a better person and returning to the inner you that you were describing.
To add to that, I say, what does the recovery process even look like? Like when we teach the steps, it's to return to a spiritual life, looking outside of yourself, being of service, and being connected to other humans. What do psychedelic plant medicines teach us? To come to this place of connection to yourself, to the earth, to others, to be of service. And so really, and we're all in recovery, right? Like even if someone doesn't have a drug addiction, I'm sure they're addicted, numbing, or avoiding something in their life in some way. So in reality, and then it's like, what is psychedelic integration? It's doing all of these things. So really, recovery is just coming back to the essence of what I think living a happy, healthy, and joyous life is really all about.
And just to kind of hit on that point, like recovery on the broad spectrum, right? So it's like, what if, there's somebody sitting in here and they're like, I don't really have a drinking problem. I have a healthy relationship with alcohol. Like alcohol, I'm going to be honest, alcohol wasn't the problem. I was the problem because I stopped drinking and I still was creating a lot of strife, not only in my life, but the lives of other people. It was only through support and consistent practice of better behaviors that I started to change a little. But the next thing after that killed me was relationships, like romantic relationships, friendships, my unhealthy relationship with my mom, and how that just kind of trickled into everything. And then there's the process of losing somebody that I'm attached to, and dealing with that, and then being in recovery from loss. So I don't think of it because I am a person in recovery, that I'm the only one, you guys don't know. We've all experienced some form of trauma, but what does it look like if you're maybe in recovery from the loss of something or someone?
So for me, I actually had this experience, and it's a part of my story that I didn't share earlier, but when I was 19, my partner committed suicide. And for me, that is something that is ongoing, just like other types of, just like addiction, just the recovery of that does take a lifetime, and it is a continual process. And so recovery is not a destination, and recovery from anything, it's not a destination, it's a process, and it's a journey, and it's something that you can fall in love with. And just to share a quick story, yesterday was my birthday, and the day before was the 10-year anniversary of my partner committing suicide. And so I had this beautiful closure, and I had also had experiences sitting with ayahuasca where I've gotten to converse with him and feel so much relief happen as a result of getting to commune with him in that way. And I would have told you that it was something that I had really overcome and really moved past. I mean, it's been 10 years, and yet 2 days ago I went to this reunion and it all came back up, and that's okay. It doesn't mean that the healing that I've done isn't valid or hasn't been enough. It's just that things continue to come up, and we're meant to continue to be in this relationship with ourself, with our psyche, with our, with everything, with the earth, and continue to grow on our path. That's that's one of the most beautiful parts of being human, is continuing to get to grow and deepen our ability to overcome and build our resilience, and and just recognizing that those types of things aren't something that's, there's any timeline of when you're meant to be over it. Grief is a process. It takes so many different forms, and really coming back to that 10-year marker 2 days ago, I felt it all come up again. And so the process of recovery from losing someone is similar to the process of recovery of losing, your addiction, because even our addictions, right? It's how we escape. We don't use because it is adding to our lives. Usually, it's really subtracting from our lives. So it's really, we have to grieve that too. We have to grieve the person that we were and really focus on bringing that intention of how do we want to show up in the world for any type of thing that we have to recover from. How can we show up to the world today and make a difference, and really honor the human that it is that you might have lost, or honor the person that you were before, but still continue to look forward.
And to add to that, we are humans, we are like onions. We have many, many layers. And as we start to peel off the layers, we get to process different states of that same trauma or grief. Also, you process it through your chakras differently. So I also had a loss 10 years ago, funny enough. And it was my best friend who got killed in Colombia by the soccer team fans. It was something very tragic, very sad, and it shook me forever. And I found strength on sitting with ayahuasca because I once saw the difference in the death process and was able to connect with him in spirit and understand that we are eternal, which gave me more easiness in this plane, knowing that he was okay and continuing his process in life. He's still living in a different state, might not be here. So it allows for the states of consciousness to expand, to work with psychedelic and plant medicines in the right settings, so you are not so attached to the death, but being able to receive the lessons, being able to receive the wisdom from that experience, so you can become better here and share it with others. Everything that happens in our life is for a reason. Nothing is a coincidence. Even the hardest challenges are a reason for you and your essence, for me and my essence. And now it makes me the ability to be able to hold space for that grief because I've experienced it. For 10 years, it wasn't like that. Now it's just becoming an easier topic and an easier way to see it through the work with the plant that also show us the differences of being here in the physical or being there. It's not that much. We are all spirits and can connect into that space as well.
I think it's really important to remember, like, even though we are humans, we still have a spiritual experience. I've really tried, one of the things that came up for me and has continued to come up for me is I had so much unprocessed grief and unprocessed trauma because I didn't want to deal with it. I wanted to avoid it. Like, I wanted to change how I felt every time I woke up and, like, crawled over to the wine bottle. And alcohol did that for me. It numbed me out. And then when I started to get better, I looked at it like this relationship with alcohol is my most unhealthy relationship. I have put everything in front of, like, everything behind my addiction. So, like, I destroyed relationships and I destroyed anything. And the interesting thing is we're hailing 10 years, right? So 10 years ago on Monday is the anniversary of my car accident. And I got into a horrific car accident 10 years, just real quick share. Shattered my spinal column. I shouldn't be walking, right? So I should be in a diaper and a wheelchair. But I just think it's interesting that there's like that 10-year connection. And I know that when I was like in my own journey down the depths of addiction, I couldn't like connect with anything. And I've heard it said before, if the disease of addiction, if the definition of the disease of addiction is being isolated, then the definition of recovery is connecting. And it's like, so if I'm struggling to connect and I use a tool such as psilocybin or such as ayahuasca to connect me with myself or to connect me with my higher power, like, how does that amplify the results of like being able to sit down? I mean, is it like, oh, I'm now going to have a relationship with marijuana because it helps me with my PTSD? Can I substitute my relationship for alcohol, or like I'm just help me? Because like once again, I'm still new to all of the this new psychedelic renaissance, and just curious if anybody has had any sort of experience like, I need to break through this, so I'm going to use this as a tool. Like, what does that look like?
I feel like sometimes that's like seems to be a reasonable way of looking at it, but I think it also kind of becomes a crutch. So I have people that come into clinic, and one of the screening questions we have is, how often are you drinking and that kind of thing. And people will tell me, well, I stopped alcohol. I don't use any drugs now. I just use marijuana. And it's like, okay, well, how often do you use it? Well, I just do it just a little bit at night, just at night. Okay, well, what does it help with? Well, it helps me eat. I can't eat anything without it. Okay. Well, and it also, like, it helps me sleep too. But I mean, I'm not like addicted to it or anything. So, okay, so you do it every day. You can't eat without it. You can't sleep without it, but you don't feel like you're addicted to it. You convinced yourself that, okay, this is different. The meth was one thing, but this isn't that bad. I mean, it grows from a tree. Or the alcohol was different. Like, I was getting drunk and making a fool out of myself, but I just, smoke marijuana and it helps me eat and it helps me sleep and everything's fine. But the reality is that's another substance that, it may not be, you may not feel like I'm not like them, like I'm not like the alcoholics, or I'm not like the people using meth, or I'm not like the people using coke. Well, it's still a drug, in my opinion. So, you have to be honest with yourself. There's, recreational ways to use it, and that's fine. But I think when it becomes like I can't do this without it in multiple aspects of your life, it's different than, well, I just do a little bit of marijuana.
From a harm reduction lens, I think that, of course, if you are someone who is using something, and there is a potential for you to OD and die immediately, and the only way to, reduce that is to use cannabis or some other type of psychedelic medicine in that way, then from a harm reduction lens, yes, that is a better, safer choice. And that's wonderful. We always want people to be making safer choices. However, I would encourage a person who is struggling with this to really be honest with themselves about what that relationship is. And exactly like you said, to not delude yourself into believing that it's okay just because it's something that comes from nature. And what we teach in plant-allied recovery is really all about right relation. How do we have right relation with the medicine? And it comes from a lot of different avenues, including being honest with ourselves. We have to have a deep, good internal reflection system. We have to do our shadow work. We have to show up as the beings that we are meant to be. We have to really make sure that we are honoring all of that. We have to have a reverence for these medicines too, even cannabis, right? Like, one thing I love to teach people too is to make that into a sacred time for yourself. If you are working with cannabis, how can we pause, say a quick prayer, bring, the herbs to our heart, and just allow that to be a practice that is expansive to us versus something that we're doing to escape. So really the best way to navigate this is to ask yourself what your intentions are. Are you going to this medicine to escape how you feel, or are you going to this medicine to deepen and to expand and to try to show up as a better human? And to me, the path of recovery is really always when I'm trying to show up as a better human and I'm trying to work with these medicines in a good way. Another thing too is I think language is really important. It's how we communicate with the world. And so when we say things like, I got really high, or I got, effed up, or whatever, that's not really a way to honor and to really bring reverence to the fact that these plants have an inherent wisdom to them that we can't comprehend and can't understand, that is quite magical in my opinion. And so I really love also teaching language shifts. So even when you say I'm communing with these plants, I'm praying to these plants versus I'm using, right? Because you associate using, with other things. Like, to me, when I think about using, I think about heroin, I think about meth, I think about those types of things. And so when I sit with cannabis, I say words like sit with, work with, commune with, pray with, and all of that.
I love that you you work with language shifts. One of the first terms that I heard that really made my skin crawl was the word I'm clean, because I respect anybody who's out there that's I'm clean and they own that and they honor that, but I'm just in order to get clean you have to be dirty. And what we have to remember here, right, is we're all human beings having a human experience. Some of us, unfortunately, are afflicted with a disease, and it's a disease of an addiction. And people that are struggling with that, they're not bad, they're sick. They do bad things, but so my job is, I'm a clinical interventionist, so I work with people in the thick of it and their families, and I help them get into treatment. And I'm really trying to bridge the gap between this person's been to 60 treatment centers, maybe that's not working, and then talking to the family about maybe we should send them to an iboga retreat, maybe they need something a little different. And honestly, I can send them to treatment, or I can send them to an iboga retreat. If they don't do the work one day at a time, they're not gonna stay sober, or they're not gonna stay living their life in recovery. So I really try to make sure that the families know that. It's just there's so much around the whole addiction is a family disease, and being able to kind of let that sink in, because a lot of people want to point fingers at people that are struggling. Has anybody here had any, Dr. Joe, I know you work with a lot of people. I'm kind of interested in what's the science behind treatment versus plant medicine versus or what have you experienced in your own practice?
Yeah, I think it kind of depends on what substance we're talking about in terms of addiction. Something like alcohol, for instance, there is some evidence that LSD in certain settings can be helpful. The founder of, we've talked about AA quite a bit. The founder, Bill Wilson, had done LSD before starting AA. Something like cigarette smoking, there's some really good evidence for psilocybin for cigarette smoking, much better than some of the other options that we have available to us, like Chantix or the nicotine patch or Wellbutrin. Things like opiate addiction, Ibogaine is gaining more and more popularity, more steam. I've seen more things coming out with that. That seems to be pretty promising. You know, methamphetamines is something we've talked about a bunch. That one has been incredibly challenging to get off of. I just want to say how impressed I am that you're even able to get off of methamphetamines. I do inpatient psychiatry in Lakeland in Polk County. Methamphetamine is an incredibly widespread problem in Polk County itself. And I have a very, very difficult time breaking through with folks who are addicted to methamphetamines. I haven't seen any specific trial looking at methamphetamine addiction, but I know that it is one of the most difficult drugs to get off of. I saw a study that looked at the rates of dopamine release after you've done each drug, and they compared it to the rate of dopamine release that you get during an orgasm, one of the best natural feelings you might be able to experience without drugs, right? So the level of dopamine that you get after a hit of methamphetamine is 1,000 times more than an orgasm, and it lasts for 8 hours, or can. So you can see how difficult that might be to try and, you know, as a provider, try and talk to someone and try and encourage them to pursue sobriety and see where they're at. I can't tell you that, you know, being sober is going to be just as good as being high. Being high is probably going to feel significantly better in the moment, right? But long term, you're not going to be feeling that well long term. So that's kind of like the approach that I try to break through, but it really, like you had mentioned earlier, it depends on what stage of recovery you're at. If you're still at that contemplation stage or you're just thinking about it, no matter what I tell you, you're not ready yet. You know, I can start to have these conversations, but until you're ready, that's when the change is really going to happen to the strongest point.
You know, I think that's great, Tef. I'll get right to you. I wanted to latch onto something since I'm talking to a psychiatrist, right? We're talking about psychedelics. Let's touch on pharmaceuticals for a second. We're talking about methamphetamine. I know like a pretty popular drug these days is Adderall. And I've heard a lot of people say like methamphetamines and Adderall are the same thing. Well, it's kind of like saying like garbage can ketamine and clinical ketamine are the same thing. But how would you, or have you, how would you describe, you know, what like the Adderall usage and the addiction rate is? And is that the same as methamphetamines? Like somebody has or even like, hey, I feel sad. I went to a doctor. They gave me a prescription for Wellbutrin. I see so many people be like, you could use psilocybin. You don't need to like be using that. And I'm not a medical professional. I'm a clinical professional, but not a medical professional. So some insight there?
Yeah. So I'm, you know, a data-driven psychiatrist. So I follow what the data says based on, you know, what we're going to be prescribing. Right now, psilocybin is making its way through clinical trials for depression. Now they're also looking at it in places like Alabama for cocaine addiction. But in my opinion, the jury's kind of still out, and I'm waiting to see how things go and how things progress. Now, there are plenty of people in the room that have had positive anecdotal experiences with these substances, but the plural of anecdote isn't data. So when the data comes out and it looks good, I will be first on board with all of this, because I think the current medications we have for addiction don't work that well. Things for like, you mentioned Adderall. If you're being treated for ADHD, you know, Adderall is mixed amphetamine salts. It's not the same as methamphetamines. Plus, when you get methamphetamines off the street, there's really no guarantee that you're even getting methamphetamines. I have people, like I said, on the inpatient unit all the time that tell me, yeah, I just do meth. Well, your drug screen's positive for meth, cocaine, and fentanyl. When you come in, they're like, well, I don't, and they get all, you know, they get mad. I don't do opiates. I'm like, well, I mean, you do drugs off the street. You don't know what's in them. They put things in them. There's this new trank drug that's popular right now because it just, you know, it accentuates the effects. The dealers don't care what effect you get as long as you keep coming back. So I think we have to separate out the difference. And ADHD is a very, very real thing, and the treatment for it in adults is commonly stimulants, and people do really well on it. Now, if you go to like one of these like fly-by-night clinics, they see you for 15 minutes, you fill out a survey, and they send you Adderall, yeah, that's riskier. And the DEA is shutting those down. There was a big one called Done that just recently got shut down because there was essentially no oversight at all. And it is dangerous. It's led to Adderall shortages across the country for people, and even children, adolescents, adults that truly have ADHD, that truly struggle with functioning in their lives, now can't get it because some of these, they took advantage of the COVID policies that relaxed inpatient or in-person visits and allowed these online clinics to pop up overnight with like a nurse practitioner with 8 hours of training to do a screening. You fill out a survey, and next thing you know, you have 3 months worth of Adderall sent to your house with no oversight, really. And then they don't have to see you again for another 3 months. So they just send it to you, hope for the best. And then, since you're not being seen in those 3 months, you take a dose, and you're like, well, that didn't really work. Then your brain naturally tells itself, well, what would happen if I take 2? Or what would happen if I take 3? And then, well, 3 works really good. So now all of a sudden you're on 3, twice a day, 3 times a day, and then you go to the pharmacy, and we're out of it, and then we have to try something else. So then that's how you kind of navigate your ways to the streets. So I think it's a dangerous game out there with online ADHD prescribing.
Just to add to that too, I think it's important to remember that these medicines, in any medicine that we're going to, whether it's pharmaceutical or plant or psychedelic, for addiction, it's not a total fix. Like, even if you are addicted to heroin and you go, sit with a boga, or you go to an ibogaine clinic, and it physically removes, scrubs your opiate receptors and resets you, and that's incredible and beautiful and a great start and something that is so needed. However, it's not a complete fix. Really, addiction is not just our body, right? It's body, mind, and spirit. And so if we just think, this is why medications like methadone and Suboxone don't work that well, right? Because if we're just focusing on the body, if we're just focusing on the physical parts of addiction, that's not a complete picture or a complete solution. And so focusing on the mind as well and focusing on the spirit is really important. But I love what you brought up, the Johann Hari quote, the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, it's connection. And that's really where the gap is right now that I feel, because people who go to these peer support meetings like AA, NA, it depends on where you are. There are certain communities where they're more accepting, but a lot of them are still very traditional abstinence-based. And so really, how do we bridge the gap? How do we create community for those people? And that's what EJ and I are trying to do with our plant allied recovery work. We have free meetings that anyone can attend and get that support. But we need to think of all of these things, and those meetings are also limited because they're online. They're online meetings, and we need to, as humans, our DNA, we need, it's a part of our makeup. We need tribe. We need to find our people. And so I think that when we look at addiction and the potential for these medicines without also looking at the community aspect and the mind and spirit as well, it's not a complete picture.
Yeah, I agree with that. In our culture, it's people want to take a pill and have it fixed. But that's not how plant medicines and these allies work. I see these medicines not as just physical medicine, but frequency medicine, energetic medicine as well. And when we're working with them, we're inviting them into our bodies as allies. They're life forms, they're frequencies, and we invite them in as allies to remind us how to heal ourselves. So plant medicines are not going to be a quick fix, but what they're going to do is open your channels so that you can begin the healing process. Remind ourselves that we're the earth. Remind ourselves we're connected to community, that we have this support, and clear out those blockages so that we can come back to healing our own selves.
Yes, and Plant medicines are the pathways for a lot of the healing on the addiction because it takes us into spaces where we can process what happened. Many of us become addicted based on something that happened. It was not the substance what made you addicted. It was the situation that you were experiencing before deciding to take the substance, and then you continue to do it because it's too hard to look at, it's too overstimulated, and you're not being able to process the emotion. But the plant holds you as an ally, so you can process that emotion. Specifically with ayahuasca, we've seen great recovery from meth addiction and heroin addiction because we're able to hold that frequency for them to deal with whatever was causing, if it was sexual abuse, violence, whatever happened in their lives. And then we create communities so we can hold each other accountable and we can hold each other in love so you can continue your process of connecting with yourself and resolving your trauma. Many of the medications that we take here in the Western world are suppressing your emotions. They don't want you to open up. The plants actually trigger you and open you up so you can get them out of your system. And for the weekend may be very overstimulated to be there, just like, oh my God, I'm looking at it. But then you get the refresh. And the fresh of breath of air are going to allow you to look at things with a slower pace, with a more regulated nervous system, where you can process and heal and recover, not suppress and run away and just take the pill and see what's going to happen in 6 hours. So plants are made by God. They were sent by God here to support us and guide us. And sometimes the plant is going to become the path into the recovery of the person. And for sometimes it may seem as a replacement, but hopefully they're working with facilitators and people that will guide them into then letting go of that. And here is another tool. Here's a breathwork tool. There's a yoga tool. Here you can ground for 30 minutes. Here you can do all these other things that are going to take you into that state of connection and relaxation that you're looking for. Now, not with a substance or an ally, but from within, with your breath, with your spirit.
Yeah, so I'm EJ, I think you have something to say, so go ahead.
I'm so excited to hear you start talking about this because for me, I was someone that looked so deeply at my physical body and was using all these tools. I was so in all of it, the meditation, breathwork, yoga, exercise, diet, just everything I could possibly do to be as healthy and theoretically as happy as possible. But because there was so much that was suppressed that I didn't even know about. Like, I could have done all this stuff for my whole life, and I don't think I ever would have gotten where I truly wanted and needed to go without plant medicine because it created a space for me to open up and heal things that were so deep inside and creating physical dis-eases in my body. I was doing everything I could to be so healthy. I still had chronic pain. I still had IBS, and it was plant medicine that finally let me open up and feel and start to release these things that have been buried in from my life and the lives of the people before me as well.
EJ, what was your breaking point
In what?
in that journey that you were just telling us? Because I know you're from Maine. We're in St. Pete. So St. Pete is like this hippie mecca, and I love it here. It's like a mini Los Angeles. But once again, I'm not dogging anybody out, but we have so many people that are like, I'm going to do breath work and then a cold plunge and then go to the gym and then meditate and then yoga. And I'm like, oh my God, you're so busy. Like, when have you ever taken time to stop and feel your feelings? And some people are going to live like that their entire life, and maybe they'll be happy, maybe they won't, but I feel like maybe you're running from your feelings, and I don't know because I'm not in your body. So I'm like, you were doing great, but you were doing all this stuff, something didn't feel right. When did you break? Or were you just like, this was my journey, I started connecting with plant medicines, and through my connection with the plant medicines, I was shown that, like, this is not how you live.
That's an amazing question, and you totally described me and called me out as well.
Man bun. It's the man bun, it gives it away.
There was no breaking point. I was certainly doing everything at every moment, and honestly just constantly getting sick because I was doing so much and never finding stillness. And I wouldn't say there was a breaking point. It was just the journey and slowly being drawn to different things and being shown different ways of being. And to be honest, that was just the path, and it was necessary for me at that time. And I think I'm just so lucky to have, through connection and community, have it modeled for me, or see other beings that were more healed than me. Not that that's a comparison or competition, but my soul knew I wanted to be like them. They had something I didn't have. So then by interacting in these communities, then doors open to work with medicine and just slowly build towards a new way of being, which ultimately the being is what gives us the fruits. It's not what we're doing. So.
And I think that, like, you know, in our society, in our culture, like we live in a microwave society, so I want what I want and I want it yesterday or instantly, which, I mean, I don't know if you've ever had ramen noodles versus like homemade ramen noodles, not the same, right? And then also, we have options here. There's so many choices, like food or jobs or whatever, so essentially you can do and have whatever you want. So when it comes to recovery, right, there's always been like the traditional way, like follow this list, read this book, do this thing, believe in this God, and like you will be fine, but just do it one way at a time. Whereas there's the more like actual natural, like old school like way, which is like, hey, if you lean into this plant medicine and you listen to yourself and you follow your intuition, your internal universe will start to open up. And I don't think either way is bad or wrong, but I have had my own experience with, and I have heard people share their stories about, I went this route and I felt shame. And my question is the shame coming from external resources, or is it something that's lingering from inside? And like, how do people address that?
Really quickly, I just want to touch on something that you just said, and I think it's important to recognize that there are multiple pathways to recovery, and that many different pathways of recovery claim that they're the way, and that's the only way, you know?
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, and I think it's important to recognize that plant medicine isn't for everyone. Even if everyone here who's probably at this space has been deeply touched by plant medicine, I don't believe that just anybody should be working with these plants. I think that, you know, you should be called in some way, and so, yeah, just sharing before we touch on that, yeah, this path isn't for everyone, and that if you are someone who has gone the traditional route, that's perfectly okay. And I do believe, like, what does plant medicine show us? It just helps us to remember what we all already knew. I have a problem with the, I help people through integration, and I have a problem sometimes when people say the word downloads, because that makes the claim that it's coming from outside of us, but really all of this wisdom and information exists within us. We just have to remember that it's there and that we have access to the inherent wisdom of our bodies and connection to spirit. But just sharing that for those people that are called, you know, this can be a great path. Working with plant medicine on your recovery can be a great path. And if you don't work with medicine, or if you only microdose and never go to ceremony, or if you only work with cannabis, that's a valid path too, and you don't have to do, you know, the other paths just because you hear people talking about them. I think that all of these things, there are multiple ways to heal trauma. There are so many different modalities out there. And so, yeah, I just wanted to share that really quickly before the shame piece.
Can you just, test. Okay, I'm good. Could you just clarify where the shame was coming from?
Well,
I didn't follow
what
that.
I was asking, can we clarify where it's coming from? If I'm doing something the traditional route, I've been raised this way, you know, I'm going to this, you know, I did this, I went to this treatment center. I could even just like break it out like normal people, right? We go to high school, we go to college, we get married, we have kids, and then, oh my God, I strayed from that path. And now I don't, oh my God, I got married and I was too young and I have these kids, and now I'm feeling so ashamed. And is that shame coming from something inside or outside? And there's really like no right answer. I'm just like, I don't know if we talk about shame enough and the impacts that it has, because I think a lot of times it's like, it's coming from this program, or it's coming from, it's attached to that plant, or, you know, it's a state of being, it's an emotion, but what's the primary driver, right? I kind of open
Well, shame is an interesting emotion to have. We have been disconnected from our intuition, and often we have an idea of the path that needs to be followed because so-and-so said that that's the path that needs to be followed. But often happens when you're struggling with addiction, you need to choose what's best for yourself, and what's best for yourself may not be the best for your brother or sister. And so there you go, you choose the traditional route, and then you feel ashamed because it's not their decision, it's your decision. And so the programming of it has to look as blah, 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 the reflection of, instead of your unique path, we're really coming into that understanding that every path is perfect, exactly how you choose it. Doesn't have to look like the other person. And that's what makes it better, that is from your own essence, your own frequency, and your own choice. But we haven't been taught that. Not at least in my journey. So we're just coming into the understandings now is like you can make your own choice and you can be supported on that choice. And you don't need to make the same choice as me, because what if that is not your path and your path is just to go the whatever route. So I feel like it's learning how to be okay with intuition besides a logical response from our minds and the ideas and programmings of the past.
You just summarized my last 4 years of life, so thank you. EJ, did you have something to add?
I would agree that it's programming from the past. For me, shame that I've experienced and explored within myself, so much of it comes to the inner child, like depending on validation from someone outside of me to be okay with my choices, or just saying the inner critic, like I'm not enough. I'm ashamed because I'm not enough, because I'm not included, I'm not seen, I'm not accepted, therefore I can't love myself. There's a lot of different routes that exactly could take, and I'm speaking more from my experience, but I think in general, similar to what you said, it's just being okay with yourself and knowing you are enough and honoring your specific process. And yeah.
In my practice, I've seen a lot of shame from probably the most common addiction here in the room, social media. So many of our interactions with other people comes on social media, and it sets, expectations that are impossible to meet. You can't be happy anymore. It's like, oh, well, I got a new job, I got a raise, like I'm, making $40,000 a year. And then you get on Facebook, and then it's like, oh, so-and-so just bought my friend from high school bought a new BMW. It's like, why can't I have that? It's like you can't be excited about things anymore, because whatever you're excited about, as soon as you get on Facebook or Instagram, you start flipping through reels, doom scrolling, you see like 10 other people that are happier than you, that have, that seem to be at least happier than you, that have done what you're doing 10 years earlier, or 10 times faster, or 10 times better, or they're more successful at it. So things that we used to be, happy about within ourselves, now it comes like there's just like this constant comparison to other people that I think leads to a lot of unnecessary shame. That the addiction of social media, if you could start to break from that, I think you'll start to feel a lot less shame overall, just naturally.
What are some pointers you would give to somebody who's struggling with social media addiction and they don't even know it? We're supposed to be talking about recovery, but real quick on, addiction. I lived most of my life in denial, which means I didn't have a problem. So, it's like, how do you, I'm sitting here, I'm on my phone. I have that timer on my phone, so I know how much you spent 8 hours today on social media. That's could be a problem if I did that every day, but how do you break through the denial? People no, I'm not addicted to social media. Everybody's doing it,
I think a thought experiment that I'll help people run through. There's this app on iPhones. It's time spent on whatever. It's a new update had come out. So I'll have them look at how much time this week did you spend on Instagram or Facebook or Snapchat or whatever the new one is, Discord. And then we take that time, and it's let's say it's 5 hours, for instance. And then I ask them, if you could do anything you want with 5 hours of your time, how much of it would you want to spend on flipping through Instagram? And no one tells me, there's nothing I would rather do but flip through Instagram for 5 hours of my week, right? So we start setting goals. Okay, let's say you want to cut your Instagram use down to 4 hours. We can download an app that will block Instagram after it has reached 4 hours on the week. And then I'll see them and like, how has that week been for you? How much better or worse has it been? And if it's terrible that first week, then it's pretty clear, you're addicted to social media. You're getting too much of your positive reinforcement from the likes and the reshares or what have you, or being so addicted to knowing what everybody else is doing. Like, this one comedian posts this thing every day, like I have to see what he's gonna say today, or I have to see, that my friend went to Costa Rica, I'm like dying to see the pictures, and it's like, what would life have been like for you if we just pushed that out a week? Like, does it have to happen now, or can we set times of the week that maybe we start with like 20 minutes, 15 minutes, and how much can we get to where we can make that break from social media, and when you're not constantly worried about like, I have to get the right photo while I'm at Cannadelics, or like no one's gonna see that I was here, or like I'm not gonna enjoy it the same way, or I got to take a picture in front of this, and you're worried about too many things as opposed to just being alive, living in the moment, appreciating. You could get a car accident on the way home, and you spent your time here taking photos in front of the selfie bin, as opposed to just kind of like absorbing information, meeting new people, and like interacting.
So if somebody were to come into your office, you use basic CBT techniques to kind of help them with like understand what they're going through. And you're telling me, Dr. Joe, I can't macrodose my way into recovery and put my phone down? All of my favorite influencers are doing it. Yeah. What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a macro dosing of Instagram that I could recommend, but I think, and I don't know if there's like a perfect time limit to set on Instagram or Facebook, because it is a way to kill time. But would you rather spend your time killing time, or just maybe pick up a new hobby, pick up something where it's like can get to improvements of your life? What situations do you find yourself normally using Instagram? Is it when you're bored, or is it when you're falling asleep? So let's find other things that we can do during those times where you would normally find yourself just doom scrolling on Facebook, that we can do other things. Maybe there's like you used to play guitar back in high school and you haven't even picked one up. Well, maybe you go to the thrift shop, pick up a used one and start playing around. Instead of getting on Instagram, you get on YouTube and you watch tutorials, and you're learning something new, something that could be useful for you, or at least that it gives you that release from a annoying work day, as opposed to like comparing yourself to all these Instagram models that are out in Maui, so
Yeah, great suggestions, Dr. Joe. I actually found a psychiatrist on YouTube, and I don't need you anymore.
As long as it's not Dr. Amen.
I've personally experienced and also witnessed with my clients the benefits of microdosing psilocybin to help with this. Because mushroom allies, when you see the mushroom, right, it's the fruit body of this life form. But the bigger body of the mushroom is the mycelium network, which is under the surface. And when you look at it under the microscope, it looks just like our nervous system. It looks like our brain neurons. It looks like our fascia. So when we invite this life form into our body, it makes sense of how it works in supporting those networks. So just speaking from my experience, and again, what I've witnessed with my microdosing clients, is that through the consistency of the small doses of the psilocybin, what we're doing is essentially our habits, right? When we're doing the same choice kind of unconsciously every day, in this example, looking at social media, we're creating this habit. We're taking the same path over and over and over again, and it creates this rut or this familiar channel that we're in this habit. So the mushroom allies help to sort of create a bridge over this rut, where now we're able to, instead of just unconsciously going into this familiar pattern, you become aware that we have alternative choices available. And with microdosing specifically, I see it as similar to when you go to the gym and you're doing high reps, low weight. You're building tone, right? So it's not about that quick fix, but it's about consistency and then building and rebuilding these new habits over time. And it's more about the cumulative effect. And I've witnessed this as feeling like eventually like you're on a bridge now looking over that rut, and you can see where you used to be, but now you're seeing it from a new perspective.
Yeah, and I can definitely, as you're explaining that, I'm like, yep, that was my whole journey with that, because there were just some things like I was programmed, I was doing it, and I was pre-programmed from my days when I was addicted to alcohol, and I did everything I was told, I used all the tools, but there still wasn't a breakthrough because I wasn't able to level up into that like awareness, right? And I think there's a little bit of science too behind the microdosing, like the Ketamine protocol, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. Once again, I'm like asking questions like a kid here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's about building the strength of your nervous system, repairing your nervous system, building new neural networks, neurogenesis, and reprogramming the program. And that's part of what helps to break these habits and break the addictions and bring us back into that connection to ourselves.
And then the neuroplasticity of the brain changes when you're addicted to a substance for so long. Like it's just, if you were to compare your brain, you know, before you started using or even a year after to inactive addiction, the neuroplasticity messes with your frontal cortex and it impairs your ability to make decisions and judgment. So I can see how microdosing, following a solid microdosing protocol will help you break through from some of those barriers.
I think also bringing in intentionality to microdosing is really important as well. You know, when I teach clients to microdose, I really am also teaching them about how to live life as a ceremony, because unlike going to a ceremony where you have the ceremonial experience, you have the dieta, you have the ceremonial experience, and then you have to integrate, with microdosing, you're kind of doing all three of those things at the same time and on a lower level, but you have to be able to, in order to really get the most benefits, to me, I don't think protocols matter as much. Really what I teach is for people to learn how to listen to their bodies again, and really intuitive microdosing has been my personal favorite because, you know, it allows me to have that connection, which is important for my brain. How do I learn to listen to my body, especially as someone who lives in a body that has chronic pain? It's important for me to be connected to my body in that way. But really bringing in the intentionality and the dieta process to, and the integration to the microdosing protocol and practice is, to me, the most important. And so when you're microdosing, you know, envisioning that is the ceremony, your life is the ceremony, and so scrolling and other types of harmful behaviors do not fit into that world, right? Like, in order for us to really grow, we have to, take those days that we're working and sitting with the fungi allies as, you know, important days to connect to ourselves and to that medicine and really bring that intention into it. And I think that can be the best way for us to build resilience and all, you know, help us with our neuroplasticity and form new habits, is to really just practice them. Like, who we are is really how we act, it's how we be. And so if we can allow our actions to be good for us and for others, that's how we're going to really grow the most. And one thing I learned in recovery that I, in AA, that I still teach today that I think is important, is that you can't think your way into right action, but you can act your way into right thinking. And so really sometimes the action of putting your phone down or of doing the, you know, better habit for yourself, you know, having the healthy meal instead of the microwaved ramen, and all of that is how we create change. And when we have something like microdosing with that, we can build those habits even quicker because of the opportunity with the increased neuroplasticity.
Yeah, that's super, that's great. It like tees up right up. Before we wrap up and give these guys some business shout outs, does anybody have any questions? Yes, sir.
Welcome everyone to St. Petersburg. Thank you, Chelsea. This is so important, and I'm grateful to be here. And that sounds amazing. Thank you. Thank you for that, Doc. That sounds amazing. My question is a personal one. What did psychedelics, which are not a panacea, you know, it's just part, in my experience, part of a multifaceted approach to managing my recovery and healing. But what did psychedelics do for your recovery, or rather your approach to 12-step, the 12-step fellowship, Alcoholics Anonymous? Did it change your interaction with AA? And then did you see in your patients, do you see psychedelics changing their interaction with Alcoholics Anonymous if they had been present before and after? That's my question.
Yeah, good question. Three-part answer. First, meth may be beneficial and feel good in the moment, but I can assure you the dental damage and skin picking will be very uncomfortable long term. Yes, I know. Second question, I've seen in my clinic, I have an IV ketamine clinic. I have seen people who have come to me, like we had discussed on using marijuana every day, that no longer feel that urge to use marijuana every day, and now it's become like a recreational thing, like with friends a couple times a month. I've seen alcoholics that, we're not talking about severe alcoholism every single day that you go into withdrawal, without your last drink of the night kind of alcoholics. Those folks definitely need a supervised medical detox, or you will have a seizure and die. But people who just wind down every night with 2-3 glasses of wine, that now don't drink that often and don't drink as much. We have one gentleman came to us addicted to anabolic steroids. And was injecting. He had given himself an abscess at one point, and just didn't like the way that he looked. After his treatments, he comes back to us now for maintenance, and he is no longer, I'm not a lie detector, but he has no longer been using anabolic steroids. So I've seen kind of incredible results with that. And the third part answer is to really reinforce that it isn't a panacea, and it's kind of how we got these substances banned to begin with. There's a famous Timothy Leary, famous psychiatrist from Harvard, thought, LSD for everybody. It'll make the entire world a better place. And then, for folks, with histories of schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, even bipolar disorder, diagnosed on medications, I would be very, very remiss to not tell you like the dangers of using these substances if you have a history of psychosis, or even really I would be personally cautious if you have a first-degree relative, and not like somebody who's like, oh, my mom's crazy, like your mom has schizophrenia, was in the state hospital in an asylum. I would be very, very hesitant to use these substances, not because it's going to cause you to have schizophrenia, but it will lower your threshold for developing it. So it is a very inheritable disorder, and just because your first-degree relative had it doesn't mean you're going to have it too, but there is a threshold. And using things like cannabis and the psychedelics with a strong family history is dangerous. So I would be remiss not to at least mention that for, and there's also just could be interactions with your medications if you're taking them as well. Like ayahuasca, for instance, half of it is an MAOI. So if you're taking an SSRI or more than one, you put yourself at risk for serotonin syndrome, which is life-threatening. Same thing with psilocybin. It's a serotonin agonist. If you're already taking several psychotropic medications that affect serotonin, it increases your risk of something bad happening. So while it can be incredibly helpful, you definitely want to, most psychiatrists that have trained, when I train, they're very open to this stuff. So if you are seeing a psychiatrist and you're thinking about going on one of these retreats or these journeys, mention it to them and let them know that that's what you want to do before just kind of winging it on your own and putting yourself at risk. So that's mine.
Let me restate the question. I just wanted
We gotta wrap up, so I'm just gonna let Kelia kind of add to that. And you guys can see, you can see him. Good,
I feel like, so for this question, I want to differentiate, and I'll just say this really quick, differentiate the difference between AA as the program and AA, the current community, right? The social construct of AA is very different than what the original program was. And the original AAs in the 1930s worked with what's called the belladonna treatment. That was the cure for all of the original AAs, which is a psychedelic treatment from plant medicines. And so actually, psychedelics and plant medicines have a very long intertwined history. As you said, one of the co-founders, Bill W., worked with LSD in the 70s for his depression and really wanted to bring that to AA and share that with others, but wasn't met from the community with that acceptance. And so I think that the community itself, in my personal experience, I was the chairperson of the main committee of young people in AA and sponsoring lots of women and really involved in service. And when I started working with psychedelics and told my AA community, everyone told me to pick up a white chip and to, start my sobriety over and that I had relapsed. And I was like, I'm microdosing, it's sub-perceptual. And they were like, nope, it's a relapse. There's the community construct where people just don't understand because there's a stigma around psychedelics. And then there's the program of AA. And so for me, I still work with the principles that I've learned from the 12 steps. I still practice, as EJ said, service work and, doing the inventory and doing my shadow work and, turning my life and my will over to my higher power every single day. I still practice it, but I'm not connected with the community anymore.
Right. I think like psychedelics will help you find the community that you need to be connected to. And I think at the end of the day, whether you consider yourself in recovery or not, and you're sitting with the plant medicine, it's all about what intention are you setting and what are you using it for. So with that, I just want to give everyone a shout out and ask everyone to kind of give a round of applause to our speakers. But we have Tepa Honan, Pachi Mama Munai. You want to talk to her more? She's outside. EJ and Kelia will be walking around. Dr. Drew is right outside to the left, and then Ananda will be walking around, and she also has a booth upstairs, the Soma Sanctuary, or is it the Church of the Divine Frequencies? The Divine Frequencies Church, so please feel free to stop and talk to any of us and ask questions as needed, and if we could just give one more round of applause for it. Thank you all.
I don't know if that was appropriate, but that's what I did.
Great job, guys. Great job. All right, guys, we have two more panels. The next one is sex, science, and psychoactives. Another thing I want to remind everybody, we are live streaming all of our talks here today. So if you missed any of the speakers or you want to go back and watch it, we have it on YouTube. It's streaming live right now, and you could scroll through that and go back and watch any of the speakers that you heard here today, recap any of the maybe panels that you may have missed. But we do have an exciting panel coming up in a few moments, led by Angela Fisher. And we're going to give them just a few minutes to get in here and get our crowd ready for sex, science, and psychoactives. Oh, that's somewhere up, I'm not sure, but if you go out in the hallway, it's either upstairs or just ask somebody with the Cannadelic shirt on. Yeah, you're welcome. Oh, yeah. Second purple one. Yeah, you can. Right there. Just take that second purple chair. Adam? Pick any chair except for that purple one. No, I'm just introducing you. Angela.
Thank you.
Keep him in order, guy.
I was about to put mine up.
I got you.
He was going to put his down.
No worries. You guys are doing amazing.
Yeah, appreciate you.
have two.
I think there's 4 of us, yeah? Angela, are you the moderator or is Tom? I'm not moderating. I don't have any questions. I haven't seen anything. Neither have I.
Tom, you're moderating, right?
I wasn't. I can.
Another panel, and I pulled them all.
If you need a break, I can probably get one of my people to moderate.
Oh gosh, I have no moderator. So I have Angela.
Do you have questions?
John is staying with the booth because I can't leave the booth. Okay.
Let's see. I think we have. Okay, so yeah. And then Reverend is
What kind of scientist? Do you get into endocannabinoid research? Yeah. Yeah, that's my wheelhouse. I just
You want to pull somebody else from your team?
Appetite regulation.
All right, welcome everybody. If you could come in and take your seats. Again, like I mentioned earlier, we are live streaming all of our talks today. So if you miss any of our panels and you want to go back and review them, you can review them on our YouTube channel, as well as fill in on any of the unseen panels, or if you want to just refresh on something that you learned today. Our panel now is about sex, science, and psychoactives. So I want to give an opportunity for each of our panel members to introduce themselves, starting right here with Heather.
Am I on? I'm on. My name is Heather Riley Heemstra. I am the founder of Rockstar Botanicals. I am all about your endocannabinoid receptors. And our plant botanicals, including cannabis, activate those receptors, which is the key to good sex.
The key to good sex.
The key to good sex is your endocannabinoid system and healthy aging.
And we see that all the time. Adam, our local chemist, would you like to introduce yourself? Give a little bit of your background as well.
Hello, my name is Adam McKay. I'm a director of Cannadelic Plant Sciences and Science Safe. So I am a chemist by trade, and I specialize in research in tryptamines and other psychoactive medicines.
Thank you, Adam. He's being a little modest, but that's okay. Angela?
Hello, I am Dr. Fisher. I founded Bionic Bloom and have a PhD in human sexual behavior, or the evolution thereof. I'm happy to be here.
Excellent. And
Yeah. I'm Cheryl Moore. I get to work with the Dr. Angela Fisher at Bionic Bloom as a trauma-informed certified hypnotherapist. I'm a PCC credentialed coach, educator, and consultant. I've been working in the community for the last 25 years. I was very fortunate to have my path cross with Dr. Fisher a few years ago and entering into the psychedelic healing space, and I'm here for it.
so I guess to start this off, my first question is for Angela, Dr. Fisher. What are some of the common themes sexually that people come to you and they look to utilize psychoactives for?
The common themes is an easy question. Generally speaking, it's anxiety, trauma, or age-appropriate growth and wellness. My favorite theme is the less spoken about topic as it relates to men and their relationship with their sexual ability. Primarily, that one little piece, men and their connection to their quality of erection, we'll say, is probably one of the most profound problems to be solved. In fact, it's probably one of the driving forces for why I went into sex therapy in the first place, because men tend to make less favorable decisions when they don't have a strong connection with their vitality.
Interesting, interesting. So Heather, I know you've developed a few products to help in the sex space with both men and women. What are some of the things that you have experienced with your products in enhancing the sex lives of maybe some of your clients?
Well, we have, as women, the highest concentration of endocannabinoid receptors in the body of every female mammal. It exists in your sexual organs, your vulva, your vagina. Mother Nature was not fooling around here. She really had a plan. And if you are able to nourish this first chakra, these super tender tissues, with plant actives that activate the endocannabinoid system, you're able to achieve homeostasis in the body. The number one reason I get out here and speak is because I want people to understand that we need to fund research into the endocannabinoid system, because I seriously will tell you, this holds the secret to menopause. What does the endocannabinoid system regulate? Your body temperature, your mood, your libido, your appetite. It regulates your sleep. It regulates pain function. So when you nourish these receptors with phytocannabinoids, the cannabis plant, and other plant botanicals, because Mother Nature did not just put all this magic into the cannabis plant. These phytocannabinoid properties exist in other plants. So if you are able to nourish these tender tissues, your first chakra, your root, your sex organs, with these plant botanicals, you can nourish your body's ability to balance itself. You can keep your libido through menopause. You can keep your ability to produce moisture. It's such a big joke. Oh, we women, we hit menopause and then we're all dried up, and oh, we don't this and we don't that. We don't squirt, all this other stuff. It doesn't need to be that way. But nobody is addressing this from a cellular level. And the endocannabinoid system is the secret to this. And I understand it's only 60 years old. We're only just discovering this system. But we need to fund the research into activating this system. Because us stoners are not the only ones who deserve to have our bodies activated. And not everybody wants to change themselves by smoking weed. And plus, when you're smoking weed, you're not necessarily nourishing your endocannabinoid system fully, because you're not getting all the terpenes. You're getting a really high THC plant. Let's talk about all the plant phytocannabinoids that we can apply topically that don't have to interfere with your liver, your kidneys, your digestion. I'm a colon cancer survivor. I have half of my digestion, so I'm not about anything that I ingest. I want to stay sexy and healthy and juicy way past menopause, and I'm closer to 60 than anything, so I'm fully here to say you can nourish this system by applying topically where you have endocannabinoid receptors.
So obviously it brings balance back into our bodies. Now psychoactives, I heard a very good explanation of how anesthesia decreases our awareness so we can go under surgery, and tryptamines increase our awareness. So they increase our awareness so we're more aware, and I feel like sometimes during sex we just go through the motions and we're not aware of it, but there is something biological that's happening. And I may want to get a little bit nerdy here with Adam to explain. I'd like you to explain a little bit about, oxytocin, how chemicals are released in the body, and how that relates to maybe serotonin and the good feel molecules that are activated when we may use things like tryptamines or psychoactives.
Well, that is a pretty diverse list of things to go over.
Putting you right on the spot.
The oxytocin, it's very well known as like the cuddle hormone or the love hormone, but it serves a large amount of purposes. It's medically used to induce labor. I think it's it's like millions of a gram can just even subcutaneously administered just induce labor. It has parallel effects that it works in a system with vasopressin, which is a vasoconstrictor. And those are two oligopeptides, which is really just like a tiny protein. There are maybe less than a dozen amino acids long, and there are hormones that are not steroidal, or non-steroidal hormones. That's to compare them to like the dozens or so very similar steroidal androgynous hormones like androstadienol, androstenol, and whatnot. And those all have a very interesting biochemical pathway where they interconvert. And another fun fact there is that men and women, of course, have estrogen and testosterone, and they can convert within each other. And that probably leads over to the other systems. The serotonergic signaling system is one of the oldest signaling systems in neuroscience. It goes way back beyond mammals and vertebrates even. And that's because serotonin itself is a pretty basic molecule. It's, if you can imagine a shape, it's like a 6-membered ring with an extra 5 on it. On the side, it's very stable, it's very flat, which turns out to be important for fitting in receptors. And the tryptamine family of compounds, it's one of the main families of compounds. It contains things like DMT, dimethyltryptamine, derivatives of that like 4-hydroxydimethyltryptamine. That's a mouthful, or another way of saying psilocin. And 5-MeO-DMT, which comes from the bufo toad. They're all in that family. Actually, lysergamides are a derivative of that. They're what I just described with a little extra on top. So LSD is basically DMT with a little extra fun added to it. And those all fit into the receptor for serotonin. There's a whole bunch of those. It's called the 5-HT family of receptors. DMT, psilocin, and whatnot. Psilocin comes from psilocybin, by the way. Those fit in the 2A subcategory. It's just literally a number for anyone who's not looking at a microscope with receptors right now. But that is a way to differentiate it from other things like the bufo toad, which if anyone's ever done that, it's not very visually psychedelic, is it? That's because it activates the 1A receptor. I'll stop saying these numbers in a second, but the 3A receptor, that actually is what Zofran works on as an anti-nausea medicine non-psychoactively. So it's a pretty diverse system. To wrap that point up, these tryptamines and LSD, they are a category of drugs that work by pretending they're serotonin by looking at it, as opposed to many other types that cause something to happen, like MDMA would cause a release of certain compounds. So that's also why serotonergic compounds tend to be much safer. You don't really ever have overdoses on psychedelics too often. And they also have a rapid onset of tolerance. So that should be a pretty sufficient answer to the very long list of questions you asked.
Great answer. I loved that.
Dr. Fisher?
I would like to chime in just a little bit, if it's okay with everybody. I'm going to make this what I consider to be a super sexy, nerdy answer, sexy for the rest of us. The difference between Tantra, connection, and the kind of sex that the average person is having, anybody know? It's connection, the love hormone, it's the oxytocin. When we are talking about sex and psychoactives or sex and psychedelics, we are talking about the activation of that connection, whether it's by yourself internally or externally with one or more people. The connection is the literal difference. The sexiest part of what he said was the love hormone. All of that to explain why we need connection and how using our plant medicines or natural hormones or natural ways to increase our natural hormones is what makes that sexual experience so much more profound. So much so that we could call it Tantra.
So do you find in your practice that people that have anxiety or they're dealing with depression, it makes it very difficult for them to connect with that because they're putting too much expectations or putting too much pressure on themselves to perform, so to speak? Would that be a...
So out there at our booth, it says, ask us about mushrooms and sex or sex and mushrooms. The reason for that tagline is specifically because the best sex that you're ever gonna have is the sex without anxiety. And if you can use the plant medicine, the fungus or the THC, the cannabis, whichever, if you can utilize that in the right dose, you can basically lift the veil of anxiety and leave it behind you and you don't even notice it's happening. So yes, in that space we do. That's the reason we have that tagline, because sex and psychedelics is how you can have the real sex without all of the history, without trauma, without the anxiety. It's how we can exploit our own vulnerabilities without even noticing we are and show up present to the event.
Just to chime in real quick on that, you're absolutely right about the anxiety-less sex being the best. And it turns out that there is a strong correlation between deficiencies in oxytocin and problems with anxiety and depression as well.
And ability to orgasm.
And ability to orgasm as you age, too.
As you age, which is one of the primary functions of anti-aging, is the ability to orgasm. A recent study that just came out, it was a small study, 80% of women, when they orgasm, produce their own endocannabinoid, and its only function in the body is to boost your immune system. It is super, mega important for your longevity to continue to produce the hormones that you produce when you orgasm.
And if you've been in our office, you've heard probably somebody say some kind of way at some point, you've had a prescription to self-pleasure because that orgasm and all of the associated hormonal responses are necessary for healing.
And everybody is so different. That's why these kinds of conventions are fantastic, because you have all these modalities that can help you find your own pathway. It might not be this pathway, it might be that pathway, it might be a different one. Just like when you're partaking in cannabis, my terpenes are not your terpenes. What my body needs might not be what your body needs. So find out, tune in, like Huxley wasn't wrong, tune in, right? Or tune out, like tune into your own body to figure out what resonates. What allows you to have the kind of sex that Angela is talking about, where the veil is lifted, where you're able to truly connect without that anxiety. That's your longevity, and that's your secret to good menopause. I'll tell you that right now, as somebody who's through it.
Cheryl, would you like to add?
Yeah, as we get older, the subconscious load that we're carrying gets greater unless that finally comes into our awareness and we can deal with it. And psychedelics, anything that you're using to allow yourself to create a safe space to enter into that, bring it into the awareness and allow for healing, is why we're here. And intimacy with ourself first must take place in the context of healing before we can actually truly share it with someone else. And when you have that connection with someone else, I mean, you're talking about the fountain of youth. It keeps giving and giving. So, we're here to facilitate healing on all levels. And one of the things that we don't realize subconsciously, the culture that we were raised in, the trauma that we inherited in the DNA, particularly religious trauma, if you come from a conservative family, you've inherited that. You've got to deal with that to some extent and address what you heard and believed for survival as a child. Let's heal it. so that we can shed that and start walking in the truth, our truth as we understand it, authentically living the life we were intended to be healed.
So that's a round of applause right there.
That's amazing. Exactly.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Heather also said you can play with her medicine or our medicine or some, and I just want to say you can also play with all of those medicines together because they play nicely and
Yes,
they like
they
each
do.
other. So it's not or, it's
yes,
it's
you're right.
and.
You're absolutely right.
Plants work well together.
Yes.
Plants work well together. So when you have couples that are looking to enhance their experience with psychoactives, I know there's a lot of misconceptions. I know I had some myself in the past. How do you get couples on the same page? So they are, one isn't doing one thing and one isn't using the other one to go to a different place. What are the strategies that you found have been effective to get, a partner together with their other partner and be in that same space?
2 words, curiosity and kindness. Curiosity. The 2 most important characteristics of any relationship, whether it's yourself or others, your pets, your children, curiosity and kindness, you're not going to be on the same page. You might not get to the same page out of a 40-year relationship more than twice. That's okay. We just need to be able to ask the why and be patient enough to hear the answer. That's it. It's really it. The expectations change dramatically based on any individual couple that are here presenting. And if we can appreciate, if we're doing a needs pyramid for couples, there's, bottom basic needs, anything above abuse, right? The middle is like pizza, the top is our filet mignon. The filet mignon of couples' needs is raw acceptance with appreciation. You ask those questions, it's the why. So we don't have to show up at the same place at the same time, but we do need to show up without judgment and genuine curiosity.
Now that is powerful. That is powerful. Because we always try and, find what we found for ourselves, and we want that in our partner. And meeting them where they're at, so to speak, is something that we do in the psychedelic space. And I think that in relationships, we sometimes forget that. And, removing judgment, integrating acceptance, and really just being a good human to your partner and not trying to force them to go down the path that you may see could be a great way to build that bond and that relationship.
If I might add one thing to this, I think that when women enter menopause, it's such a long process, but their partners need to be really understanding of all of the changes that they go through. And it's not just women, men go through these changes as well with your testosterone levels. But it's really important, and it's been the greatest gift that I've experienced in Rockstar blends is, and of course I came to it because I had cancer, 18 years ago. My husband had to be slow and be accepting of the changes that I was going through and how I was handling them. And if we as partners are able to help nourish our partners as they change, then everything can continue to be great and change and grow and be beautiful. But if we don't acknowledge the changes, then we're not truly being supportive. And we're not being curious. As Angela said, you have to be curious. And our needs change, our desires change, and our response pleasure centers change as we age. So we need to be really cognizant of that, I think.
Yeah, and that's a big part of that awareness piece, being aware of not only ourselves, but the people that are in our immediate circle, that we interact with on a daily basis, and, being a little bit more open to be aware of the things that are happening with them as well. We start down this path, and a lot of times it's all about me, about my growth and how I'm growing, but we're not alone in this world. Many of us have partners that are our other half, you know, that are in this with us, in this, you know, like Chris Dyer was saying earlier, in this video game we're playing of life. You know, so it's very interesting to me on how sex plays a big part in that relationship with your immediate partner, and, you know, throughout society, what's expected of us, what we're thought to be able to provide, and those abilities that we may think that we've lost as we age, you know, due to hormonal imbalances or those abilities. So with that being said, what I'd like to do is I'd like to open up to questions from the audience on what your burning desires, burning questions are for our panel here today. So does anybody have a question that they'd like to speak about? No questions?
One there, you got some.
Oh, right over here. If you could stand up and say your name.
Hi, my name is Jude. I had a question for Heather. How did you, just as a woman, bring such like a raw topic to like a relatively like more powerful, I know it's changing, but relatively male-dominated industry? Because like I didn't hear about this until like you.
Well, I was, I had a number of things happen all at the same time. I was 37 years old and I had colon cancer, big fat tumor sticking out of my colon, sticking through my stomach. Right after our son was born, I never thought I'd get pregnant. I was living in Italy. My husband was living in California. We were not planning on this, and all of a sudden I'm pregnant, and all of a sudden I realized, wow, there's a whole bunch of stuff nobody ever tells you about. So that was my first clue, that wow, wait a minute, hold on. And then, you know, I have the baby, I have this big fat tumor, then I think, and I shun the chemo. The next thing I find out is I got another baby on the way. And I'm like, oh shit, what am I doing now? And then I started to realize that there's just all this stuff that nobody talks to you about as a woman. Does anybody tell you that when you stop producing estrogen, when you hit menopause, that the wall of your vagina will become thinner? And that sex may become painful? And that you might decrease your libido? Like if somebody had told me 30 years ago that my libido would decrease, I'd be like, I'd put my house on it that that wasn't the case. But then that starts to happen. And nobody is giving us alternatives that are truly non-toxic and truly non-harmful. Most lubes contain a lovely little ingredient called propylene glycol. I am deathly allergic to propylene glycol. This is not something I can put on my pussy. And yet, I could buy it at CVS.
It's in vapes?
It's in vapes. See, I don't do vapes. So this is crazy to me. And I keep saying over and over, I was born in the 60s. Gen X has hit menopause, and we are not here for this bullshit because there is no reason why any of us should dry up. I have raised my kids. They both have their driver's license as of Thursday, so God's help me right now. But I am ready to get back to changing the world like I did before my kids came. Don't tell me that I'm dry. You know, it's like I always say, my kids will say, oh, look at that lady, she didn't return her grocery cart. And I'm like, do you think her pussy might be dry and irritated and itchy? And it's 185 degrees outside and she doesn't want to walk across the parking lot? Did you ever think that? My poor teenagers are like, oh my God, Mom, no. But now I'm thinking that.
I love we're live streaming right now.
All right, hooray. I hope my mother's watching. I mean, it's really a conversation that we need to have, because there's no reason why as you age, you should stop being as juicy and sexy and vibrant and powerful as you are. There's no reason for it. And here's the bottom line. When you orgasm, you probably produce an endocannabinoid that boosts your immune system. And you need that. We all need that. And you men, if you think you don't need it, you're wrong, because we'll kill you in your sleep if we're not in a good mood. So I think you need that. Right? It's really important. No, all joking aside, it's really important to nourish women in this way. And if we don't start having and you know, I got nothing left to lose. The Grim Reaper stood in the corner of the room and said, hey, I'm here for you, baby. And I said, I'm still not going to have the chemo. You can go log yourself, like I'm not doing it. and I'm still here.
I
And on
think
top
that
of that-
deserves an applause.
Right? Like, you gotta take care of yourself. Take care of your pussy now so you don't have to later. I hope my mother hears that one too.
I want t-shirts that say, I want to have a juicy Heather pussy.
Then my grandmother really will come down from heaven and I will be so out of here.
That's the saying of the week. Okay, anybody else have any questions?
Hi, I don't have any questions, but I'm here to do a testimonial for Heather. Because I met Heather, was it December?
December.
At another one of these conventions called Psychedelic Fest, which was at the factory.
At Winterdelic.
I was bedridden for a year before I met Heather. I have a disease called trigeminal neuralgia, which is a disorder of the brain caused by a dentist, but we won't even go there. It caused me to go into depression. I didn't eat. I can't eat. I lost all my nutrients. My sex drive was over. I've been married 21 years. I have a husband that's 59 years old, and he acts like he's 14. I mean, this guy is nonstop. When I didn't want to have sex anymore, I didn't know what to do, because he starts talking about dry pussy and, you know, my skin getting crepey and tired all the time and no energy. So thank God I met Heather, because not even 4 weeks after I started using her product, and I rub it everywhere, basically in my pussy, around my ass, under my arms, under my boobs, and yes, it made my boobs grow. Within 6 months, I went up a cup size, and I don't have any other reason to explain it. I've been the same weight since high school. I never had kids. But the only thing I'm doing different is using her product. So, yes, my pussy is wet. I do squirt again, and I jump my husband's bones every night. So I am here to say her product does work, and never give up. I'm 59 years old, and now I feel like I'm in my 20s again. So thank you very much for giving me my life back.
Thank you, thank you. All right, does anybody else have a question?
So you guys talked a lot about sex and like being on different psychoactives during all of that. Do you feel like there's stronger connections through different types of like psychoactives? Like for say we had sex on DMT and LSD together, like.
Well, good luck with DMT.
I was gonna say the same
You might not be
thing.
able to put the pipe down by the time you get started.
Also, if you're
Ayahuasca is
combining
another story,
those
though.
two- The answer is yes. The answer is definitely yes. And it should be individualized. And what was the number one rule of any relationship? Curiosity and kindness. That's not wrong or different with your relationship and your psychoactive. You need to be able to stay curious. One of the things that I think we do that might be a little different than another wellness center or another therapy center is teach you how to connect with the inside of your body so you can hear those messages. And when you understand what your body is asking for, you can deliver it like that.
And if you were looking for suggestions, definitely mescaline or any kind of phenethylamine, 2CB or any 2C series would be very good.
With a microdose of cannabis, actually.
Just sprinkle it on top of everything.
Okay, so this needs to be a whole nother panel where we like sit there with a little notepad.
All right, do we have any other questions?
Hello there. So I'd like a suggestion. I lost my libido 7 years ago when I started long-term chemo. I was Samantha all the way. I had the lottery winner of orgasms and then some. I went from that to zero. What do you suggest I can, the idea of microdosing, sprinkle on, add to cannabis to regain some part of me? Obviously, as you know, it ruins everything, so obviously cannot have children. But I am a stage 4 survivor. Lung cancer, not smoker. I know, funny. So being that I lost that and my last estrogen showed me at something like 30, and when I asked this procedure you do that's not covered by insurance will get me up to like what? Oh, he says, oh, like 300s. I go, that was me, hello. What can I do?
Okay, well, I can start by saying you can apply botanicals directly to your vulva that will increase your body's ability to orgasm. So that is one avenue. It is topical, it is not ingestible, it's not smokable. And I speak to this because
Like lotion?
It's, well, what I create is a topical botanical product with a base of fractionated organic coconut oil, 16 other botanicals. They're phytocannabinoids. There are pathways to activate your endocannabinoid system, and the highest ones exist in your vulva and your vagina. You can go right there and apply topically and get into your body. Now, I'm going to pass the mic over to the scientists here so that they could talk about things that you can ingest, right? And Angela is probably your best person here, and you're probably in the best hands right there.
Teach me the way. I turned 51 this year, by the way.
So I'm right
I
there with you,
chose to
sister.
stop chemo. I was supposed to be on it. IV chemo. I went from every 3 weeks for a year plus to every month. I was supposed to continue on it, which I don't understand why, because it took away the remote control of the body. This.
Yeah.
My brain.
Yes.
Like, it's not even funny.
It's so true. It really does reduce neurological function. But you can rebuild
Everything
that.
you guys are saying is Dr. Coro, my neuropsychologist.
Right.
Which she's against psychoactives, but she says, show me the science.
Show me the science.
Wow.
The science
please.
exists for your endocannabinoid receptors in your vulva and your vagina, and you can activate those. I will pass the microphone
Yes,
over to
please.
Angela because she's the expert on the healing of this kind of a trauma.
Okay.
But I can speak to the actual science of activating this system, which will get your libido
So
to
THC.
fire.
THC. Or Delta.
THC is only one component
Which should
of
I
a
use?
miraculous plant. You need the entire plant, the
Full
entire
spectrum.
entourage. CBD, CBG, CBDA, all of it. I am not a fan of any isolate. I mean, blow a big bong hit full of THC. I'm all about that for sure. That's great. But I really want for the therapeutic effects, the full entourage of phytocannabinoids. So again, Angela is the trauma expert, but I can speak to the science of how you rebuild that actual bodily function to just get that to fire again, to get your body to say, hey, yeah.
Regrew new
Yeah, it's like
what's the word?
retraining your
Neurons.
system.
Yeah.
One of my greatest success stories come from vaginal rejuvenation therapy. Women who have actually, women who have actually gone and tried to, like, you know, do surgery or had bad perineum tears and don't have those sensations. You can rebuild those cells, those nerve endings. If they're not completely dead, you can get them to refire.
So the question, as I understand it, is based on varying levels of complexity. The question is, can I get my libido back, and how? I guess that's two questions. The answer is absolutely, 100% positively, you can have it back. The how is not so easy. That is something that we would address from actually mind, body, and spirit. It wouldn't just be one piece. If you're working with us, we would want to address every piece of it. We want to build your confidence. We want you to walk in your sexy heels and look at those gorgeous calves in the mirror and see how much you love yourself, and also give you the full function of libido. There's a lot of hormonal issues that are happening there. There's age-appropriate issues that are happening there. And to address the entire, to address the whole picture requires a lot more complexity, which I would love to have a longer conversation about. But the short answer is, if you have a libido issue, it doesn't matter how old you are, we can help.
Yes.
Thank you very much for that question. Anybody else with a question this morning? This afternoon, morning. Gosh, where am I?
I just wanted to add into that. There's a couple of simple solutions that might help along the way that are worth trying. DHEA is an over-the-counter supplement that might be a prodrug for various hormones. And then, of course, I'm sure you've tried the actual hormone therapy. There are plenty of different ones. You got to kind of work out those specific levels. And there's all sorts of things.
A lot of cancer patients can't take hormones.
I was just going to say that because the estrogen, depending on her kind of cancer, could be a problem.
That's
so
part of how I came to my formula is nobody knows why I got colon cancer, and they don't know if it was estrogen-induced because I don't carry the Lynch genes, so that means it could be estrogen-induced. So I don't do any hormone replacement therapies.
And I wouldn't just casually say go do any of those things while the DHEA would incite some testosterone, which would bring your libido back. That may not be the best route, and maybe having a bioavailable something else would be a better solution for your specific problem.
Yeah, so never take any of these things. You'd have to do it under medical supervision, of course. I am not a doctor, so this is not medical advice.
Hey, my name is Jasenia. So my assistant is going through menopause and she had breast cancer. So I know you spoke a lot about both of those topics. Is there anything here? She's open to cannabis, but is there anything here I could possibly buy for her to help her with her menopause symptoms? Because she's going through it in the office and I just want to be a good boss to her.
Well, I feel really embarrassed to make an unshamed plug for Rockstar Woman, but that's my wheelhouse. I just want to help women go through menopause. So this is a topical product, and because I don't have an ascending colon, they removed 21 centimeters of my colon when they removed the big fat tumor. I don't rely on anything that I can ingest, smoke, eat, anything. I rely on topical plants to help me.
I can tell you, I'm sorry, I don't
No,
mean to
go,
cut you
baby.
off. I can tell you that the conversation we had earlier about oxytocin is definitely something to look into. There is a lot of research coming out on how oxytocin specifically is an adaptogen, so to speak, for things like breast cancer or estrogen-dependent cancers. So while we couldn't say go take a hormone, we can say go get yourself or get her some high doses of oxytocin, which isn't as easy as I make it sound to get. But if we combine,
I use a topical oxytocin every single day.
if we combine oxytocin with what she's got, we can probably solve her problem.
And I know Adam's been working on some research on an oxytocin vape pen.
Well, it's currently administered in a nasal mist, according to the
Nasal mist.
FDA. So I have been looking in to see what kind of vaporizability it has, and your favorite solvent, of course, propylene glycol.
Ha!
Well, that's a whole other form of administration.
I like rapid dissolved tablets. I don't like anything that's
You missed us at
Sublingual.
Tantradelic. That's what we passed out today. And so when we were talking about the difference between Tantra and connection and normal people's sex, we were talking about activating that oxytocin, and especially in couples kind of therapy. That's exactly where we need to be to rebuild exploitation of vulnerability in a safe place.
Exploitation. My husband always talks about, like, he saw me go through the first baby, and then he's like, wow, and then you did it again. Oh, right, oxytocin. Like, that's the only reason.
Stay away from the oxytocin if you're pregnant, though.
Well, we have time for 2 more questions. Anybody have a burning question? They want to hear the P word again?
I just had a suggestion, not really a question, toward this young lady over here. My thought is I haven't heard anybody discuss detoxing and going on fasting. What I notice when I fast for 7, 10, 14 days, after the 7th day is where your energy is high, you got great circulation. If you're juice fasting, you're doing daily enemas, you know, that kind of stuff, you're going to get rid of so much, you're going to stimulate so much circulation that I hear a lot of people get, personally myself and others, their libido comes back, They can have an orgasm when they meditate, like what's going on, like things are wakening up. So I just wanted to emphasize that, like detoxing, properly fasting, juice preferably. You know, ginger's known for, you know, for libido as well. But these are the things that I would suggest for anybody with cancer, stage 4, chemo, radiation. I tell it to some of my patients too who have been given these diagnoses. But a lot of people just not willing to do it because it has a lot of discipline and willpower, and they feel hungry, they get weak, etc. So I just wanted to bring that to this because everybody's here for healing, but fasting, juice fasting, you can't get any better than that with daily enemas. It's healing. You get all kind of rejuvenation, stem cells, all that stuff, and your libido will come back. In addition to topical, I agree with that 100% as well.
We
So,
have
you know,
ginger in our Rockstar
there you
Woman
go.
program.
So I mean,
Yeah.
and you get energized. I mean, it's your sleep will decrease. It's amazing. So I just wanted to add that. That's all.
Thank you very much. All right, we have time for one more last question. Any burning desires? Well, before we wrap up, any last words from our panel?
Don't
Maybe-
stop eating when you have stage 4 cancer.
Please.
Don't what?
Don't stop eating just for a week when you have
Exactly.
cancer.
I can't. Are there any better words, curiosity, kindness, other than Heather's juicy pussy? I don't know what else to say to top that.
Listen to your body, people. Your body gives you all of the answers. What works for me might not work for you. But whatever you do, don't neglect that first chakra, because it sounds all like, ooh, but really, you got to nourish your body from the ground up, and that's not your feet, okay? Like, think about where your most powerful center is. Those are your sex organs. Nourish them and heal them, and that looks different for everybody. And the most beautiful thing about being alive right now in this crazy world is that you've got people like Angela out there who are really dedicated to this. You got people who are studying the science. You got people like me who are so invested in helping you go through menopause and not lose all your juicy sexy. So spread the word, tell everybody, you know, orgasms are good for you. Staying sexually healthy is good for you, whether you're with a partner or by yourself. Take care of yourself and use the plant medicines that have been around for thousands of years that were vilified in the past century. We don't need to vilify them anymore. That's why we're all here. We've all come to this convention to be with other people who recognize the power of plant medicine. So, like, grab that shit by the balls, man. Like, it's full on. It's there for you.
Well, thank you guys so much this afternoon. If you guys, we're going to be here for the rest of the day. You want to say where they can find you, Dr. Fisher?
Well, I think we're all right outside these
Right
doors.
outside this door.
these
You
doors.
can walk out the door and find us.
Yep.
Just yell sex.
Just yell sex. Me and Angela would jump. Who, what, where?
You know, this is just another example of how psychoactives are being used to enhance our daily lives. We talk a lot about trauma. We talk a lot about healing, but also part of that is being able to progress our relationships and be able to do what we may call the light work and the future of psychedelics in another form to be used to enhance your life. So it's about freedom, curiosity, and the ability to explore. So I invite you all to learn more about it from our panel out there. And we have one more speaker for our final panel today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Great job.
The what?
Oh, one of the major things I was looking into that got me great is that they're responsible.
So I've been working with PMDD symptoms with the evening primrose oil.
Looks like that one's
Did I-
battery, this one's battery's dying.
Okay.
Test, test.
Okay, got it. Where's the best place? Tell me where's the best place.
Test, test, test.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Hello. You can hear me? Okay, perfect. Sounds good. And then ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. Right. I was at a conference and it was about sexual health. This lady had an orgasm on stage and everybody came in the room. So if anybody wants to assimilate that, to get people in the room, that'd be cool. Ah! No, I'm kidding. We're just going to wait a couple minutes. He said he was going to make an announcement because things have been going off schedule. So I'll start the talk in about 5 minutes. So if you want to go potty, twerk, get some motion in the pelvic floor, that works out too. So they told me to wait like a little bit longer, but I'll probably wait about like 120 more seconds. All right. Hello, hello, everybody. So, yay! Oh, mind over matter. I'm just gonna tell everybody, in case you want to close your eyes for a moment and take about 5 deep breaths. I have been speaking to people all day and nonstop, so, you know, it can create an imbalance in your body and your lungs and everything. So I always like to start my talk with a little bit of just 5 deep breaths together. We all breathe a different amount of air because we all smoke a different amount of weed. So I know I smoke like Snoop Dogg, but I can still breathe really, really deep. I know I'm being live streamed, so what about language? Curse words, okay. Cool. My favorite word is fuck, so I would have to think of replacements. Great word. It could mean so many things. So let's close our eyes and unfuck ourselves. So maybe if you put one hand on your chest and one hand on your stomach and take a deep breath in. And keep going even though I'm talking. And as you breathe, maybe it's the first time you focused on this today. Maybe certain things in your heart, maybe behind your ears or your stomach soften. So just keep taking those deep breaths. And wherever you are from now, I want you to count to 3. When you breathe in, visualize the number 3 as you blow out. When you breathe in, the 3 goes away. Inhale. And then see the number 2. In your next breath, the first couple of seconds you breathe in, breathe the least amount of air so you can pull it in the longest. Hold it in as long as you can. And whenever you have the chance to breathe out, go slow the first couple seconds. And then you can go longer. And then open your eyes. So, I don't know if that made you feel better, but it made me feel a little better before my talk, just to reset my energy. I'm Dr. Leva, owner and founder of the Exercise Center, Zen Powerhouse, Queen of Biohacking, the Exercise Institute of Lifelong Learning, and I actually opened a couple more businesses, which I'm not going to announce yet. So it's been very, very prosperous year for me, and really it's all a frequency. So it's so true how everything works together, and I want to share that with you. I'm a wife. My husband is Jonathan. We've been married 17 years, and that was our anniversary was July 1st. I'm a mother of 2 amazing boys, and I'm a fucking badass. So we're going to hear a lot about me throughout this talk. So there are certain things that have happened to me in my life. I believe we all are survivors because we're here. We all go through things. We all came out of a womb. I don't know what happened to your parents or their parents. We live in this world. So there's all some form of trauma we experience. Pain knows no color, no financial background, no border, no territory. We all experience pain. And for me, I dedicated a lot of my life to figure out how to be in a state of calm and happiness, even if I'm experiencing pain. Because I realized pain is like the ocean. It comes and it goes. And it's important to be able to feel pain, because when you stop feeling it, most often you're on drugs, or you just lost that part of you that feels and reacts to others. So it's important to be able to feel pain. It's important to have uncomfortable conversations. We're not going to be political in here, but it's important to love all and be the change from inside. So whether you, no, I have some jokes later, but anyways, there's a QR code in the corner of all of my slides. So some slides could be, I don't like the word triggering anymore. I used to always say that. But if it's too descriptive, you could always look away, or you could scan the QR code. A lot of products that I talk about, you can find them easily with this QR code, or my business and everything. This is a paragraph about me. I'm not going to read it. One of my interns wrote it about me, and it was an honor. Because if you like your boss or your employer, that says a lot about them. So this is a great intro. They're a little late, and I love question and answer, so I'm going to keep going. I was diagnosed with Crohn's disease when I was 13, and I learned after plant medicine. It probably wasn't Crohn's disease. It was a lot of things that happened earlier in my life. But it manifested as Crohn's disease for what the diagnosis was with the doctors. I was given tons of prescribed medicines. I could name them all. I was on a form of chemotherapy. I was in infusion centers. And by the time I was 20, I had osteopenia, which is on your way to osteoporosis. I was on prednisone. My face was 3 times the size it is now. All my joints were inflamed. I got something called arrhythmia nodosum, which is like these nodules in your bloodstream. Just everything causes something else, which is why plant medicine and natural medicine is so important, because they told me I would be on those medicines forever, and I actually almost off all of them, and I'm really, really proud of that. So I'm going to go into that later. I did not have good insurance. I was always on Medicaid, free lunch. I grew up from, my family didn't have money, so money doesn't buy happiness, but it buys good health care, good weed, good mushrooms. So, you know, you want to be abundant in life. So that's where money does help you. Having no insurance, I would go to the health clinic. And kind of every doctor was just clocking in, clocking out. They weren't fixing anything. They were just making me and my mother calm down. You know, the fever's gone. Maybe you won't shit 100 times a day today, but it'll come back tomorrow. So it was very, over time, it breaks you down. So I'll talk about that. So here this is again. Again, it's the first time I'm meeting you guys, but my parents were divorced, and they're very different. My mom was a hippie. She had me at 40, and always on the beach, drummings on the beach. I smoked weed with her starting at 13. I love you, Mom. Because I was going to the bathroom 100 times a day. She was a hippie, and she actually gave me a joint, and she would put it in my food. And it's really amazing that it's legal now. I was one of the first people in Florida to have my card, and my mom was still alive for me to let her know. I was like, Mom, I'm getting paid over $100 an hour to smoke weed and like stretch with people. Like, what? This is fucking crazy. So it's really great the way the world is shifting out of this mindset of such bias, because if you see the pictures in the future, along with the veterans I work with, or athletes, and so many people that want to kill themselves, and then not only to not want to kill themselves, but to make a huge change in the world and change the lives of so many other people. It's definitely a domino effect. I am thinking about the changes that my patients have made because they're here, and because I'm here, and it's emotional because it's deep. So I might cry. We'll see. So navigating rough waters. I'm going to go back. I know I'm live streaming. I'm talking with my brother again. So I'm not going to go into this other part because I had a restraining order on my own brother. And I had a lot of abuse in my home, which manifested into my stomach. So was it ever Crohn's disease? Did any doctor ever ask me if I was being abused? No, you know, so, and it wasn't, and again, I'm talking to my brother again, and I hope all is well. So I'm gonna just pass over this slide. But being a straight A student, an athlete, a scholar, a model, an ice skater, because I was strong, because I was smart, nobody cared. I have a joke where you could say, oh, I want to kill myself. And someone says, oh my God, you're so beautiful. I said, but I just told you I want to kill myself. Like, oh my God, honey, you have such a good body. You know, it doesn't fucking matter. People feel what they feel inside, and I think it's beautiful. I'm not wearing makeup right now, and I didn't do my hair because I got in from Costa Rica, and my son had to go to the hospital. But the more I put on out here, the less I love in here. And it's 100% always true. When I feel sick, when I feel diseased, I put on more makeup so you cannot see my dark circles. So, you know, I did smoke some weed and I'm thirsty, so but you know, I don't have any moisturizer on my lips. So, but I love myself. And to me, to stand on stage right now is just amazing. It's huge for me and hopefully maybe for some of you. And I also can't walk around stage. I'm a walker. But having an invisible illness when it's inside, often society doesn't care, your employer doesn't care, your boss doesn't care, school doesn't care. I had to fight my way with disability accommodations. And then I had to identify with this disease just so people would allow me to have a break. I'm hurting, I'm hungry, I shit 100 times a day, I throw up water, I fall, I break my bones. And then it's a cycle of pain and depression, and then you're defining yourself in this pile of shit, and it's just true. I was at a spastic paraplegia foundation. I help people walk and talk again. Not through plant medicine, that's just one way. There's so many other ways to entrain your brain, to biohack yourself. I have a influencer name called Queen of Biohacking, and it's because of what I've done to myself and others. So this is what I'm here to show you guys. Boop. Okay. But again, when you have these conditions at a young age, I stayed with the same boyfriend for 7 years because I didn't want anybody else to know I shit on myself once in a while. So it leads to weird relationships that you stick into because someone already knows you. And then there's a weird abusive pattern. Nobody else is going to love you. You know, it goes into the mind. You isolate yourself. I said I was surviving, I was kicking ass, but secretly I was getting sicker. So after the diagnosis, again, I told you bloating, bone loss, rheumatoid arthritis, pseudopsoriasis, depression, insomnia, increased stress. I could go on. There's a label for everything. Healing journey. So I just got kind of fancy, and these people redid my organic slide, which is beautiful. So I didn't know this was here, but change is beautiful, but nothing is as painful as staying stuck somewhere you don't belong. So I think the key to my overall health is not always being happy. Like, I'm so fucking happy. My mother was killed in 2019. My family lives in Israel, and there's war. And everyone's talking about this everywhere I go. And for me to even say this out loud, there's a frequency within me. Are you going to hate me and walk out now? Right? Everybody deserves to be peaceful and happy. Everything consistently affects me, but I have to maintain my equilibrium and love everybody and be the change that I want to see in the world. Because whenever you want to wish for good and have this frequency of hate for anybody, it's never going to work. You truly have to love yourself no matter what and love everybody else, even if you don't agree with them. So, and I can't wait to talk about that a little bit because we're talking about brain waves. And I'm going to skip over this and jump back to this, but I've been studying the effects of ayahuasca, MDMA, ketamine, nootropics, methylene blue. This amazing guy, best mushrooms right there, okay? Go to see him, best mushrooms. It's called Awaken. We'll talk about that later. And If I eat all of these later, someone has to drive me home. Okay, that's it. But so I took 2 years to meditate and achieve a brainwave, almost like a monk, 2 years every day. I've studied people doing ayahuasca, and they made this same effect overnight. But what I'm studying now is how long does that effect last? Because it's not very long. When you return home to your environment and you don't have the integration tools, it's not very long. So what is the key to keep that state? Because when you're in that state and you're not defined by your past, you could be anything you want to be. And that's fucking crazy. So I think this video will work. This is the video kind of a 4-minute video on what happened to me. I recorded it because it was so deep and I'm emotional. I cry. And I was sick of crying through my talk. So let's see if it works. So what happened to me? Okay. We gotta put up the volume. I don't know what they did. But wait, let's see. You just get to see gross pictures while you don't hear me talk. Anyways, so they cut my intestine while I was pregnant. I became septic. They wanted me to have an abortion. And I think this is off too. So there's no volume working at all, but it's okay. I think we're working on it. I was hospitalized 9 months. I became really skinny. The doctors didn't listen to me. I told them they cut my intestine. They were like, no, I didn't. Yes, I did. I was given tons of IVs, which made my face really inflamed. I'll let them talk. My son with me, currently now 15 years old, and he was a great support system to keep me motivated and inspired the whole way through. Motivation and support is so important in your time to need, especially if you're hospitalized, because you breathe care from lack of mobility. Nurses and staff are supposed to look patients every 2 hours with range of motion exercises, and this is really done in hospital. Not only did I have to replace all of my teeth, like, yes, I'm also hot. Get healthy, but I'm not kidding. Okay. They say that you cannot. I'm trying to change it. After injury and things to athletes all the time. We could stop it. I built my mind and body back. Boom. Okay. Basically, I work with a lot of athletes and Olympians, fighters, NFL players, you know, and when they injure themselves, their value goes down. Nobody feels bad for athletes either because they get paid a lot of money. They're famous. They hold a lot of pain inside, you know, and sometimes they'll come to me behind their team's back because they don't want to lose their value. Thank you. Hello, hello. And I think this one. Boom. Hello. I'm just going to play with all of them. Foreplay. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Wait. Don't tell my husband. Oh. Hello, hello. Oh, shit. This never happened before. Hello. Okay. None of them are working. I got all three. Let's make it fun just for entertainment purposes. Come on. Oh, I found a... Okay. You got a hakta, right? Hakta. Hakta. Haktoi. Haktoi. All right. Hey, that's kind of true too, ladies. All right. Or dudes, you know, or anybody. We won't go there. Goes to some other class for that one. All right, so basically building your temple back. When you work from the mind, you build back stronger, always, 100%. So a lot of times athletes always think they're not going to return to sport as strong as they were, but often I return them way stronger than they ever were. So it's pretty amazing. I think now, I don't know what's happening, but they say, yep, here we go. So again, with technology, I have a biohacking clinic. And people pay memberships, and you can pay a lot of money, and you can heal yourself really fast. You can put a machine on your stomach for 30 minutes. It's like 70,000 sit-ups. I can make you sleep for 8 hours in 30 minutes. Okay? So if you got the money, you can come pay for it. But if you don't, there's really great ways, mantras. I healed myself with yoga and marijuana, meditation, sunlight. I sun my butthole. I love to find a window where the sun's shining in and I just, right? Like, we have to return to that nature, that tribal self where we ground ourselves barefoot in the soil. I'm wearing shoes now and I hate it. I feel like a kid. I want to just pull my outfit off. Most women in here have seen my titties. I love you guys. Because when you're, and I joke, but I'm not joking. You want to be in comfortable circles. You want to be yourself. You want to be free. And I have a question. I'm going to quiz you guys. What do you think is the strongest emotion ever? Like the strongest frequency? It could be love, hate, anger. Yes. Have you been in one of my talks or you're just fucking wise? Good. All right. Authenticity. They say is like freaking 10,000 times stronger than love and hate. When you can be yourself in any environment. When you love yourself in any environment, you're not shifted because I would say last year something happened within me to love myself so much when I feel my frequency shift, if my heart rate goes up, or if I feel this is not a welcoming environment, I don't have to change it. It might not be for me. You don't have to change everything. You just be as it is. That's how it is. And you shift into your best vibration, trust me. And you listen to that. If you don't like where you are, don't go. If you don't like the person next to you, tough shit, tell them bye, right? If you don't like your job, quit. Maybe tell your boss to go fuck off. It might feel good. It might open up a chakra, right? Or you just walk out and say, good luck. But we hold so many restrictions on ourselves to be in society, to be accepted, to do the right thing. And again, loving yourself and doing what feels right is always the best thing, no matter what it is. So there you go. I'm going to go through different biohacks. And at my clinic, we started a Pay Anything You Can Friday. So some of you have donated to that cause by buying stickers at my booth. So we give free therapy on Fridays if people can't afford it. I have an internship with students, and I split the donation. They get half. And I want my students to make more than strippers. So come, donate, get therapy. I want them to all come. No. So these are my mantras on the wall. These are things that I put in my head to survive, and it's what I have my patients do. Sometimes I have them go up to the wall, and I say, read number 4, read number 5, over and over again. And what's kind of crazy and beautiful at the same time is when I have discharged my patients, and I've had patients for 9, 10 years, either because they can afford it, they have a lifelong condition like cerebral palsy, MS, ALS, spastic paraplegia, people that have been told they won't be here in a couple months, they're here and they're stronger than ever. So when you use your mind and you shift your words, because they're spells and they're very important, you can't keep saying you have a problem. You can't identify with a disease. And sometimes it feels good to do that so you can get support and accommodations, but really it's a pathway to just having a lifelong disease. So discipline to strengthen your weakest link. Treat every day as if it were your last, but treat your body and mind as if you'll live forever. So that's why I didn't take samples from every booth, because I don't want to be too fucked up right now, but maybe an hour. All right? I'm kidding. So I'm going to go through different things I've used, and the end is about the findings on plant medicine. I had Brain Tap at my table if you walked by, and if you scan the link, they have $200 off with this link to buy it. It's an amazing device, and after my mom was killed by the hospital, and just after my own hospitalization, I was in 2 car accidents. I didn't even add all the things, blah, 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 meh, meh, meh. I was just kind of sad, you know. I'm like, I smiled for everybody else's comfort, you know. And I had to allow myself to grieve. I had to allow myself not to make eye contact, because when you love people, you want to look at them and you want to hug them and make them feel good. But sometimes we have to fill our own battery. So I had to go into that, but the Brain Tap really helped me, and this is one of the devices that is now have studies, one treatment about 20 to 30 minutes, equivalent to 4 hours of deep sleep. When you combine that with a master reset, which is direct current 500 hertz on your brainstem and your feet, which I do with special operations, Green Beret, everything, Navy, you want to challenge their parasympathetic nervous system without their body twitching. So anyways, it increases the way you perform, the way you live, but the way I've done it naturally my whole life was yoga. I teach yoga. It's everything to me, and it's not just movement. I did yoga while I was in the hospital. And they added a picture where my feet were over my head, which is kind of funny, but I did yoga every day while I was like this. It was in my mind. So you have to just connect and yoke and look up the meaning of yoga, the 8 limbs of yoga. It won't change your religion either, I promise. So it's amazing, grounding. I'm always barefoot. I love to hug trees. You can now hook up things to trees and hear them talk to you because it's a frequency. Everything that's alive is a frequency. Colors are frequency. Every tissue in your body is a frequency. Cancer is a frequency. Bronchitis is a frequency. Gout is a frequency. Yeah, it's an issue, but it also has a frequency with it. So when you work with frequency, you can, I can't say heal in the United States of Estados Unidos, okay? I just got back from Costa Rica, Pura Vida. So, but I can say you can provide corrections to your body. If you're in some other part of the world, they might use those words that actually say heal. But unfortunately, Big Pharma runs things, right? So the sick gets sicker, and they live longer, so more moolah. And actually at A4M, it's a medical conference. I speak at psychedelic conferences and biohacking conferences, but now I'm speaking at medical conferences. Why are you bringing plant medicine into this community? They don't like it too much, some of them, right? But the last time I went, I was so moved. I have the chills right now because oncologists were talking about how chemotherapy is just, one guy didn't even do it anymore because he felt like unethical, because he only wanted to give this much to just kill this much. but insurance wouldn't pay for it unless you do this much, which is going to kill you in a different way. So many of the doctors I work with were by the surgery table, like, I'm not going to cut open another spine. I'm not going to do this again, because the changes are not going to happen. So again, I go off topic, but I also sleep on an anti-aging bed. It's made out of silver. It plugs in the wall. No matter what frequency, like radiation that you're holding in your body, the EMF pollution that's in your house. You know, my kid, I hope you're fucking watching this, sleeps by his computer. It's right by his bed, radiating him. Just kidding. I put grounding devices on all the outlets in my room. He's sleeping on an outlet thing. He needs a Faraday cage. These are really good things to protect yourself from the radiation that's going on all around us, you know. We're not meant to have these things, and they actually shift us out of our higher power, and it's done purposely. Whoa, okay? So, boom. This is what it's made out of. It plugs into the wall. The bottom is tourmaline crystals. And again, it has silver threading, which is antimicrobial. And you have to sleep anyways. Why not take all the inflammation out of your body? Movement. So movement is everything. I work with people that are paralyzed. If you can squeeze your balls, your ass, anything it is, your cheeks, you stick out your tongue into your lip. Do that while I talk to you. It might feel good. There's a part of your heart that might release when you play with your tongue. I was somewhere and this guy was like, this sounds pretty weird, but I was working at a concussion clinic with NFL players. And because I was being hit in the head, they had a therapist massaging the cheeks and the tongue. And I'm like, this dude's going to stick his hand in my mouth and massage my tongue? I mean, look, I'm joking. So, of course, I said yes. I say yes to almost everything. So ask me something, I'll probably say yes. And when he did it, I had so much pain in my cheeks and my tongue, but it actually became like 2-3 times as long. I was holding it inside so long, and there's so much tension with your tongue. So just being able to do that, it's like, oh, what the hell? And then also there's nerves in your brain, cranial nerves. We always talk about the vagus nerve, right? There's more cranial nerves. So some attached to your tongue, your eyes, everywhere. So anyways, I'm not going to go off topic. I could go in so many directions, but movement. At my center, we have the neurobioelectric therapy. So again, I have devices to cheat your exercise, but I also shift the frequency to work with, you know, your ligaments, your meniscus, any of those frequencies we talked about before. Nutrition is everything. You are what you eat, right? You are your environment. The food you eat is so important. I've been telling my father this for so long. I go to his house. He has like a pink carton of eggs that are white, and all of his fruit is just regular fruit. And it's okay, no judgment, but you are what you eat. So if you think of the torture to the animals that you're eating, and I'm a lion, I fucking eat meat. Sorry, people. So, but I mean, I respect my meat, all good source. I prey upon it. I shift the frequency. And you want to, everything that you buy, you want to know what you're putting into, right? Like, you don't want to support slavery and torture and all this shit, you know? So just think about that. What you're doing in the world will shift your own energy. So food is everything, and now my dad is like, Papu Shika, this guy down the street told me I should eat brown eggs. It's so good. I'm like, love you, Dad. At least you're doing it. But, and your family never listens to you, so stop fucking trying to teach them. Just be the example. Be the example, change your life. If it trickles to them, good. If it doesn't, it'll trickle to many people, and then they're gonna be like, hey, what's going on over there? Maybe I wanna join. But stop putting your energy to change people that don't want to be changed. You just show your light. That's often the biggest problem when you find a spiritual awakening or you shift your health, your mental state, and everybody around you didn't. So if you don't change it today, cool. If you don't change it tomorrow, I don't really give a fuck. But maybe in 7 years, I might be on this branch and you might be on this branch, and that's what it is. But you have to stop putting your energy, it always goes back to here, and you can pray for people, love for people, but don't fight with them. I tell you, nutrition is the hardest thing to work with my clients. They'll pay for brain entrainment, they'll pay for pelvic floor therapy, everything. I tell them, fill out this food diary, they're gonna lie, 90% of the time. But anyways, I love you patients too. You are what you eat, and you are what you drink. If you wanna rid most diseases, just be hydrated, unlike me right now. And don't have such an acidic environment, okay? Supplementation, everybody's different. I was on a panel, there was a doctor after me that I hope watches this live stream, and everything I say, she's like, I don't agree with this. And I was like, maybe not for you, but maybe for me. Because for me, I had most of my intestines removed. I was on a colostomy bag. I have chronic dehydration, and I dump food. So they did a test where you eat an egg, how fast does it go through your body? They told me I was gonna be there all day. I was there like 30 minutes. So people could tell me to eat a cheeseburger all day, it's just gonna come out, you know? So IV therapy is very important for me. It does introduce the increased risk of infection, right? But for me, if I weigh the pros and cons, I would rather be hydrated and have proper nutrition and, you know, micronutrients, macronutrients. Nootropics are amazing. Is my tongue blue? Okay, methylene blue. I love methylene blue. Okay, I'm taking you home. Sorry, she's coming with me. So methylene blue, I got most of my patients off Adderall with it, and if you want to talk about it later, it really helps stimulate focus, productivity. This is mixed with a microdose of nicotine. So I'm just up here rocking it out. I didn't, you know, I could eat, I could drink, which is probably better, but I'm up here doing what I'm doing. So it helps me function. And instead of my athletes or business people that take Adderall, they snort cocaine or whatever they do, I take methylene blue, and that's okay. And it's okay if you do those other things. It's just, you want to find a way that's most natural to respect your temple, because overall it's a frequency. And a frequency of drugs is not good, especially artificial drugs. Routine lab work. So again, at the medical conferences, they often want to do it annually, and they think that this might freak you out. Like, oh my God, I have bioscanners that can detect cancer when it's almost a grain of sand in your body. You could follow up with this test anywhere else, and it might not detect it. Again, it's a frequency that we're detecting, and it could be a year or two down the road. But a lot of people don't want people to be in a state of panic, but I feel it's a state of power to find out what's going on and shift it. So I do blood work 4 times a year for me because my vitamin D drops. I gotta go sun my ass outside, right? No, but you know, maybe I go switch my IV routine and I keep my body functioning. You saw how I looked, and I didn't care to be pretty, and I love that about my clients. They don't care about to Botox or to be pretty. They wanna be out of pain, right? And when you're out of pain and you go into a place of self-love, today, everybody told me, oh my God, you look amazing. Thank you for whoever told me that. Because I actually felt dehydrated, no makeup, all of that. But I realized when people told me that, and in my subconscious self, I was actually telling myself, no, you don't. You look like a tired-ass bitch. I'm like, no, I do. I am amazing. I'm natural, and I'm healthy, and I'm consistently filling in the missing pieces. And that's what's important. I'm 40, but my brain is about 30 years old. My carotid artery right here, 67, because they fucking blew it out 1,000,000 times in the hospital. So when I'm hanging upside down, I feel blood flow to my brain, pressure. I teach aerial yoga. I do a lot of things upside down. That sounds funny, but I don't care. And now I have to shift out of that, because you can go into a place of ego, but when I feel my eye pressure increase and I'm very in tune with my body, when I found out about my carotid arteries, I don't want to have a stroke and not be able to use my beautiful brain, because that's the most beautiful part inside of me is my mind. And we're going to go into that later. So I believe in routine blood work. And for me, I test some people in here, and my son's classmates' mothers feed their kids red dye, goldfish, all this bullshit. And it's true. I'm not even sugarcoating anything. And every time I tell them, I don't want my son eating this crap, you know, I created the most amazing frequency human being ever, but you might put them out in the world and someone could pollute them with bad frequencies. My son got in the car one day. I think he kicked me because I didn't put the seatbelt on fast enough. And he wanted to use my phone. And he was like this. I was like, hold up, who the fuck are you? You know, that's not my child. You can't even sit still. He's going like this, oh, give me your phone. What happened? And then he even said, I need a chill out gummy. So I love that I have plant medicine, and I love my son knew he was in a place where he couldn't chill out. I asked him, what did you eat today? His class had an under the water party with Swedish fish and fucking goldfish and all this stuff. That's poison in other countries. They wouldn't even give it to. You can't even sell it. So people ask me, they shame me. What disease do you have that you always want to, you know? I want optimal health. I want optimal frequency. And you could say, well, that's not for everybody. True, but for me, it's for me. And it's for all my clients that come to me. And I'm not trying to deal with people that it's not their frequency. I don't give a fuck what you want in your life, but if you want optimal frequency, I'm the place to be, or I have the tools for you to have, because I want to live as long as possible with my most functional, expansive mind. I want to be able to feed myself. I want to be able to go to the bathroom. You know, these things are important because it's all attached. And I lost the ability to eat and go to the bathroom. These are human functions. I felt like a dog in a cage, which is why I couldn't even look at the pictures. I was abused and neglected by the medical system. And it hurt, and I didn't know if someone was gonna kick me or pet me. I was sick of it. I have a book coming out. When you have chronic illness, it's like you're a canary in a minefield, and you don't know if you're gonna return, if a bomb is gonna go off. My mom didn't return. She was killed. So it's important to me to be that change. So Brain Tap really helped me out, and I am actually on the Brain Tap. So if you like my voice, you can hear it every night before bed. Okay? Scan the QR code. All right. That's actually Dr. Porter, who invented the device. And he's like my Michael Jordan or even more. He's my mentor and a really good friend now. And I walked by him 2 years ago, and his frequency gave me the chills. I didn't even know who he was. And he's the inventor of this that really healed my mind, and now I'm working with him. So it's fucking crazy, but it's a vibration, and I entrain my brain. I'm like, I am fucking you. I'm anybody I want to be. Anybody I admire, I am you. I see through your eyes, and I'm you tomorrow. And now we're together. And this is the way I want to teach people. You could be anything when you lose your past. Because if you define yourself by your past, you are always defined by your past, everything you do. There's the picture of the workout. And now here's what you guys came for. Alternative medicine. So I was one of the first people in Florida to have my marijuana card. I almost got kicked out of school even though it was legal. They didn't care. They said it wasn't federally legal. When I looked like that, they still wanted to kick me out of school because society doesn't support chronic illness and alternative ways to heal yourself. You know, like and they talk about the opioid crisis, this and that. When they tried to kick me out of school, I ripped the opioid crisis thing down from the elevator. And I was like, fuck you and all your bullshit. You guys are all fucking liars. Yeah, Nova Southeastern University. Anyways, I don't give a fuck. Now I'm here. You never thought I would be. They didn't want me to come back. I was the first person to take a medical leave and come back. You know, they wanted me to fail because they want to keep their statistics a certain way. And sorry, I'm not as rigid, but it was a hard process. And if anybody's going through a hard process, you can get through it. And then who knows, maybe you'll be invited back to be a clinical instructor and change the ways of the future. But probably not after that one. Okay. You know, anyways, so marijuana has been amazing. It's been a part of my life since 1997. Holy shit. Sananga, Rapé, Ayahuasca was introduced to me all around the same time when I went on an ayahuasca journey. Trying to see if Tefa's in here. She has a booth out there, and that was the first place that I went to an ayahuasca journey. I've done, I believe, 3. I love how my memory is. So we'll go into that. I love marijuana. It reduces vomiting. which is why I take it all the time. I've had to replace every single tooth in my mouth because I've thrown up every single morning almost my whole life. So then dentists even would shame me like I'm bulimic, I'm anorexic, I want to be skinny, what's going on? I fucking told you. I filled out the paperwork that you didn't read, right? Aren't we all sick of that? So anyways, which is why usually I've studied why certain ayahuasca centers, if you've done that, don't want you to do marijuana while you're doing the ayahuasca because it's an anti-purgative. So it can counteract the effects of ayahuasca. But secretly, I smoked weed the whole time. So this is the rapé. It is tobacco snuff, but it could be also a blend of plants. And it is blown up your nose through this pipe. There's 2 different kinds of pipes. One you could blow it up your own nose. One someone else could blow it up your nose. It was very intense my first time. I think I have a video and people behind me were laughing because I was like just freaking out, and which is why you need to be in a really good community. You need to be supported, and you need to learn how to do these things properly. I actually took a rapé practitioner course through 4 Visions just to learn a little bit deeper. And so when I blow the rapé myself, I channel a butterfly, not a lion, because it's pretty intense. And I even asked, can I just snort it like cocaine? That sounds more appealing to me. But no, you can't. There's a process. You have to respect it. It's not a drug. It comes from ancient wisdom and practices. So if you respect it, you actually can reap the benefits because it's a frequency. If you have no intention and you don't have the frequency to heal, you're really just elevating your mind for a short term, and maybe it's not going to be integrated for too long. So what I learned is, for example, we'll just go into the rapé. Has anybody done that here? Good. Okay, so if you haven't, or if you have, because I didn't know it in the beginning, you kind of ask the medicine, what could you take out of your body, you know? Like, what could I release? And often it would be judgment, pain, a situation, something festering, right? And it fucking blew my mind. I actually didn't enjoy it, and now I have a self-practice. I even put Sananga in my own eyeballs, which is crazy, because in the beginning I freaked out. So that's what I want to tell you about is the last time I did it in a sacred space by myself, I asked, what should I take out of myself? It was absolutely fucking nothing, that you're awesome and everything that you should be. And I really haven't done it for like a couple of months since. It was just like a weird integration. Boom. Now I got tons of rapé, so if anybody wants some. But anyway, so that was pretty amazing. Some of them are more hardcore than others. I love to get my eyes tearing. It decalcifies your pineal gland. Almost every time after I do it, I feel like Edward Scissorhand came around and cut everything into a heart. I'm not joking. Everything looks like a heart. You look like a heart. The clouds look like a heart. It connects me with this feeling of joy. It was pretty amazing. Sananga, I look pretty funny here because has anybody tried Sananga? Okay, so Sananga are these eye drops, and then you can read here, and I definitely suggest that you go to a plant medicine booth because they're specialists in this, but it's from a bark of a tree that's by the ocean, and they express the juices, and they can mix it with other things, and it's an eye drop. It feels like hot sauce in your eye, even worse, and which sounds crazy. And I told you I've been married 17 years. I think the first drop of Sananga really improved my marriage because, and I'll tell you why. I always have to remember it's live stream, right? I love you, babe. But I had the Sananga, and it completely black, not even like this chair, completely black. And I remember she whispered in my ear, "Don't curse." She felt my energy. I was like, "Motherfucker, fuck!" I just started screaming, fuck, 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 fuck. And then I was just pounding on the ground. I actually did a snow plow, if anybody knows, like yoga, shoulder stand, snow plow, because I was laying on my back. I think I kicked the shaman in the face. I was freaking out. She held me down. She told me, lean into it. It seemed like it was lasting forever. I think you might have been there. But Anyways, lean into it, sister. Right when she said that, boom, calm me down. I was laying there, and I heard my husband cursing me out. And I will do long story short, which he's never cursed me out, which is a beautiful thing. These were things that I thought he was thinking of me. In my head, it was like, you dumb fucking hippie. Now you're fucking blind in the middle of nowhere, barefoot and dirty and shit, you dumb asshole. Like, all these weird things, because I come from, an area where they would talk like that. And I was talking to myself like that. Because my husband is a jeweler and he wears clothes. He's not naked, sunning his butthole in the sun, He puts on cologne and he likes, his clothes pressed. He's fancy. We're different, right? So I thought he was thinking these things of me, but he wasn't. That's how Sananga helped me. And I realized, oh my God, it's all a projection. The fuck? So true. Everything you think is a projection. Ayahuasca. So ayahuasca was super intense for me, and it really helped me connect with what was before my diagnosis on paper, which was unfortunately, abuse, sexual abuse, different neglect, and I didn't talk about it. So it manifested in my stomach, and at 13, they diagnosed me with Crohn's disease. So, but before that, I had abortion when I was 13, and I was diagnosed with Crohn's disease a month after, but nobody talked about what happened, and it was forced. So whether it's not forced or not, no judgment, but it was a very traumatic time for me. And then I became quiet and the golden scholar that could ice skate. So no, I didn't really talk about those things. So that's why it took me 2 years to really entrain my brain to be into a healthy state, to not want to drive my car and say, oh, maybe some car's going to hit me and who gives a fuck. Maybe I'm going to be on the back of a motorcycle and someone hits me, who cares? Maybe this airplane crashes. Like, these are all bad thoughts, right? So looking at my children, I wanted to be more attached to the physical space here and to be more joyous. And again, I had yoga, marijuana, lots of things. But I mean, I was smoking 10 blunts a day. I split open a Dutch Master like Snoop. I roll it with weed, lungs, throat. That's not the best to do that for so long, but at the same time, I love it. That's who I am. But I wanted to do it naturally. So you have different wavelengths. Do you guys know about brain waves and different things here? When you are at this gamma state, 30 and above, it's almost like a monk, and you're not defined by your past, and you could be anything in that moment. You don't expect what's the next moment. Have you ever meditated and you thought it was 10 minutes, but 2 hours go by? So often you're in this state. It's a state of just limitless potential that could drop in. And delta is deep sleep. So often I was scanning people, whether it's due to brain fog or just lack of energy. A lot of people are in a deep sleep phase right now when they should be alert and oriented, and more of a beta phase, which is more common. And when my son was coming home from school, and I'm like, how's your day? He's 16. So I started scanning him. He was in a delta wavelength. So I let my son take a nap, and I stopped fucking pestering him. And then I waited till I see his circadian rhythm go up, and when he's more in a beta, I talk to him. How's your day? I get so much more back. It's amazing. So when you can learn your partner or your kid's brain waves, you can scan their circadian rhythm. You can see their patterns. The shamans that I went to, a couple, a man and wife, had the same circadian rhythm because they work together all day. Me and my husband are complete opposites. I host retreats. He's a jeweler. When I'm out here, he's with the kids. When he's with the kids, I'm fucking doing sananga and shit. No. But for real, ours is totally inverted. But again, we make it work. So people say, be on the same page. Maybe opposites attract. It's all bullshit, right? It's all your perspective. But 2 years took me to be able to get to gamma. 2 years. After ayahuasca, one time, boom, right there. So I was like blown away with the results. There is the balance of your autonomic nervous system, your fight or flight, your rest and digest, and your neurohormonal response. So before the ayahuasca, we could see it, and most people were in a sympathetic dominant state, and their hormones, it's like bowling and just letting your hormones just rush out with the guardrails up. boom, boom, like without learning how to actually gain some skill, right? And learn how to run your energy in motion. It's okay to be emotional. So really overnight, the ayahuasca helped people with ketamine, but it actually, with the follow-up scans, some of it went away actually the next day when people left the retreats. Some of it went away a couple weeks later, you know, because some people would take in the integration or join calls or journal or do yoga, but then it fades away. Like a lot of people know that, like, oh, it's New Year's Eve, let's do this, and then 2 weeks later, boom, right? The gyms are open around February. They're not as packed because people get off their goals. So integration is really important. Whenever if someone's doing, I mean, again, to each their own, no judgment, but you want to be able to achieve this state with just a breath, you know? And if you need tons of plant medicines too, that's okay, but the goal is to be able to do it without, in my opinion, right? So, the benefits of meditation, you know, when you're in that state, you reduce stress, anxiety, it enhances your emotional well-being, it improves focus, concentration, your mental health. I could go into cardiovascular benefits, your lymphatic system, everything. You detox, everything gets better when you are able to be in a good frequency. People don't get it. If you looked at how diseased I was, they said I was going to die. They said I would never go to the bathroom again. But I literally visualized myself taking a shit. I was like, I'm going to feel that slide out of my booty. And it sounds crazy, but I work with people who are paralyzed. I work with veterans who have amputations. And I tell them, don't look at your, you know, I was almost traumatized when I started working with this population because the nurse maybe knew. She's like, hey, say hi to your stump. And just opens up the blanket. What do you want to name it? Like it's a fucking toy. Like I was horrified at the care that some people get. And I covered them immediately. And I said, you look when you're ready to look. When my stomach looked that way, it's hard for me to even look up there. But it's hard to look at yourself and you have somewhere that's just consistently doing something. And it's hard to see yourself change on the outside. But when you stop looking on the outside, soon you open your eyes and you don't give a fuck because you're changing on the inside. And that's how I shifted back into a healthy state. That's how I work with my patients. So I actually face people away from the mirrors in yoga. I teach at Crunch and EOS, and I'm opening my own studio August 1st in Powerhouse, but no mirrors. And I called all my patients when I went through that, because I worked with people that were severely obese, and I would sit, and I had a mirror behind me in my office, and they would like look down when they talked to me. And I would say, you should look at yourself in the mirror and masturbate. Love yourself, you know, like I thought I was helping them in this weird fucking way. That's because things were off in my own head, you know, and I'm a whole new person. So when I went through this, I called each and every one of my patients. I'm like, I'm sorry. I was not the best provider at that time, because I think when we can look at ourselves a month ago, a year ago, and say, whoa, who the fuck was that? And even maybe say sorry to the people you should, or even to yourself, it's okay, as long as you're able to expand, you know? And I think that's very important in how I connect with people. So self-regulation is so important. Again, this slide was redone. I like my original slide. I'm going to go back. But just being able to govern yourself, you know, like I said, pain happens. After I got out of the hospital, I was hit by a car in a parking lot. My car was backed in. I was getting something out of the trunk, and someone front-ended my parked car. So it tore both medial meniscus, both MCL, both hips, both glutes. Glute med, the insertion. So I was like on these little braces like this for almost a year after I got out of the hospital. And everything that has happened to me, I help apply it to my patients, because I might help someone walk again, and guess what? They get in a fucking car accident. And then boom, I did all this work to get here, and this just happened. But usually there's a reason for it. You have to stop fighting what's going on and just find your best frequency, because there's a reason for it. I don't know how much time I have left, but when things keep happening, it's not like, oh shit, my life's fucking over. I'm gonna just smoke mad weed, sleep all day, get accommodations, and be, no. This is in front of me. I know how to handle it better each time. My original slide here showed me like on the Titanic, and at the end I'm on a sailboat on a calm sea. Because like I said, pain's in waves, and it comes and it goes, but it's how you can react. So daily practices, integration so important, setting goals, building resilience, long-term benefits. So setting goals is very important. I remember when I signed the lease for my second business, the yoga studio, I actually was fucking scared. I couldn't find the right place, but it was in my calendar. Sign the lease today. I signed the lease today with the place I was at because I was like, what the fuck, this shit's in my journal. I'm just gonna do it. So nothing is ever perfect, right? I was writing a book. It's not perfect yet. My mentors told me nothing's ever perfect. Put that shit out there, put another one out there, and another one out there. Now I have 6 businesses, and it's gonna be more. It's not done, and it's not for the money. It's because it's in here, and it's gonna help out there. I love nootropics. I love to open my mind. I like to increase the productivity, the focus, the drive of my brain. Again, like I said, I do smoke a lot of marijuana, so I can go to the bathroom, so I can eat. I was in the other room, I drank something, and I think I burped like 500 times, so I really haven't eaten before I talked because I'm still working with my body. You know, so knowing your body and being able to integrate your practices, but it helps me really focus, and also you can turn it down. So like kava, GABA, like there's so many different things you can take at nighttime to relax. And I even met this woman, she's amazing, Code Health. They have saline, and they put the frequency into the saline. I did 1 drop, and it works on me just like a horse. I passed the fuck out. Like, science is crazy these days, so I can't wait to share that stuff. This right here is C60, ATP, and glutathione. So it gives me energy straight to my brain, the cells, the mitochondria, right? So this is no drugs at all. It actually heals my throat and my brain after I smoke my blunt. What? I'm a really cool doc, right? So I told you about the tongue. These guys are just amazing. You know, they have the blue for the up, the orange for the down. Am I almost done? I could talk forever. So what time is it, guys? Someone give me a timer. 7:50? No fucking way. Really? Okay, so I totally started at like 6:40, not 6. Okay, I'm going forever. Infrared sauna, body work, stay open, regenerative, traditional, Western, to infinity and beyond. There's my fucking slide where it's even water. The water will never be consistently calm. You learn to navigate the ship a little better each time. Keep sailing. So, love you guys. Woo! Does anybody have any questions? So make sure you guys follow me, scan that. If you come to my clinic, you'll get a free brain tap session. It's in Tampa and soon to be everywhere. Love you.
Thank you so much.
There's my vape, but I got it.
All right, everybody. That concludes our panels for today. We do have our comedian that will be coming up soon. Also, if you have a VIP pass, Pete is in the back, and he has dinner tickets for you. If you have a VIP pass or you are one of the speakers today, just see Pete in the back, and he'll give you a pass for your dinner. But we have a lot more planned for tonight, including music, dancing, and a lot of celebration. So please stay around.
believe it's here, and I think it's pretty soon, what I understand. I'm not sure. I'm just the audio guy. But yes, I believe it's here. Are you the stand-up comedians? We're both. You're both the stand-up comedians? Yes, I think that I'll get someone to double check with you, and I think they'll announce it.
1, 2, 1, 2. Great evening, everyone. My name is Les Ali Light. I am part of creating this event, holding the vision, and bringing forth everyone's authenticity of light. So thank you all that participated this evening. It literally lit my soul up. First, we're going to have Jeremy come up here in this beautiful comedy show. I'm so excited to laugh, giggle, and have a good night. So here you go, Jeremy. Give him a round of applause.
Yeah. Oh. Thank y'all for coming out to enjoy this beautiful day of cannabis and psychedelic. What do y'all call them instead of drugs? Because I know I'm not supposed to call them drugs. That's what medicine, psychedelic medicine. That's yeah, plant-based remedies. That's what I like. I like the camaraderie of this. It's a beautiful thing. Personally, I'm a millennial. I don't know how many of y'all grew up in my generation, but when I was growing up, we had this campaign that was like to keep us away from stuff like this. It was the DARE campaign. Any of y'all remember that? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I remember the posters used to be like cool kids in a cloud of smoke. And then the other kids with the good grades like, ooh, your body's a temple. You shouldn't do that. And I feel like the DARE campaign kind of set me back in life because I feel like I should have been a herbalist, right? Because we don't say a herbal distributor is what I should have been in my youth. But the DARE campaign was always the DARE campaign was always like, oh, don't do the herbal medicinal remedies because it's bad for you. But what they should have said is herbal medicine is a seller's market. That's what we're finding out here. It's a seller's market, and now is the best time to start. You're in high school. Some of your best clients will be with you for life if you get them. If you get them now, yeah. If you go to college, it'll pay, and if you don't, you'll be home. You'll be with your parents. And I feel like I'm turning 35 at the end of the month, and I feel like right now it's too late to start. I'm too long in the tooth to be getting into the, too seasoned to be getting new into the herbal remedies market. I feel like all the good herbalists started out when they had to hide it from their parents. You had to hide your product under your bed, and your mom's doing periodical room flips. My mother would flip my room looking for porno only. That's what my room flips were about. I wish I had been making some money for her to be surprised. Like, oh, look at that, my son, herbal entrepreneur. The herbal entrepreneur. That'd be a good name. I feel like I'm too old to start because I couldn't get a good nickname. Like who would the kids say they're getting the herbal remedies from? From Mr. Jeremy? That sucks. I'm gonna go see Mr. Jeremy. He got the hookup. He got the, get that stress off of you. I feel like at my age now, if I were to get into any type of pharmaceuticals, it would have to be like low-cost Taiwanese heart medication, just if I want to meet my bottom line. Because it's all about profit at the end of the day when you're an entrepreneur. I was really thinking, like, after seeing this, I think I might be able to do a different market, though. Maybe I could go out there and hit the block with actual, like, herbs, like actual herbal remedies. Like, you know, you see a guy at the bathroom and you hear him, he's struggling at the urinal. You're like, oh, it's a start and a stop thing. Listen, I got some saw palmetto outside for you. You know, we got the oils and the powders, whatever you need, man. Shrink that prostate. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I think there will be a good market for what is it, ashwagandha? Is that what it is? Yeah, that's supposed to, right? We can get rid of Cialis with that. I hope I picked the right herb because I really don't know these. I walked through Sprouts and I was like, milk thistle. I wonder what that does. And I think it's for upset tummy. That's what I think. For liver, boom. See, I was off. I was wrong. I'm probably killed somebody as a herbalist. You know what's fun about being out here is my older brother is he's really into this lifestyle, and he couldn't be here. And any time that you can make your older brother miserable is a good day for me. Anytime I just called him and I told him all the stuff that's going on, he's like, I wish I could be there. I was like, yeah, man, they got the ayahuasca tent set up outside. He's like, oh, I love that. I remember my brother's first Vision Quest journey. It was 2015. Before he started it, he was like, hey, bro, at some point in the night, I'm probably gonna think I'm gonna die. I just need you to stay calm and keep me calm. And I was like, cool, I can do that. So I was dead sleep, and he woke me up. He was like, hey, I'm gonna die. And I was like, hey, you're not gonna die, calm down. But the only problem with me keeping him calm and him keeping himself calm is he was in the bathroom when he realized he was gonna die. So he got to me completely naked, and everything was up and around my face. So I couldn't calm him down because I was like, hey, man, put some pants on before you die. If you're going to die with some clothes on because this is a respectable family. The paramedics don't need to be seeing all that. That was pretty fun, except for his penis being in my face. But everything else, his panic and the look in his eye, I was like, I'm enjoying this. You should do this more often. But he came out the other side of, he had that ego death. That was pretty, I don't know what that's about. But, I think my brother may be my spirit guide as well. Have any of y'all ever smoked DMT? Heck yeah. No? Yeah, my brother, he tried to give me my first hit of DMT. But see, the thing about that is I feel like it should come with more of a warning so you know what to expect. Because when I thought I was there, because like I hit it and I just like, everything just, and then I sat back up. And everything was moving. Everything that used to be like in one space was like what do you call that? The popcorn ceiling. All that shit was moving. My TV was wavy. And then my brother leaned to me and he was like, you ready to blast off now? I'm like, hold on, what do you mean blast off? I'm not blasting off right now? I haven't. Okay. Some of y'all haven't been midway and then told you have more to go. You're supposed to leave your body. I was like, I don't know. I like it here. It's pretty nice. It's pretty cool. I guess those are all my drug tales. I mean, yeah, I'm not my brother's the cool one, man. Well, you know what? Recently, I did start doing mushrooms. Yeah, last year was my first mushroom party. Me and my friends got together and we all ate fistfuls of it. And I learned that it's not as fun doing mushrooms with your black friends. Yeah. I mean, I don't think the people were a problem. I really think it was because it was my black friends. No one wanted to go outside. Everybody had their shoes on. It was weird. I was like, you can't even feel the earth right now. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, man? Come on. I'm the only one talking to the dog. Y'all are rude. Y'all are rude people. She can understand you. She just can't communicate. Look in her eyes, man. It was fun. They kept taking videos of me dancing, and I didn't stop dancing, but I didn't like that they were recording me. That wasn't fun. But yeah, I need more white friends to do mushrooms with. So if any of y'all are doing any drum circles or anything like that, y'all want to give me an invite to, hey, listen, I'm open. I'm an open guy. I like to, where at? You know what? I heard about that one, but I didn't get Treasure Island. I think I was told like Clearwater. I think it was like Clearwater or something. Siesta Keys, Treasure Island. Treasure Island. What time does the Treasure Island drum circle start? Okay. Ah. That's fun, because I'm sure the Black Drum Circle would have started late instead of running late. Then we get out here around 9:45. Yeah? Oh, heck yeah. I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah? Even the non-whites show up on time? Because I'll be late. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be late. When you told me what time, I was like, okay. I thought this was going to be a nighttime thing, but okay. That's when I heard noon. I was like, damn, noon? Noon on a Sunday? I'm just waking up, baby. Oh, man, we got plans now. I feel like this is a bonding experience. I'm enjoying this. What else? Did you guys hear somebody took a shot at Trump? Yeah. Yeah, who do you think it was? I think it was Trump. I think Trump took the shot at Trump because it's the perfect, like who else is going to do it? Yeah, it's all fake because anybody who really wanted to kill Trump would have hit him. Nobody would have missed that. Nobody who wanted him dead would have missed that shot. So I know it was him. And I would do a Trump impersonation, but I don't do those. So you can imagine what he would say. I'm sure he would say, he does something like this with his hands. It's like a circular, we'll put fireworks in my pocket and no? All right. All right. The CIA shoots a lot of people, so you're onto something, man. But you might not want to be onto it so loud because they might hear you. Yeah. Get your hand out my pocket is famous last words. Oh, man. Anybody got kids in here? Oh, whoop, whoop, heck yeah. That's, you see how people raise their hands but no one celebrated? No one's like, yeah, I got kids, hell yeah, because it's stressful. It's a stressful job being a parent. I don't want to say I hate it, but, I get a little more frustrated every day. I have a 15-year-old, and any of y'all got teenage boys? 16, 15, 14, 16? What do you do about the smell? That's you said what? Didn't work. We have several deodorants. I don't think he uses them. I think that's the thing that I think his deodorants are for decoration. Cologne. I haven't thought of that. I think my biggest and first mistake in raising a boy was putting him in a room with carpeted floors. I think if you have boys, you need hardwood because I feel like he just sits in his underwear on the floor and the floor just absorbs whatever bodily secretions he's putting off. Because you know what I'm talking about. He just sits in there. It's like gooch grease all in the carpet. You can't steam that gooch grease out. That's permanent. You got to cut that patch out. Think we should have a puppy pad in his room. I think that's really what you. Why is it that when you move into apartments, they charge you more for pets than they do for having children? They're always like, hey man, we need that pet deposit. No, we need a toddler. We need a toddler fee because these kids are terrible. In a loving way. I love these terrible 2s and 3s. I think the hardest part about parenting is it just keeps getting harder. Every time you learn the game, they change it up on you. If you notice that, the parents notice it. Those who don't have kids, y'all seem pretty happy right now. So, yeah, like when you first bring them home, everybody's like, "Oh, it's such a struggle because the baby doesn't sleep through the night. I don't know what to do. The baby keeps waking up." I learned how to feed my baby while asleep. That was my trick. I would sleep, and then when I would wake back up, the bottle would be in his neck, but he had ate at some point. He had ate at some point, and we're going to wipe up the rest of it. No one will ever know. I missed the phase in his life where he would cry for everything because now he just does what he wants. Like, there was a point in time where I could just sit my son down, and I could leave and go do stuff and come back, and he would be right where I left him. And that's a, I feel like that's just a newborn baby. They just can't move. It's a beautiful, like they cry, but you know, he can't lift his head up. But every parent remembers that first time their baby hit the ground and like, uh-oh, time to start stacking pillows around the baby. Is to keep him in one spot. Then the baby starts walking, and that's a whole different hurdle right there. They're like, oh, once the baby starts walking, the baby's gonna get into everything, but they don't tell you what everything is. Did you know you're supposed to get covers for the outlets? Did you know that? Because the baby's fingers fit right in there. Some of y'all are like, yeah, I did know that. And some of us had to unplug our baby, and it's a different journey for every parent. Is really what I wanted to say. Is the journey is different for everyone, you know. And if you do have to unplug your baby, if you just like push him gently up against a metal surface, it'll take the static right out of his hair. Everything will lay back down, smooth. Oh, okay. Y'all might be better parents to me. It's cool. I don't mind. Shit. That would be a cool way to get static shock. Yeah, me too. Yeah, superhero static shock. Whoop whoop. Yeah, it's a theme song from the show. Some of y'all didn't watch that growing up. It was really more of a me and him thing, but it's cool. What else? What else is going on in my life? I'm trying to get back in shape. Anybody in their mid-30s trying to get in shape for the first time since high school? Heck yeah. Heck yeah, I haven't had an ab in over a decade. I feel like, yeah, I feel like six packs are for kids anyway. It's better, a spare is better than a flat though. A spare, because you always got backup just in case anyone needs it. I feel like my body is built for warmth, which isn't good for the Florida heat, so that's not fun. But I'm trying to get back in shape. I recently joined two run clubs, one white and one black. And not to make it a racial thing, because white people are always invited to the black run clubs, and black people are always invited to the white run clubs. But when you look around, most of the people in the first run club are running, and that's the biggest difference. Like, that's the crazy part. You get to the white run club, and like, yo, when are we gonna rest? When does that happen? When do we take the break? And a lot of you are like, what do you mean? It's a run club, and I see why I don't run with you. I see the difference. The White Run Club is cool. We start at the fountain in Hyde Park, and then we run down the bay shore to the pirate ship, and it's just a beautiful, beautiful scenery. To your right, dolphins jumping in and out the water, seagulls, and then me laying down on the sidewalk, clutching my chest, halfway there. The white people are so supportive, like, you can do this, and it's always the old white ladies that are like trying to get me to keep running. I'm like, man, listen, I'll meet you at the end, Agnes. You get there before me and hold it down. And it's always embarrassing. This is an honest moment for me. The last time I went to the White Run Club, I had a thought, and it may be a dark thought, but it's a thought the same. But I thought to myself, I don't think I would have been able to run to freedom. If they used the white people that were chasing me, I don't think I would have made it. I was like, yo, Gertrude is quick. I wouldn't have, like, I can beat them in the first 40, but then after that, I gotta keep going? How many miles is it to freedom? I might have to stay back, guys. Y'all going without me. That's what I thought to myself. The Black Run Club is much more fun. First off, let me say that they start with a stretch, and it's a lot of ass and spandex out there. I don't know what y'all go to your run clubs for, but that's what I'm here for now. For now and forever, if there are no ass and spandex in the run club, don't invite me, please. The difference between the white run club and the black run club is the black run club added a walking group, and I feel like that's how they get all the finest women out. I feel like that's how they get all the nicest, curviest women. They're like, hey, did you know you can walk too? And they're like, ooh. And that's why I'm there. Also, the Black Run Club ends with tacos. And that's all. We start on Taco Tuesday and we end on Taco Tuesday. It's so much better motivation to run when you know you're running to tequila. Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah. Cool. This is fun, guys. What else? Sheesh. I'm dating. Anybody in here single? Single? We got 1, 2, heck yeah. 3, 4, 5. Hey, girl. 6, 7. Getting a head count for the after party. Man, this is crazy dating as you get closer to middle age in life, because the rules change and you don't know when it happened. Like, I don't know when I decided a nap was better than spending time with a stranger. Like, when did that happen in my life where I was like, you know what? We could go out for drinks, but I could stay home and sleep also. And I think that's what I'm going to do. You ready? Yeah? All right. I'm going to leave you guys, and there's no mic stand for me to place this on, but I'll just put it on the seat. Before I go, I'll say this. They say you can't turn a hoe into a housewife, because I like to lead with wisdom. They say you can't turn a hoe into a housewife, and it's not true. I've done the research, and I've collected the data. You can teach any hoe to make a casserole. Did you know that? Any hoe to make a casserole. But what you can't do is teach a housewife to toss a salad. And thank you. I'm Jeremy Lamont. Y'all been great.
After party, Cannadelic. How y'all doing? Hell yeah. I'm pretty awkward. It's been a little bit of an awkward day. I feel awkward. Anybody else awkward? Where are my awkward people at? Nice. I love it. I'm so awkward that if I don't know what to say to you, I will just start offering you shit. Are you trying to signal at me? Oh, okay. I will just start offering you shit from my purse. I'll be like, hey, I don't have value to add to your conversation, but do you want a crystal, a tampon, or an essential oil? I'm so awkward that sometimes I wish I could walk around with roofies. It's not like what you think, though. I wish I could drug people so they forget what awkward shit I had just said. Like, I will drug you, but then I will immediately leave you alone. That's the reverse Cosby. I always leave people better than I found them, so when they wake up, they're like, did Shelly file my taxes? Hell yeah. I'm so awkward. Sometimes I just started telling people that I'm vegan. I'm not vegan. I just like starting conversations that I don't have to be a part of. I had a thought recently of what would it be like as an awkward chick on OnlyFans. You know OnlyFans. Like, no. It's where people get naked on the internet. And I have a dance called Awkward Chick on OnlyFans. Stay tuned. Usually I have a jacket, but $10, please. I'm awkward, but my sister is more awkward than me. She was trying to learn how to twerk. So she was playing some music. I was like, she kind of looked like a bowl of boiling spaghetti. And she's like, Shelly, I need some feedback on my twerking. Do you think I should bring these moves to the club? And I was like, no, don't do that. And she's like, why not? And I'm like, honestly, if I'm being real with you, you kind of look like you're laying an egg. And I will demonstrate. I was like, maybe if your club is at a barn and you are in your omelet girl era, looking for some dudes to cluck tonight. You want to suck on some peckers? Anyway, my sister, she used to be a preschool teacher, so she's very nice, and she asked me if I wanted some feedback on the feedback that I just gave her. And she gave me a feedback sandwich, you know, as a preschool teacher would. She's like, Shelly, I feel like you're doing a great job being a fucking bitch. Like, also, I like your shoes. I'm from Florida. Is anybody else from Florida? Nice. Any not Floridians here? Okay, where are y'all from? Rhode Island. North Carolina, Chicago, Ohio. Yeah, I'm just curious for your non-Floridians. Do you guys think like us Floridians are smart as a generality? He said Florida. No, typically I get no's, and I just want you guys to know that I am Florida smart. I'm smart for a Floridian, and it's not the same. It is like being the most qualified raccoon in a dumpster fire. I don't know my left from my right. I have a necklace that's shaped like Florida to show my Florida pride, and I don't know which direction to wear the panhandle. I don't even know who our Prime Minister of Florida is. I feel like I vaguely thought it was one of the Dixie Chicks. Yeah, I did read a book once. I just wanted you to know. It was written by a doctor. It was Dr. Seuss. I did study math, though, in college, which is surprising to some people because I'm up here in a hemp hat making jokes with you. But no, I did study math in college, and I did the most, like, Florida shit possible. I went to Gasparilla as like a 19-year-old with a super fake ID, got very drunk, lost all my friends, and I wandered into this tattoo parlor, and I was like, I am gonna get my favorite math equation tattooed on my butt. And so I wrote it down on a piece of paper, and I was like, hey, I want this on my butt. And my best friend finds me, I'm like, ass out, and she's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm getting a math equation on my butt. And she's like, why would you do that? And I'm like, I want to get analyzed. Yeah. Yep. It's a smart joke. I'm not a doctor, in case you couldn't tell, but I am an informed hypochondriac. I went to the doctor once because I thought I had herpes, and he was like, ma'am, that's a spider bite, and also, it's on your foot. No, but I did seriously, though, recently find out that I might have HPV, and at first I was kind of displeased, but then I was excited because I felt like I was joining a club. I was like, I feel like I am having a coming of age, like a bat mitzvah for sexually active people. Like, is a rabbi gonna come out with my gynecologist and be like, Mazel tov, you have an STD, you're an adult now. Some of you, I can't tell if you're judging me or if you're just very high. Anyway, so we're on the same page. HPV stands for human papillomavirus. And I think papilloma sounds decadent. I think it sounds rich. To me, it kind of sounds like an Italian dish. Papilloma. Try it. Order it at Olive Garden. You'll love it. I don't know about you, but my grandma makes the best papilloma. You've got papilloma on your shirt. No, but do think of me at Olive Garden. Let's see. So I'm awkward. I think we talked about that before. Being awkward was like not really great in the dating scene. I was single and now I'm not. But no, it was really weird when I was using the apps. It was super awkward because I had like a Bumble for a while. It's like fancy Tinder. Like you couldn't swipe on the toilet. Like it was in the bylaws. You had to swipe with your pinky up. Anyway, but it was like very progressive because the female was supposed to talk to the guy first, and I would always end up saying the most awkward shit. Like I'd be like, "Hello, do you like pierogies?" Why? I'd be like, "Are you a mushroom? Because you seem like a fun guy." I was definitely not specifically better in person. Like I was on a date with a guy once and he's like, "What sports did you play in high school?" And I was like, "Ooh, I didn't peak in high school." I was like, "I played a sport called How Many Minutes Can I Hold Back My Depression Tears in Geometry?" 37. I did. I started cutting before it was cool. Like before it was on Degrassi. No, nobody gets that reference. One guy. Okay, cool. You and me. Anyway. Yeah, but I was recently in a threesome. I got fucked by my anxiety and my depression at the same time, yeah. My OCD was invited too, but he was too busy cleaning his dick in the shower. Paranoia filmed it. Again, I'm getting some very judgmental looks, but I'm like, are you guys just really high? Am I bringing your anxiety to the surface? No, I have a pretty severe obsessive compulsive disorder. It's cute. It's a fun little disorder to have. It's real fun. You're just like, everything's contaminated. Cool. Like, I can't touch that. Amazing. I have one. It's got different themes. Y'all know what OCD is? I just want to check. I just want to double check. Kind of want to triple check. Yeah, so I got this thing, it's real bad, where I gotta check my car door multiple times to make sure that it's locked. It doesn't matter where I am, frankly. I just always have to do it. It just is what it is. But I had an awkward thing happen where I pulled up next to this group of Hispanic people, and I was like, shit, this is gonna look pretty racist. Because it's 2024, and you really shouldn't pull next to minorities and be like, is my door locked? I should check a lot. But the thing is, I'm actually Cuban. I don't think I really look Cuban. I think I look ethnically ambiguous, skewing very white. So I was like, here is what I'm gonna do. I just started checking my car door, and I was like, don't wanna look racist. It's okay, I'm Cuban. Just kept checking it. Like, my grandma came here on a raft. And I kept checking it, like, yo tango, obsesivo, compulsivo, disordido, me gusta Bad Bunny. Does anybody else like Bad Bunny? He's wonderful. Hey. Somos un fractal de Bad Bunny. Only one person gets that. But just so you know, we are all fractals of Bad Bunny. Really, it's very deep. You know, we're all fractals of each other. We're all one. You know, I'm super spiritual. I don't know if you can tell, but I am like decked out in ayahuasca jewelry. I'm not trying to brag or anything, but you know, I want to tell you, I did realize though that I had a type in man. I realized that I was really into fake spiritual dudes. They're hot, you know. They're all the rage. Literally, it was like all a guy had to be like is I have crystal bracelets. I have singing bowls, and I'll be like, cool, here is my vagina. I have deities tattooed on my body, and I'm like, that looks like a cockroach doing the Macarena. But I was like, I'll allow it. I once dated a guy who tried to convince me that his vibration was too high to get an STD. He was like, we don't need condoms. I eat turmeric. He gave me HPV. I was, though, after that, I kind of matured a little bit, and I was like, okay, I gotta look for like a different type of dude. So y'all know sugar daddies? Bear with me. If you don't know, it's like a rich old dude who pays for a young hot chick to get her butthole bleached. It's either or. What? Either or. Oh, okay, yeah, well, a sugar daddy, yes, okay, but anyway, for the sake of the joke, sugar daddy, dude, butthole bleached, okay? I didn't want that. I was like, I want a prepper daddy. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because the world is going to shit, so I was like, I want a prepper daddy. So instead of Chanel and Louis Vuitton, he has a farm full of thriving crops, a bidet, and enough quinoa to last through the apocalypse. Do you understand what I'm saying? But I was like, I don't even know where I would find this like prepper daddy. So I was like, all right, well, we got Facebook dating. It's listening to everything I say. So I just made sure every time I took out my phone, I loudly talked about ammo and quinoa. And he came, and he's cute, and he looks like... Where is he? Babe. Where's my dude who looks like Jesus? Ugh. All right, whatever. He told me to watch my set and laugh at my jokes for the 100th time, but he's not here, and it's really rude, so that's fine. Oh, hot. Well, I'll tell you the story about how we got engaged, if you're curious. It's pretty cute. Remember how I told you about my OCD? Well, nobody confirmed that they heard, but I will tell you. I told you I wanted to check that you heard about my OCD. Okay, anyway, it's very awkward having sex when you have OCD. I do feel bad for my fiance. I have a story that's gonna be awkward for me, but I'm not gonna lie, it's probably gonna be more awkward for all of you. So I was giving my fiance some head, and I had his pee-pee in my mouth. And I was like, babe, we are going to go on an adventure. So we start traveling. And he is like, babe, where are we going? And I was like, it's a surprise. But really, I was like, surprise. So we're like traveling across the entire apartment, you understand what I'm saying? And like, he is really excited, and I'm like, yes, this is super sexy, but also very hard on my legs, and I also just fell over, and that wasn't even part of the joke. Anyway, we get to the kitchen, and he is like, ooh, we are at the kitchen, this shit is so freaky, oh my God, we're gonna get freaky, and I was like, yeah. And then we get a little further, and he's like, babe, why are we at the sink? And I was like, you do the dishes. And then he did the dishes while I gave him head. And that is why he proposed to me on this stage. Honestly, we got engaged on this stage. Everybody, give it up for my fiance over there. He's cute. All right, I've been Shelly Behar. This has been so amazing. Cannadelic, everybody. This is your after party. Just ended the comedy show, and we're going to have some awesome music. So have a great night.